אוקיי, 1-1. האם שומע? Sound check, 1-1. Can you hear me? לא טוב לך? אתה לא רוצה אבל דווקא לבדוק אותנו מהאולם? זה לא משנה?
האולם מגיע אליי, הכל מגיע לפה וזה, ויש לי ווליום.
אוקיי. להשאיר עוד דולק? אתה עדיין רוצה לשמוע? 1-1, sound check, 1-1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, sound check, 1, 1, 2, okay? Next.
1, 2, 3, 4, sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, sound check. Can you hear me? 1, 2, 3. Loud and clear. 1, 2, 3, sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
בוא נראה רגע.
"16 חודשים חלפו ממתקפת החמאס ב-7 באוקטובר ופתיחתה של מלחמת חרבות ברזל. בתקופה זו התרחבה המלחמה ל7 זירות, ולצד הישגים צבאיים ואסטרטגיים מרשימים, גבתה מחירים כבדים, ובראשם כ-1,850 ישראלים הרוגים, ומעל ל-24,000 פצועים. בזירת עזה, צה"ל הכריע את היכולת הצבאית של חמאס, תקף מעל ל-44,000 מטרות, חיסל כ-17,000 מחבלים, ביניהם הנהגת חמאס, פירק את מרבית גדודי הארגון, פגע בכ-90% מהמערך הרקטי שלו, והשמיד כ-40% מרשת המנהרות ברחבי הרצועה. רוב החטופים כבר חזרו הביתה, בעיקר במסגרת הסכמי חילופים עם חמאס, אך המשימה טרם הושלמה. על אף הימשכות המלחמה, 61% מהציבור הישראלי עדיין בניצחון. 74% סבורים כי צה"ל טרם השיג את מטרות המלחמה בעזה. חיזבאללה הצטרף ללחימה נגד ישראל בימי הראשונים. במהלך למעלה משנה שיגר הארגון לישראל כ-19,000 רקטות. מנגד, צה"ל תקף 19 בלבנון, חיסל כ-4,000 מחבלים, ביניהם נסראללה וצמרת הארגון, והשמיד כ-70% ממערך הכטב"ם שהיה. מאז כינון הפסקת האש בנובמבר האחרון, צה"ל אוכף את ושטח לבנון אל קו הגבול. מתוך כ-70,000 מפונים בצפון, רק כ-6,000 שבו עד כה לביתם. אמנם 58% מהציבור מרוצים מאופן אכיפת ההסכם, 40% מאמינים כי המציאות אינה מאפשרת עדיין את השבת המפונים לביתם. עם נפילת משטר אל-אסד בסוריה, בדצמבר 24, החל צה"ל במבצע שבמהלכו פעל באזור החיץ, השתלט על שיא החרמון וביצע כ-150 תקיפות אוויריות, שבמהלכן הושמדו כ-80% מיכולות הצבא הסורי. 45% מהציבור מאמינים כי יש להמשיך ולהחזיק בשטחי אזור החיץ עד לביסוס השלטון החדש, אך 52% מאמינים כי יש לחתור לקיום קשרים ישירים עמו. ביהודה ושומרון נרשמה עלייה בהיקף הפיגועים על רקע תסיסה ציבורית גוברת וניסיונות ארגוני הטרור להבעיר את השטח. במסגרת המאבק בטרור חוסלו כ-900 מחבלים ונעצרו מעל ל-6,000 פעילים. בינואר 25 פתח צה"ל במבצע להשמדת תשתיות טרור במחנות הפליטים בשומרון. החות'ים הפכו את תימן לחזית הלחימה הרחוקה ביותר, שבמהלכה שיגרו כ-40 טילים וכ-320 כטב"מים לעבר ישראל והטילו מצור ימי בים סוף שכלל תקיפות כלי שיט ופגיעה קשה באחד מנתיבי השיט החשובים בעולם. בתגובה, תקף צה"ל 25 יעדים בתימן ב5 גלי תקיפה. איראן עודדה את שלוחיה, השייכים לציר ההתנגדות שבהובלתה, ופעילותה נגד ישראל הגיעה לשיא בשתי מתקפות ישירות באפריל ובאוקטובר 24. במסגרתן שוגרו מעל ל-500 טילים וכטב"מים, שיורתו כמעט כולם במאמץ משותף של ישראל וקואליציה בהובלת ארצות הברית, אשר סיפקה תמיכה צבאית ומדינית מראשית המלחמה. צה"ל תקף בתגובה מערכי הגנה אווירית ומתקני ייצור טילים באיראן. לצד הצלחות צבאיות רבות, רובן טרם תורגמו להישגים מדיניים משמעותיים. האמון בממשלת ישראל נותר נמוך מאוד. האמון בצה"ל אומנם גבוה יחסית, אך נמצא במגמת ירידה, ותחושת הסולידריות הישראלית הולכת ודועכת. אולם, מרבית הישראלים עדיין מגלים אופטימיות לגבי יכולתה של החברה הישראלית לקום מהמשבר ולצמוח. מהן האפשרויות השונות לסיום המלחמה בחזיתות השונות, תוך השבת החטופים? מה יהיה עתיד רצועת עזה? היכן מקומה של ישראל בזירה האזורית והבינלאומית? כיצד ייראה המשך ההתמודדות מול הציר האיראני? כל זאת כשברקע דה-לגיטימציה בינלאומית גוברת במדינת ישראל, ובתוכה פועלים כוחות שחיקה, חברתיים וצבאיים. התכנסנו היום במטרה להציג את תמונת המצב המורכבת, התרחישים והמגמות הצפויים, ולנהל שיח בדבר המדיניות הנכונה בעת הזו, אשר תקדם את יעדי הביטחון הלאומי של מדינת ישראל.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 18th Annual International Conference of the INSS. Hello, the present guests in Smolash Hall here at the TAU, and hello and thank you to everyone joining us on any other platform, digital platform, INSS, on channel digital and in English, French, and Arabic on I24 News. 16 months sort of war. It started with the most terrible massacre since the foundation of the State of Israel. During 507 past days, these security defense forces fought in 7 different fronts, sacrificed themselves, and brought many successes in the field. The battle has not yet been won. 63 hostages amongst 24 are still 24 are still alive, are being held in Gaza, and we are now facing critical days of this political decisions that are very heavy and important. These decisions are life or death, and they will impact the destiny and character of Israel in the upcoming years. Dear guests, we have gathered here today to discuss the core topics of regarding the defense of and security of Israel, both local, regional, and international issues that are sometimes intertwined and have implications, significant implications on international security and on the Israeli society. Before we start, I would like to mention that this hall is a safe, is sheltered space, and if there is an alarm, you are requested to stay seated If you're outside, please get into the hall. And now, to open the conference, it is my pleasure to invite Rav Doron Peretz, Executive Chairman of World Mizrahi, Head of the Center for Religious Affairs in the Diaspora for the World Zionist Organization, son of Rav Peretz, who on and his body is still being held by a terrorist organization. He was 22 when he died. He left behind parents and 3 siblings of blessed memory.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. About a month ago, I spoke in the place in Tel Aviv where the families of the abducted convene. And someone from the INSS was there and he invited me to come here. And it's an honor for me to speak here in the opening of this important and fundamental conference. Not only our personal lives changed, but I think not only for 1,200 families that very day, but for the entire nation and country. What happened cannot be in the future. Something happened. And I want to share with you my insights, the places where I try to lead my personal pain, places of healing socially. I think we are a society that for a long time need internal healing. Our sages tell us what happened in previous eras. We're not the first Jewish entity here. There were several others in history. They give us a moral diagnosis, social, spiritual, on what happened. So what happened in the past is not what will happen in the future if we learn from history. Everyone knows that because of internal hatred and rifts, Jerusalem was destroyed. But there's another Talmudic source that not many people know it. I learned this and really I almost fell off my chair. I couldn't believe that our sages will say this. And I learned a very important principle that should, I think, lead all of us in our and mainly in our public discourse. Rabbi Yochanan said in Baba Metzia, page 30, Jerusalem was not destroyed only because they followed the law strictly. What? The Talmud tells us? The reason that Jerusalem was destroyed is because we followed the Jewish law strictly? According to the law, that's what you should do. The Torah tells us. It says, no, let's be exact here. Hold on tight. They relied on the law and they didn't exercise thought and going around. The truth itself destroys, burns. The truth is that the truth is very dangerous. It's true that God, it says, that we should be authentic people. Your word is your word. But if you follow your own truth, and if your own truth is the only thing and you follow it till the end, it doesn't matter who you are. If you go to the end, it destroys. You are so true, you're so right, that you are always fixed in your perception. I know better than you, for many reasons. And each and every one of us thinks that at the end of the day, he or her are right. And our sages tell us that this perception, this whole worldview, that every group in the Jewish people thought that they were the right ones, this is what burned, this is what destroyed, and this led to destruction of our society. When Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai came out of the cave where he hid, and he burned everyone with his truth, he was so right, he looked at everyone with a critical eye. Theoretically, this was open-eyed, but it was a critical eye that at the end destroys. And this is what does us. God says, maybe go back to the cave. This is not what I meant. Truth alone destroys. I have to share with you something that you all know. Our sages tell us several times, how could it be that Beit Hillel, Beit Shammai, the two main schools of thought in Judaism, the Talmud tells us, this and this, both sides are the word of God, the word of life. Truth is complex. There's no one that knows the truth in its entirety. No such person was ever born. There are 70 faces to the Torah. Reality is complex. One of the leading scientists, Niels Bohr, one of the leaders of quantum physics, he received a Nobel Prize. His son, Hans, wrote about his father. Maybe the most important thing that my father discovered in this world is that there are two types of truth: simple truths and profound truths. One simple, one deep. What is simple? 1 plus 1 is 2. The mechanism of simple truth is that the opposite of the truth is lie. Every answer except 2 for the question 1 plus 1 is a lie. It's absurd. It's irrational in its essence. But most things in life, you need a profound truth. Look how he defines it. There are profound truths where the truth and the opposite are both true. I'll say it again. The thing and total opposite are both true. These are God. Another Nobel laureate, Thomas Mann, said that this insight of Niels Bohr changed his life. He thinks it's the most important insight. What did Bohr said? How did he reach this conclusion? He said, you don't understand. Bohr analyzed the way light behaves. He discovered something that he couldn't believe. He discovered scientifically acts in its dynamics that are totally opposite. Sometimes you look at the light, it acts like a particle. And this has its own mechanism. And then you look at a different angle, you see that the light behaves as a wave. Right? It can't be that something real, physical, behaves simultaneously in different ways that are totally opposite. But sometimes your eyes tell you the truth. I learn scientifically that theoretically there's no such thing as objective when you check something scientifically, also when you analyze light. Bohr tells us one thing and its opposite. So if there's one thing that I want to say in conclusion that we should take with us, that it doesn't matter what you think personally, what your perceptions are, none of us has the ownership on truth. And I want to conclude and say on this, and this is my final word. Why do we go according to the school of thought of Beit Hillel? In Judaism, most of us go with Beit Hillel. Why? He was wiser, sharper? No, our sages tell us that not necessarily. There were other smart people. So why do we go according to Beit Hillel? So the Talmud tells us, because they are more modest, always brought their view together with Beit Shammai, with their rivals. They always recognized the other point of view, and they always respected the other side. We go according to them because they understand that they don't possess the entire truth. Someone that understands that he doesn't have all the truth, he is the right one. I think this is something to learn from the 7th of October, to be modest with all the thesis you may hold on to. Each and every one of us has a different way to view things, and this is the way to understand that truth is complex, that you give validation to other opinions out of a modest and complex world view, and this way we will all be true. I hope we will be combined with a lot of internal love, and all together, only together, in unity, and this is very much.
It is my pleasure to invite Professor Ariel Porat, the president of TAU and a member of the directorate of the BOD of INSS.
Hello, good morning. First, I would like to welcome the leaders of INSS. First, the chairman, Frank Lowy, that also founded the INSS and leads it until this very day. I want to welcome Tamir Hyman, Major General Reserve, that leads the INSS and does a wonderful job, and all the other members from the board, the guests that are here with us. You know that INSS, as it was said in the opening remarks, deals with national security, but as you know, focuses mainly with security, I would say, in the narrow perspective and external policy. And there are situations where the question could be raised, could one issue that is internal be relevant to security in the narrow sense of the word? So, for instance, before October 7th, when, as you know, the coalition asked or wanted to make a jurisdiction change in Israel, the question was raised, should INSS relate to this issue? You could think like this, you can think differently. But there's a certain point. Anyone that deals with national security, even in the narrow sense of the word, things are relevant to them, and this is when internal issues create a significant threat to the security of the State of Israel. If you remember, before October 7th, some warned, including head of ISA, Ronen Bar, that the internal rift in Israel, because of creates a risk to Israel. Yair Golan thought so too. So we should mention especially Ronen Bar, the director of ISA, because he's professional, not political. So there could be circumstances where things happen internally where could lead to a risk to the security of Israel. These are issues that INSS should deal with, and others that deal with security. Some may argue that after October 7th, or the problems before led to October 7th. I'm not going to get into that, but there is that school of thought. These days, there is a wave of actions in the Knesset, passing laws that deal with various issues that have to do with internal issues. Many people believe that these may erode the democratic nature of Israel, and this has ramifications. I want to give you one piece of legislation that is now on the table of the Knesset, and that has harsh ramifications on the security of the State of Israel. I'm talking about defending our soldiers and commanders. It's a strange situation, as you will soon see, where the Knesset asks to pass legislation that theoretically protects the soldiers, but in fact harms the soldiers and the commanders of the IDF. I'm talking about a law that passed the preliminary hearing in the Knesset, and according to this law, someone who passes a piece of information to the International Criminal Court in Hague, this is criminal and should expect 5 years in prison, and if it's a secret, life sentence, like a murderer. According to the law, passing information to the ICC be strategy if a journalist or a member of the academy publishes in a scientific journal or in the media that a crime was committed by a soldier or a commander in the IDF during war, and we all hope that there are rarely cases like this. I wish there weren't any, but let's say somebody publishes such an instance. The person that published this will sit 5 years in prison. If it's secret, he could be sentenced to life. 20 years, that's life in Israel. I'm not talking about the problematics with such a law morally. as far as hurting democracy. At least I don't want to live in a society where people can commit crimes, including war crimes, God forbid, and no one's allowed to report it to anybody. But there is something that relates to the national security in the most direct manner possible, and that is hurting soldiers and commanders. Why? Because as soon as such a law is passed, and this law will be passed if nothing special happens, when this law is passed in the Knesset, no one is allowed to publish anything about abnormalities or wrong behavior of soldiers and commanders and political echelons when it relates to the International Criminal Court. This means that there's no true criticism or effective criticism on the military and the political echelon when it relates to managing the war. There's no criticism. This in itself may lead to a result, and this is a paradox. First, it hurts soldiers and commanders. Why? Because if you know international law, one of the main defenses that a person has, or an officer, for instance, a major general in the IDF, or colonel, that one day, when he's in Europe on a trip, personal trip, he will be arrested and blamed that in any way he was part of war crimes. The best or central defense he will have is complementary principle. The complementary principle means that once there is a legislative system that is functioning, when there is law enforcement in the country from where he comes, then the indictment will be rejected totally. But if the legislation is passed in the Knesset, then this colonel or major general, when he will be brought to justice, God forbid, and in front of a tribunal in Spain or Italy, a local tribunal, and he will claim that in Israel there is an effective legal system, the first piece of evidence that will be brought against him is the law that I just mentioned, that says that in the state of Israel, you are forbidden to report crimes or war crimes, because then you may be put in prison for a long time. And so the absurdity here is that because of a war that theoretically comes to defend soldiers and commanders in a wrong manner, as I said, also from another perspective, by silencing criticism on the way Israel wages the war, commanders and soldiers may find themselves that defended Israel bravely. They may find themselves that because the lack of effective mechanisms to deal with violations of international law, they will pay the price. So because of very few and that are not fulfilling international law, the majority will pay the price of soldiers and commanders. So this is like a bear hug that the Knesset tries to give IDF soldiers, but ultimately damages them harshly. This is national security. This is something that everyone who holds the IDF and its commanders dear should notice carefully. And I think that we should notice not only external risks or threats when we deal with security, but also sometimes internal threats that ultimately reflect externally. I wish all of us a productive and interesting conference. I'm sure we will learn a lot. Thank you very much.
It is my honor to invite to the floor Major General Tamir Hyman, Executive Director of INSS.
I don't have glasses. I will read from the pages because I'm excited. I don't want to say anything I don't want to say. Chairman, the board, Sir Frank Lowy, president of Tel Aviv University, Ariel Porat, the staff of INSS, partners, guests, and dear friends. We're in the midst of disruption. This is a geopolitical situation with financial, diplomatic, social ramifications. In such a time, it's very challenging to understand reality, certainly to recommend on security policy that is stable for many years. This and more. The war in the last year and a half again showed us the modesty that we need with strategic analysis and understanding the situation. Analysis and assumptions are a basis for recommendations. We so much need modesty. This adds a challenge for the mission, and it's extremely important these days. But especially during this time, we need a strategic vision that is stable. The more that the situation is not clear, the more we need a long-term, stable vision. Dear friends, we are gathered here to do two important things. The first, to deal with the complexities in the world from several points of view, from the significance of the changes in the international system following the disruption of Trump in the current term, to analyzing the threats in the Middle East as it changes, and also other important components of national security that don't usually reach the TV studios, like technology, supply chains, international law, etc. The second move, the INSS is launching today the recommendation of our new recommendation for national security strategy. This is going to be for the years 25-26. These two documents that are combined together into one booklet contain the value-based and professional foundation for the State of Israel. This document wants to point on the importance of nationality, that we should defend our values and the threats at the time of a changing Middle East and the world as a whole. And also the opportunities that we face, and also offer answers and concrete recommendations. It's a fundamental document that we hope that will be adopted by the government of Israel. We, as an Institute of Research for Policy, will promote its realization. With your permission, a few words about decisions. History teaches us that there are two types of decision. One, easy, difficult. Easy decisions, when there's no choice, when there's only one thing you can do. Or decisions where differentiating between good and bad is easy, and it's easy to choose good. Hard, difficult decisions are those when the ramifications are unclear and are not known in advance. These decisions are taken in circumstances of uncertainty while assuming risks. The price for a bad decision is very grave. But to tell the truth, the current reality teaches us that there are decisions of a third type, and that is not to decide. Unfortunately, these decisions became the common in Israel. We are managing these, waiting further, and the decisions become the first type. Why? Because the situation worsens until it's bad enough that it's clear what is the bad way and what is the good way. Or that it happens because the passing time eliminates or negates the other options. So on the field, we are left only with one possible decision, where choosing it is now easy. And because of the circumstances, it's a decision that we have no choice but taking. The decision of not deciding has a great political advantage. This has no criticism was made. But there's a great disadvantage. It's losing control, the initiative, the creativity, and the ability to solve great problems. And also this may lead to difficult situations where the way back is especially difficult. The wakes of these decisions we see before our eyes these very days. We are in a time of disruption. The tempo is high, the changes are frequent, and decisions are made in a fast pace that with historic significance. We have to abandon the way of managing conflicts. and we have to make decisions. Waiting for clarity in the time of disruption is meaningless, and it leads to many risks. The opportunities before us are temporary and momentarily. Leadership is measured by the ability to take risks and decide in order to take us to a better place, even when this mission is not easy. Is proactivity and energy of disruption in the U.S. administration. Here we have the great opportunity as well. We must focus our energy to improve Israel's security situation. We must use it in order to deal with three great challenges. The first, in Gaza and the Palestinian arena, return all the hostages, replace the Hamas rule in Gaza with a moderate leadership, and moving from conflict to a wide array of political arrangements that promote integration and normalization with Israel throughout the Middle East. The second is the Iranian arena. Remove the Iranian threat. Should be with an agreement, but also with a strike, and lead to a regional coalition that limits the malign activities of Iran. The third is the northern arena. We can shape a different reality that is significantly better from the reality before the war. For the first time for many years, the northern arena changed fundamentally. In the north, there's a new arena. Hezbollah has been weakened in Lebanon, and this reality, together with a new leadership in Syria, are an opportunity that should be grasped. The last year and a half were unprecedented in the history of Israel. 508 days that passed since October 7th, 2023, created new opportunities for the state of Israel, but have been opened in a very difficult way, with a surprise attack by Hamas and the murder of more than 1,000 Israelis. The best and brightest of our soldiers, men and women, fought, and some died. In Gaza, 63 of our brothers and sisters are still being held captive. It's our duty to them and their families, and to the state of Israel on a whole, to establish a national commission of inquiry as soon as possible. The Israeli public deserves to know what happened, who's responsible, who's to blame. Israel deserves to know how we can improve so an incident like this will not reoccur. Everyone that dealt with security in the last few years should be held accountable to supply answers. Me, myself, speaking here today, this is our professional duty, professional and value-based duty. I hope that we are able to learn, to initiate, to decide, and to carry out so we can fulfill the mission of our lives, the security of the State of Israel and its prosperity. Have a great day, all of you.
And now to the first panel of the day that will deal with military, societal, and economic challenges in a prolonged war, the trust in the different institutions, and in construction of military force. And it is now my honor to invite Dr. Idit Shafan Gittelman, Senior Researcher of INSS, Brigadier General Guy Chazut, Senior Researcher of INSS, author of the book The High-Tech Army and the Cavalry Army, Colonel Reserve Hanoch Daube, Chairman of the Iron Sword Warriors Forum, and this panel will be moderated by the previous MK Ofer Shelach, Senior Researcher at INSS and as I said, former Knesset member.
Microphone isn't on. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The program of national security in the INSS deals with Israel internally, as its hard force, mainly the military. That's why we're always all here with fatigues. And also the Israeli society with aspects relating to connection with the sources of power of the military. The source of power of the military, of course, is the Israeli society. The legitimacy and the security, the resources, the finances, and of course, human resources. We are a military of the people, and this is exactly what it means. The fundamental or the core fact for this panel is that on October 7th, or maybe even October 8th, Israel embarked on in a known way, and look at the cabinet decisions, the war cabinet. They decided on 5 goals. Later on, they added a 6th. The significance of these goals, and we're not going to get into analyzing them, but is that Israel is embarking on a long war in an unprecedented way in history. When you take the events from October 7th until today, and multiply this with the intensity of the fight and its length, we never had such a fight, including the War of Independence. The personal experience that fighters, commanders, warriors that jumped into the fight on October 7th, regular and reserves, are some of them until today. This is unprecedented. There were maybe peaks in our history in the big wars, but not for a prolonged period of time like now. The command challenge is unprecedented, and all this engulfs the Israeli society that approaches or arrives at this incident with the shock of the massacre of October 7th. And we need now to bring out of it these resources, as I said, physical, of trust, in an unprecedented way. This thing, when of course the war is not over yet, it's still ahead, we don't know where it will lead to. It is being managed in many arenas. Another fundamental fact, the IDF has not been built in Israel's national security doctrine, that of course does not exist and it's not written, but it's very clear in the decisions that are made on a daily basis, was built in an opposite way of thinking. And I'm not going to analyze this in depth. From the days of Ben Gurion until today is, and this is not a vague concept, this is the way we build the force, this is how we teach and train the soldiers, this is how we maintain the relationship between the IDF and the society, is that wars are short, they're decisive, and quickly return back to routine or routine security, because the goal is to reach the period of quiet before the next war. Ben Gurion said this in the 50s, and this holds until today. So this war, where the very first decisions we decided it's going to be long, the IDF and the society come with a perception that is different, and this is unprecedented. I want to start the decision here from the field, and no one can describe the field better than Hanoch. Hanoch jumped into the fight on October 7th. He was on leave from the military, about to be to retire, and he was in fights, some of the more difficult, challenging battles during this war since until the middle of last year. And I want to ask you, and you are battle-hardened, you have a medal from Second Lebanon War from 2006. Can you tell me how much is the experience, yourself and the soldiers, how is this different? What challenge does this create? There's another factor that is significant, and that's the first war in the era of social networks. We saw this on October 7th, and we see this later on. Social networks brought in a great dimension that we were not aware of, except the matter of the prolonged fight and the way we came into the fight. It was a different, more intense way. We are quickly updated, and we can see everyone involved through the social network. In principle, the beginning of the war was an experience that was very powerful. People were it was very clear that because of what happened, the sense of duty, and for me personally, joining maneuvering forces and also leading forces into battle, an inherent part in the beginning is to return the sense of security and their own sense of security, because we began from uncertainty. Beyond this, we tried to bring value into the fort. We began this in from the beginning, and also when I commanded forces in the beginning, it was to go to the classic military structure as we understood Hamas, as we knew Hamas, and we struck them in a very structured manner to dismantle Hamas battalions, a lot of infrastructure, a lot of destruction, but less effective than we thought. An Israeli IDF division attacks a battalion of the enemy, and ultimately a lot of frustration, a lot of destruction, but not a lot of achievements. At this thing, there was full recruitment and dedication to duty by the soldiers, including with our forced employment, fires employment, understanding where we're going and how this campaign is developing. There was difficulty to translate it, but we again, it was very clear. We had a division facing a battalion to dismantle the enemy. Something said off mic. I think after the ceasefire, there's a change happening now, or an attempt by the IDF to change something and to bring something else. We could see this but with the 98th Division maneuver in Khan Yunis, something that is a bit transformative. But from that point, there's a professional frustration that we can see. Some of the order of battle was transferred or relocated to the north, and we started to clear areas. We broadened the Netzarim corridor in northern Gaza, our presence in the south in the Philadelphia route, and this created missions that are very complex to the soldiers. Add to this the load, personal load on the soldiers, and then you could see the percentages of soldiers showing up for reserve duty. They were reducing. We don't hear a lot now about this. And also in things that we're relating now with the reservists, you don't hear a lot of problems of people not believing in the fight, or that, there are no value problems. It's more a personal issue. I have problems at home. I don't see where this is going. We can see this not only with reserves, but also with the regular force. There are problems with discipline within soldiers, and you can understand the ramifications or the reasons and the ramifications of this. There's sometimes a problem of command structure, and this is what happens when an army fights for. Sometimes don't understand the overall goal. And moving, you, as you're still wearing uniform, you published a piece or a letter where you address senior leadership, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the fact that, and you did this when? May 24, the fact that the responsibility of the command did not take accountability for October 7th, this filtered down and hurt the command structure. Can you maybe say a word about what this was about and describe the situation today as you see it? I think the fact that commanders did not realize their accountability in day one, commanders that failed directly, and we can point who they are. Most of the commanders in the IDF for a year and a half still are leading people that failed, literally failed. Besides saying that they're responsible, they didn't fulfill the responsibility. This creates a problem of trust from the lower ranks to the high ranks, because a company commander said, this is the way it is. The commanders are not leaving, so there's a crack in the belief. Another thing is the direct attacks by political echelon to commanders. This is very problematic. It's a bit different in the ISA, but within the IDF, this thing, together with social media, burns the issue that is trust. And the reality that this leads to inside the IDF is a culture of more of the same. People are in their shell, not thinking critically, not doubting, not criticizing. You can see this also in senior leadership, and today, according to rumors, also with the next phase in Gaza. And this reflects on the ability of the IDF to analyze itself, to carry out action after action review. This is professional and moral, afraid to go out and lead from the front in criticism. And this is a military that doesn't correct itself, it does not improve. And we can see this and also with the moral question of some imagery that comes out, the way we operate our forces in Gaza. This is morally, and professionally, we see more of the same, not correcting errors. Some things we don't know, I'm sure we'll see it later on. Thank you, Guy. First, I want to remind Guy Chazut, formerly commander of the Kfir Brigade, but for these purposes here in the war, you lead the operational learning effort in the IDF, and you are exposed to all the reviews or the after-action reviews. And I'm asking you to take Hanoch's words and take it one step further or up. On the one hand, your book was written mostly before October 7th, even though in the current publication or the current edition, you have parts about the war, and I recommend to all of you to read the entire book, but mainly the prologue and epilogue that deal with the incidents of the beginning of the war. On the one hand, we're not going to get into it, the ground forces of the IDF with its lack of abilities after being neglected for many years. If you can give us the view on issues of stamina for a prolonged period of time, for command authority, for discipline from your perspective as you saw it. So I'll begin by saying that ultimately, no doubt that October 7th is the biggest failure in the history of Zionism, I think, not only the State of Israel, because also before the establishment of the State of Israel, we did not have such an incident. And for the credit of the IDF and the Israeli society, I lived in England for a year and 3 years in Singapore. I don't know many societies or many militaries that would have bounced back so such because of people like Hanoch that simply ran into the fire even if they didn't have an official capacity and saved people in villages. More than that, besides the book, and I did a research that took me the entire time of COVID, why the ground forces, this IDF rose and was fighting in one of the most complex arenas prepared above and underground. And the IDF operated relatively in success compared to its readiness. But several things happened. We fought contrary to the doctrine of war that Ben-Gurion created after the War of Independence, without the dimension of time. When you and you define missions without outcomes or without clear goals. So you conquer Jabalia for the first time, for the second time, and only the third time. You do it with operational accomplishments and you define it with time. And then ultimately the result is not achieving the goals of the war. Besides the fact that we're doing a big mistake on the political level because we're not deciding what's going to happen with the humanitarian assistance. This was one of the worst decisions, and as was said before, the worst decision is not to decide. And then we have a very low tempo of operations. And this is because we reduced the size of this army. We can't fight simultaneously. The war turns into a war of attrition in a way. And the fact, and this should be said, I'm sorry to say this, unlike the Yom Kippur War, the price was more important than the mission. In the Yom Kippur War, we fought in order to win at all costs. Even though the price was very bad, it was still more important than the mission. Hamas had a dimension that he was very clear with, the underground, subterranean warfare. We brought in or introduced special forces with a very special and calculated and secure way. So there was an entire dimension where we didn't fight. It's like in 2002 deciding that we're not going into the refugee camps because we're expecting many casualties. And this had a very heavy price. But I think the main problem of the IDF throughout this war is that it developed into a long war of attrition without achieving the goals of the war. And we see a collapse of the IDF spirit. And people immediately go to the purity of arms or values. I think in the macro, even though the Hamas committed atrocities, the potential could have been worse. We did not deal with what other militaries did when they were hit with even less harsh attacks. But there are many issues that we should deal with. And it's not only purity of arms, there are other values and the IDF spirit or code of ethics that are being collapsed because the IDF is not commanded. As many of the decision makers have butter on their head, and when you have butter on your head, you can't define red lines and you can't expect from us. And this hurts professionalism. This means there's a problem with discipline. Adhering or sticking to fulfilling the mission is a problem. And besides sense of duty and friendship, a lot of the other values need significant dealing with. I'm sorry we don't have a lot of time. Most of the people listening to us here are saying, wait a second. Also, the way the war is managed is because of the political echelon, isn't it? You weren't in the general staff, but you were senior enough to understand, including other countries. People say, what do you want from the army? The military only fulfills the goals defined by the political echelon. I assume that people that are responsible for the military see these things. Where should they be? And we'll say it as it is. Some political in the political echelon want the war to be prolonged. There's a disconnect in a way or lack of trust between the senior leadership and the political echelon. We had this when we entered the war. Let's face it. The political echelon has a problem where senior leaders, in a way, don't trust them. The military had or was acting according to a different standard relating to the judicial reform. Remember the declarations made by reservists that said they won't come. And the political echelon had criticism. Let's not get into politics here now, but there was a rift between these echelons. In the time of the disengagement in 2005, I was a battalion commander back then, the IDF was very aggressive. Even when someone at night wore an orange shirt, this means a political expression. And this led to a very difficult rift or challenging rift. And of course, there's the failure of October 7th. That's the most significant failure militarily in the history of Israel. Still, at a certain point, the IDF should have defined red lines. We don't cross this red line. For instance, the recent example is the best. It can't be that the head of IDI, intelligence, said something in a closed meeting. This is leaked by the Minister of Defense, and then Minister of Defense criticizes the J2 or the head of the intelligence publicly. You can't cross this red line. I'm not sure that the relationship between the political echelon was moved to Edith now, and ask you first on a factual level. We, the INSS, and you deal with this here as someone who defines the content mostly. We are surveying the public from the beginning of the war in fundamental questions, and we're soon going to publish in the next few weeks a paper that will sum this up. These surveys, questions like public support of the IDF, the way we review the hostages, the way the public trusts the government, etc. If you can define the development of the relationship between the Israeli society and its military throughout the time since October 7th.
Yeah, just a little question, huh? So we've been saying that throughout months of the war. When we talk about trust, public trust in IDF, we have to distinguish between two kinds of trust, where we see one is a light dynamics and in the other one is a more significant dynamics. So the public, despite October 7th, and even maybe because or due to October 7th, they love the IDF and embrace the IDF, and everybody has been baking cakes, and if you couldn't go do reserve, then the people would give them lifts. But so it hardly budged. So when it comes to these trust scales, sometimes when we see the ceasefire by the book, when there's less intense fighting, we see less trust, but when we see intense fighting, then we see more trust. And despite of all of these bad-mouthing and tensions between the military and political echelon, and despite everything that was said here before, the public sees, and you don't have to be underground in Gaza to understand what's going on in the arena. And despite that, it doesn't mean anything regarding the great crisis of trust, maybe the biggest one that happened between the IDF and the Israeli public, when it comes to whether the Israeli public trusts the IDF, that this October 7th will not happen again. And this might be affected by all the things that were said here before, whether the public trusts the IDF to be able to already release all the inquiries, and the people are very tense about it and are waiting. And we don't know if the people will believe that these are genuine inquiries. If the IDF says there are no tunnels, will the public believe the IDF that there are no underground tunnels in the north? Not because they saw it, but rather because the IDF said so. And we've seen that the public, since the beginning of the war, during the war, and even today, they said, I also heard that they said that Hamas has been deterred, right? And all of these societal value processes that have been happening in the IDF, in some way, maybe surprising, are not assisting enhancing the trust. Some people, the public sentiment sometimes corresponds with the IDF, and sometimes they're confused between what the public demands and what in fact increases the trust. Like you say, they sometimes confuse between trust and popularity. Yes. And here we go back to the story of I maybe don't really. I disagree a bit with Guy about the fact that the political echelon lost trust with the military because of the way they dealt with the disengagement. And we saw when the chief of staff started his role, we've seen that this trust before he even started. And it has to do with the judiciary reform. What do they claim against the judiciary system? That they're not diverse. We hear the same claims when it comes to the high-ranking soldiers. We don't have enough horses. They all talk about spirit of IDF only when it comes to purity of the arms, etc. And in some way, the army thought that maybe subconsciously that some corresponds with the sentiment, so they don't deal with disobedience that reflects a public sentiment that is quite common, like the international law. It's nice to have, but please, during the war, let's put it away for a while. This might enhance the trust, but it didn't happen. In fact, in the field, it didn't happen when the public sees that the IDF is not focused and is not enforcing obedience and discipline. Whether it's because the middle-ranking or low-ranking soldiers don't have trust for the high ranks because they didn't, in fact, been responsible. Who am I to now enforce discipline or take one of the commanders out of their jobs when I'm still sitting in my chair, in my position, after so many months? What the public sees is that there's no discipline in the IDF, and no matter what I think about the IDF or the politics, it doesn't enhance trust. It makes trust collapse.
I want to start with you, the second round and the final round, because again, we're pressed with time. First, we have to remind us the IDF had operational achievements, significant ones. We were focused in Gaza. Most of the force that was deployed, the ground forces, were in Gaza. There was an operation in Lebanon, but it was a second derivative of an operational move, unprecedented probably, of dismantling maybe the most dangerous threat on our borders in a different way of action. But if the war comes back to high intensity, I want to ask you this question. There's a question, of course, if the reserves will show up or not. Should this be measured with how many people show up? Are there other parameters, and what would you recommend to the military senior leadership? Because political echelon, we're not giving the recommendations because we don't want to deal with something impractical. How to deal and what to broadcast, not only to preserve the trust of the society, but the functionality of the military.
First of all, I've learned not to predict whether people will show up or not, because in the Israeli society it's a bit difficult. At some point, people just show up no matter what. But beyond the question of the way being just, people are really concerned about the decision making. We've seen that throughout all the questions that we've asked, that the people think that the most significant decisions that were taken, I mean, the IDF applies the decisions of the politics, and these decisions are completely corrupted by politics. And I think that if there's a doubt, any doubt, that now we are calling our people reservists for the 400-day or what of reserves, it's not only about reserves. We talk to families of soldiers who are enlisted, and if there's any doubt that we're now calling them back to endanger their lives, to risk their lives, and the people think that it has been quite a significant risk taken here when it comes to personnel, to manpower, and if we only do it to make someone feel, well, it's just more, but it's just more of the same, and it will not bring us to the absolute victory that we wish for. Maybe people will not show up, as was said here, and maybe also, even if they show up, the influences can't be that even if they show up now, we have many years in the future to manage Israel. And if they will say we kept showing up, but it was a futile war and we risked our lives for bad causes, maybe at the time in the future, I hope it will not happen, but when another war arises, excuse me for stopping you, but maybe it has to do with something we never mentioned, which is the hostages. And in our surveys, we've seen that there's a change in the stance of most of the public today sees bringing back the hostages as the highest goal of the war. And such a move could be perceived in the way it happens as opposed. Yes, this is exactly is because the beginning of the war, I think the fact that you're saying that there has been a change, the fact that the public didn't mention bringing back the hostages as the highest goal was because the public was believing what it was told by both by the military and political echelon, that the two goals of the highest goal are interrelated. We don't have to choose between this and that. And the chief of staff said very clearly that the military pressure will help bring back the hostages, and they kept saying that on, and the public believed. But the reality speaks louder than numbers of surveys, and the public saw that they're not coming back, they're not being brought back. What Eisenkot said, if anyone thinks that it's going to happen like the Entebbe operation, people didn't have to hear it after a while. We just saw it happen. But the political pressure, in fact, killed the hostages, excuse me for speaking so harshly, instead of bringing them back. So when people internalize this, after such a long war, and I will only say that you started by saying we were prepared for a prolonged war. No, I didn't say they prepared us. No, you said that when they set 5 goals, it was clear that it's going to be a long war. But when we asked about the public, they said less than 10% thought it's going to be more than a year. So it was prolonged, the war. The way the people are saying, the way Hamas will not be deterred in the way that we were told about this absolute victory. The realization and the bringing back of the hostages that are brought back, we can't escape from imagining different things than the reality is now showing us. And now I think that there is full support for going to the second phase.
Guy, if you look today at senior leadership, yesterday it started with a big conference in the IDF where the senior leadership were presented with some of the reviews. From today, they will start to be published. It will be a very intense week relating to these reviews. In this point in time, before continuation of the military, how should senior leadership act? I think according to what I said before. First, we have to draw a very clear line to the political echelon and stop these wild attacks on the IDF. It's destructive. We cannot accept this anymore. There's a rift and lack of trust with Israeli society. We need to fix this. We need to finish not only the reviews of the 7th of October, but of the war itself, and present it in transparency to the public with bottom lines, including firing those directly responsible for October 7th and other problems during the war. And the third is aggressive treatment and bringing back the train on tracks with the values and conduct of the IDF, because this is unacceptable. The IDF needs a national program because it has a serious lack of people, first in regular service, as the Chief of General Staff said at Badechad, the officer training school. We can't leave this for the next generations because we won't solve the problems that we have with human resources. With the professional military, we have to reconstruct the military and lead to readiness for the future challenges. If it's in Gaza or other arenas, and we didn't even talk about Judea and Samaria yet. Chanach, I want to ask you in conclusion. You are the chairman of the Fighters of the Iron Swords War. Those of you who remember the years after the Yom Kippur War, after 74, from the reservists, the fighters that came back to war, this is where the social change in Israel began that technically led to the toppling of the Golda Meir government, but also more fundamentally led to a political change and the change of the Israeli society. I am now defining you as the representative of the fighters of Iron Swords War. What change do you think should emerge from this so powerful thing that we're feeling since October 7th? I think that unlike the Yom Kippur War, we are now in a situation where a significant part of the reservists is less as far as percentage from Yom Kippur, and we should be honest and say that the nature of the people that are remaining is different. This means their interests, what leads them has changed. So I don't believe that the change or the revolution will come from within the IDF. It will come from various organizations. It could be families of the hostages, some specific reservists with their own interests. And I think something else will emerge that will demand change, will demand a new contract between the country and its citizens, between the people who serve reserve or regular service with their commanders. I think it will take time. We're still in the period of shock. We didn't even move to the next phase, which is the phase of mourning. Certainly in the reservists, we're dealing with personal sustainment, and the social rifts are such, like the rabbi said in the beginning, people are or in this camp or in that camp, and there's not enough middle ground. Only later on we'll be able to understand where we are and where we're going, but it will take time. Not in the next 2 years, unfortunately. As we said, we were able to only scratch the surface, maybe the top layer of the huge efforts that the end of it is not still yet in sight. We in the program of national security in the INSS, we deal with this also with the operators inside the various systems. We're very much in touch with them, and this struggle ultimately is not only of the IDF but of the Israeli society as a whole. It relates to all of us, and the IDF, as I said in the beginning, comes from the society and goes back to the society. The face of the IDF will be the face of the society, so the struggle is the face and the success of the IDF. Thank you all.
It is my honor to invite the Israeli Minister of Education Absorption, the Minister of Absorption, Ophir Sofer. He will be interviewed by Attila Shumfalvi, a strategic and political advisor, senior political commentator, and a host of Fake Land podcast on INSS. Good morning, Minister. Thank you for joining us. Good morning. Thank you. We have here 15 minutes, and I mean to be able to adhere to the schedule. And during these 15 minutes, I'm going to try and take you on a short journey in the decision-making of Israel. And my first question is to you as a minister in the Israeli government. Will you vote for Part B of the hostage deal, even with the price of stopping the war? I think that I never said what I'm going to vote for, not before the previous deal and not before the one before that. I always try to see the details all the way through. What I can tell you is that our loyalty to both goals of the war, and I do understand the complexity, is the essence. And I am having a bit of a hard time seeing this essence taking place without a war. Despite the fact that what we can achieve with political processes is wonderful, it's great, we prefer doing that. We don't have a command of fighting, but with the reality taking place now, occurring in Gaza now, the sites we see, and if you security defense challenges, it's not something that we can shut an eye on. But I see on your clothing the hostage band that is worn both by me and other people. Do you imagine the possibility of leaving dozens of living Israelis in the hands of Hamas, in the reality that you already know what they've been going through from the testimonies that came to us from the released hostages? I can't think. I always said, and I still am saying, that we need to know how to pay expensive value-based prices. We need to know how to do it in the right way, how to negotiate severely, and we need to know how to do it with creativity and even by craftsmanship. And I think we've been doing it better lately. We must be loyal to the two goals of the war. It's not only bringing back 10, 20 hostages or 30 hostages. It's about the value aspect that is very meaningful and great. And it's our solidarity, our mutual responsibility. Try to distill this from me, Minister. Try to distill what you're saying, because I think that there are people here, hundreds and thousands outside. We want to know what a minister in Israel says. We sometimes make mistakes. We go to considerations that are more mathematical. And sometimes mathematics is not right in the world of values. And when the operation was decided upon to release Nachshon Waxman, may he rest in peace, they did take into consideration that someone might be killed during his release. And it's not a mathematical question. It's our solidarity, it's our values, it's something much stronger than mathematics, and of course it is right and true for wars. Despite that being said, I do think that there are two axes here that we are loyal to. And I'm not saying that just as a motto, that we're loyal to these two axes, but sometimes it's hard to, and I'll say it as an example, it's sometimes hard to understand what are your stepping stones. You know the direction, but you don't know exactly what stone you're going to step. You know the direction, the general direction, and then you find your way as you go. And I think that the loyalty of Israel to these two goals is complete. It is complete. And God willing, we will do it. We need to pay attention to the fact of the strategic political change up in the north, in the south. The general change in the Iranian axis could really influence, and it does influence, not could. It really already is influencing the dynamics, the policy, the ability to perform things in a better manner, and add to that the change of the administration in the states, when you can't divide between us and the states. And yet, you cannot yet, and God willing, in the future, you can't divide us and the states. We see the energy, we see the dynamics, but who decides? I mean, you mentioned the states. Okay, who decides? Is it Benjamin Netanyahu or Donald Trump? Who decides the policy of the government of Israel? We hear that Witkoff is now coming here, pushing the prime minister what decisions to make, both when it comes to the hostages. Let me just say something. First, I think that Witkoff is discussing things with the prime minister. As far as I know, he also discusses things with him in advance. As much as I know, the proposals were made by the PM, and the fact that Witkoff is helping us doing things in a manner. So you think Netanyahu wants the deal? I always said that people sat with me behind closed doors, and I sat quite a lot with the parents of the female soldiers, and I think that once the move is right, that the PM will make it happen, and I think that this is what has happened, and this will also what happened this is what I'm understanding from what you're saying. I'm reading between the lines. What I'm saying is that I'm taking into consideration that our enemies are listening to us, and I want to tell you this. We will perform both goals. We will do it. We're determined, and it's hard for me to see it happen without us continuing the war. The war is not the goal, but we must be obliged to the security, to the defense. But let me ask you this. You've been waging war as a government for 16 months. What will you gain? What is still possible to gain that you haven't been able to gain for 16 months? You know, this kind of questions have been asked for a whole year now. Were we able to respond correctly? And we can always do things better. And with all the sorrow for what we haven't done, there's a great sorrow for the people who unfortunately passed or was murdered during this past year. But things have happened and there are achievements. No, I'm asking you seriously, on the tactic level, you want to bring back soldiers into Gaza? What we need to gain, we need Gaza clear of Hamas administration. We need Gaza de-armed, de-weaponized. Why haven't you been able to do it thus far? Anyone thinks that there's an easy solution here? Anyone thinks it's easy to perform it? I mean, Trump is now arriving with a great drive, a great vision, and he's challenging everyone. But let me ask you this. You used to serve as an officer and as a past officer in the IDF. What do you think that the great, powerful IDF didn't do for 16 months could be done now? And the IDF didn't do it yet. Why didn't do it yet? Why didn't you, the politicians, tell IDF to bring the complete victory? I mean, I used to be the commander of one of the previous speakers here, and during the previous operations, and after them, we had 2 years that were very difficult, 3 very difficult years after the last operation, that we worked so hard, and now going in there and work differently and in a creative manner, not because it was the right thing to do it before, but because now we can do it differently. This is something that now we can do, and we can manage and get to new achievements. We can deepen the achievements. We should do that, because otherwise we're not able to uphold anything in the Gaza envelope or any daily life. And I can't even tell you what will happen to Israel internationally. We're a strong state. We're a strong army. It's true, we are challenged. We have our internal challenges, our other challenges as well. But at the end of the day, Israel is a brand. It's a brand for just of the path. It's a just for craftsmanship, of creativity. And this is something that we must bring, and that we will do so. Can I ask you a yes or no question? Short questions. You could try. I don't know if we'll manage. Let's try it. So Israeli settlements is in Gaza, yes or no? I'm stealing some extra time here. Yes. Okay, it's the filibuster. So, annexing Gaza and Jewish settlements in Gaza, pro or con? I think we need to work in a consensus. I said pro or con, didn't I? Yes or no? I am pro-consensual actions, consensus. So you mean that most of the public agrees to? I am pro to consensus. So you're against. I'm for consensus. Arab transfer from Gaza to different places, including Luxembourg. I think that encouraging of immigration is something positive. It will happen? You think it will happen? Listen, when Trump says it will happen, I must help and empower that, because if it's not happening now, when will it happen? Could it change the reality? It could. Can I evaluate 5-10% part of this process? Even 5 or 10% of part of this process is meaningful. Okay, annexing Judea and Samaria, it's an opportunity. We're back to the previous answer. I said consensus. I am pro-consensus. I think the next government of Israel should be a bit broader than the present one. I think that many things that we will do in consensus will be stronger, will be more meaningful. And I said these things before October 7th, and I'm still saying them now. I just want to ask you that for the next question, don't say consensus. Give me a different answer. Going back to the judiciary overhaul, yes or no? I don't accept this terminology of overhaul. I'll tell you what I said. At the night before October 7th, in the news interview, and a week before that, in another interview, is that I said we should stop this legislation. We should declare a year of solidarity. And the interviewer said, what if no? And I said, I will not be in the cabinet, but I am concerned because, so you're saying that now Yair Levin, the Minister of Justice, going back to that is a mistake. I think we must bring a real change in the judiciary system. I think that there is a great majority in Israel, including in the Knesset, that understand these changes, and I think that we should do it now. Now, Is it possible to do it in a matter-of-factly way, in a good way? Yes. When politics in Israel looks better, and it will look better, we will also be able to do it in a better way. When the Prime Minister and the Minister of Justice, it's very difficult to work in a matter-of-factly when you're a clerk, when you're a professional. Okay, I used to be an IDF officer and commander, so you have to adhere to what you were told, to the commands. Same when you are the general attorney, you need to do what the government says. If it's hard, you need to stop. Are you going to fire the general attorney? Are you going to fire the general attorney? If she decides to quit because it's hard for her, the answer is yes. If I vote for firing her, it's a yes. Yes, you will also vote for firing the head of the Shin Bet. I think that first, each one of us, at the time, everyone who had a ministerial position and anyone who had a defense security position will eventually have to take upon them responsibility, including the PM, including everyone, including anyone who ever had a position, including telling the public, make a choice. Even if it's about saying, yes, I did my job. I'm not just saying these things. I'm saying that during the past 18 months, the continuity of position is important when it comes to the mega strategic military aspects that we all deal with, and we all know this. This mega strategic is something we're able to finish soon, and I'm telling you honestly, there are very significant dramatic events here. The public will judge at the day. Mega committee, the national committee, in this concept might get the trust and create all these inquiries that we need to talk about. There are many heavy issues when it comes to trust. Let me tell you, now the Judge Amit specifically with all of his appointment process and all of the discussion amongst the public about it, it should have been that there is a trust, the right trust from all of the public, because truly an inquiry committee should create true change in the state of Israel. You prefer a political inquiry. No, that's not what I said. I prefer a national inquiry committee with a great consensus. I think that two people such as Yisrael Shai and Dadi Simchi, as an idea, should promote something like that, could promote it. It could also be Ophir Sofer and Gadi Eisenkot. It could also be Benny Gantz and Itamar Ben-Gvir, let's say. Okay, one more question. If I could still, 1 extra minute. The fact that the PM, the chairman of the Knesset, the Minister of Justice are all choosing to be absent from a national ceremony of swearing in, inaugurating the president of the High Court, and I'm telling you, with all my honor to you, is it the right thing to do? And thank you, sir. Every person has a different job. He's responsible for asking. I'm responsible for giving an answer. I think that this testifies to how deep are things that we need to fix and repair, and the responsibility for the reality. No, try to be a bit sharper about this. Did you agree with this move that was very, very extreme? It was very difficult for me about things that came out about the president of the High Court and about the way people treated it. And I'm telling you that as public figures, we need to be completely clean to the public and to God. And the meaning of being clean in the eyes of the people, it has a meaning. And breaking all the system in Israel, is that the right thing? No, let me tell you that in my daily discussions at home, in my family, we talk about this. When my children want this or that, when my wife wants this or that, I always take into account, I don't say, I'm trying, I'm making an effort. And this is something that should be upheld by us. And when we say, and when we ask, we try not to speak from a position. I answer the question. There's a reality that it's hard to make a decision. And if I say yes or no, it's a problematic event. Yes. The president of the High Court, should he have acted differently? Yes. He should have not run. And the chairman of the Knesset and the Minister of Justice, did they act correctly? I think that all of this behavior should have been more correct. And I try yes or no. Thank you. Am I the Minister of Justice? Am I the Minister of Justice? You're sitting next to him in the table, if I'm not quite mistaken. Yeah, so last question. You're a public minister. Do you think that you've rehabilitated the North and South well? No. You failed? There's a consensus from the crowd yelling no, I think. Yes, I think we should do it much, much better. The crowd is yelling yes, they failed. I think we should have done it much better. I think that the North has never, and I'm saying it as someone who lives in the North, has never really been given a true plan for development of the North, and I think that now we have the opportunity, and unfortunately I'm not seeing this happening, and I think that in the South there was a good work being done led by Moshe Edri. It was great job. The relay was not as good, but I hope that now Minister Elkin, and I believe in him because he's a great man, and I hope he will take things to the right places. He surely needs to create a change. Okay, easy question to finish. The law of drafting the ultra-Orthodox. I think that the fact that we finished 2024 without drafting them, we failed. And this to you, 2025, is it the year where you will be voting for the drafts law, or will you promote the law against it? I will only vote for something that I agree with, and if I'm not content with the law, I will definitely consider whether I continue to being a member of the government. I don't mean in the coalition, but I will definitely consider. Interesting. Minister Sofer, thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for being here.
Now to the chapter on Iran. After crippling Hezbollah, changes of the regime in Syria, and fighting with Hamas, what can we expect with the Ayatollah regime? What are the possibilities that the Israeli leadership faces? We will receive answers from Rav Tzimt, Dr. Raz Tzimt, a senior researcher in INSS and the publisher of our strategic bulletin. Good morning. Let's take a moment to look about the country that is in one of its most difficult periods and that sustained in the last year blow after blow. It faces with a financial gap unprecedented, with a budgetary problem, leadership crisis and lack of trust from the public in the leadership, and with a collapse of its deterrence towards one of its most bitter enemies. No, this is not Israel. I'm talking about Iran of February 2025. If we look in the last few months from Tel Aviv to Tehran, you see a weak country in financial collapse, some may say even on the verge of regime change. What we don't see so much is a country that is dealing with recalculating its course, because 2025 is going to be a year of decisive issues. In the next few minutes, I will take you into the meeting rooms of the high echelon of decision-making in Tehran and see how they see the situation from inside. The year 2024 was one of the most difficult years for the Islamic Republic of Iran. How difficult? So difficult that the deputy president of Iran, the former deputy, compared its failures to the most difficult trauma they had, the Iran-Iraq War, and specifically to April 1988, where Iraq not only was able to reconquer areas that Iran took over a few years before, but by using chemical weapons. The height of its humiliation, the 45th anniversary for the Islamic Revolution, February 2024, Iran commemorated, crippled, but with self-confidence. So confident that on the 13th of April they dared to strike directly Israel. If you would tell me 20 years ago, more or less, when I started my romance with the Iranians, that the leader of Iran will decide to launch hundreds of rockets and UAVs towards Israel, I would tell you that you have lost it. In May 2024, problems began. Let's remember what happened in the internal arena and regional. On 19th of May, President of Iran, Raisi, was killed when his helicopter crashed. Raisi was a relatively failed president, a bureaucrat with the charisma of a carpet, a Persian carpet, if you wish. But as far as Khamenei, his death was a fundamental issue because Raisi had some trait which was total loyalty to the leader. In parallel, Iran slowly went into a financial crisis. 3 years ago, if you would go to the money exchange in the bazaar in Tehran and you would give him a bill of $1, you would get for it 300,000 Iranian rial. If you'd go back this morning, you would get for this more than 900,000 Iranian rial, 3 times the amount. In the beginning of current winter, the Iranian leadership have pre-planned power outages after a year of neglect and lack of investment, totally crippled fundamental assets. You can compare Iran to a building for 46 years without renovation. It's still standing, but the walls are failing. The infrastructure is failing. There's mildew in the walls. This summer, Iran and its proxies got blows regionally. Hania of Hamas was killed inside Tehran. Hezbollah's leadership was decapitated in Beirut. Yahya Sinwar was taken out in Gaza. But the most significant, in 2024, the Assad regime toppled. In the days after the toppling of Assad regime, it's hard not to remember, with the words of a radical leader, Mahdi Taib, that said in 2013 that if Iran has to choose between maintaining Syria and maintaining Khuzestan, an oil-rich place in the Persian Gulf, they need Syria. And this is before we even spoke about other ramifications like Israeli strikes in Iran and return of Trump to power in the US. So when this is the picture, what do we do in a country like Iran where its president, Masoud Pezeshkian, is also a doctor? First, you create a deep medical assessment to see what went wrong and what are the symptoms. How could it be that after years where we built a wonderful network of proxies, we're left alone facing Israel? Qasem Soleimani certainly is rolling over in his grave. How could it be that after hundreds of UAVs and rockets that we fired at Israel, it still acts against us and against the resistance front that we established in the Middle East? Then we go to diagnosis, and most importantly to the remedy. But here, there's an argument among the politicians or doctors. The diagnosis of the more pragmatics in Iran is that Iran is in a slippery slope leading to an abyss. And so the remedy for them is to invest, at least in this phase, in solving the problems within, at home. It doesn't mean neglecting its allies, certainly not the nuclear program or rocket program, but the billions we should invest in failing infrastructure and air defense systems, and less in standing up Hezbollah and Hamas. Money for the neighborhoods, not for the resistance. And the Iranian economy has to be fixed with prices to be paid in the nuclear program. Like Hassan Rouhani, the former president, said in the 2013 political campaign, the centrifuges should spin, but it's more important that the economy spins. On the other hand, the diagnosis of the radicals is that these are temporary problems with fixable problems. And so the remedy is to recalculate the course, but without deviating from the main road and without giving up the revolutionary principles. Continued resistance in the region, death to the little devil Israel, death to the great Satan United States, and resistance to any giving in. In this rift or challenge between reformists and their rivals, there's only one that can decide, Ali Khamenei, the leader called the supreme leader, the representatives of the God and the Shia on earth. And Khamenei of February 2025 is older, maybe more ill, but decisions he still can make. And the zealous feeling he never left. Let's enter his shoes, or his plastic worn sandals, if you may, and try to see what he believes in. Do you invest in the finance market, in stocks? There's ups and there are downs. We may be pressured when our stock is on and we are losing money. But you must always remember that at the end, there is a rise. This is just the way Khamenei sees the situation. He believes that Iran is now in another phase in the Islamic revolution that leads to an historic change, changing from a unipolar order to a multipolar world order where Iran and the resistance fronts will fulfill a central role alongside Russia, China, and the global South. He also believes that you cannot trust the United States, and even if tomorrow morning Iran gives up its nuclear aspirations and puts all the centrifuges in containers and send them to Eilat, this will not change the American policy, and the United States will continue to act in order to weaken Iran on the way to reach the ultimate goal, regime change. And what's with the economy? Khamenei believes that the financial crisis we can solve with neutralizing the sanctions by resistance economy, and not necessarily with removing them. He also remembers very well the former leader Khomeini that was asked a short time after the revolution, how were you faced with the financial problems in Iran? And he answered, he says in Farsi, economy is for donkeys. And he added, we didn't do this in order to reduce the prices of watermelons. And still, when the pressures within and from without grow stronger, even Khamenei cannot neglect the issue that's most important, regime strength, the survivability of the regime. And he's getting close to the juncture where he will ask if remaining in power with paying a price of compromise, or hold on to his heritage and pay the price of confrontation. 2025 will be a year of decision, not only for Israel and the United States, attacking Iran, not attacking Iran, but also for Iran itself. The pressure rises, the tension between moderates and extremists heightens, and Khamenei this year may be faced with a central question, Farsi again, drinking the chalice of poison. Will he need to compromise like his predecessor that in 1988, after 8 difficult years of war, was forced to take compromise, ceasefire, and for him, he said it was more difficult than drinking poison. Of course, it's clear now that his decision will have ramifications not only for the course of Iran in the next year. For the citizens of Iran, it will define if the Islamic Republic of Iran will succeed and reach its 50th year, with Khamenei or without him. For us, it may define if we are facing a year of calm relative or military strike in Iran. Thank you very much.
We are still staying with Iran, with a panel that will deal with the Iran's nuclear program and its development, and Israel's strategies and the Western strategies in order to prevent Iran from becoming nuclear. So it is my honor to invite Simon Walters, the British ambassador to Israel, Dan Shapiro, the former ambassador to Israel, and also Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense, and Sima Shine, Director of the Iran and the Shiite Axis here at INSS, and the moderator of the panel will be Moav Vardi, Chief International Correspondent and anchorman at Kan 11 channel.
Hello everyone, good morning. The next session will be in English because of our distinguished guests. Translation switching to Hebrew.
The title of
הכותרת
this session
של
is on the
הסשן
threshold,
הזה
a struggle
על
of
סף
Israel and the West
מאבק
against
של
Iran's
ישראל
nuclear
והמערב
program.
נגד תוכנית הגרעין של איראן,
And we assume
ואנחנו מניחים
now that Iran
כעת
is already a threshold
שאיראן
state.
היא כבר מדינת
Threshold
סף
state.
גרעינית.
We are no longer talking about
כבר
how to
איננו
prevent
מדברים
Iran
על איך למנוע מאיראן
becoming a nuclear
מלהפוך
threshold state,
למדינת סף גרעינית,
but how
אלא כיצד
we might be able to
נוכל
make it back off from the situation
לגרום
where it's at
לאיראן
now.
לסגת מהנקודה
Because
שבה היא נמצאת
according to,
כעת, כי על פי
All the experts,
כל המומחים,
Iran
איראן
is within
היא
a short,
בתוך טווח
very short pace
זמן קצר
from becoming
מיכולת
nuclear
להפוך
power.
למעצמה
Just a
גרעינית.
matter of the decision, but this
זה רק
by
עניין
the
של
supreme leader.
החלטה
And I'm
מהמנהיג
very
העליון.
honored and happy
ולכבוד הוא לי, ואני שמח
to host
לארח,
this session
להנחות
with
את
our
המושב
guest,
הזה עם אורחנו,
Ambassador Dan Shapiro,
שגריר
up
דן
until
שפירו,
recently,
עד
the
לפני
Deputy
לא הרבה זמן
Assistant
סגן
Secretary
עוזר
of
שר
Defense
ההגנה
for Middle East Policy,
למדיניות
and
המזרח
former
התיכון.
ambassador to Israel. Dan, I can promise you that you will not have to fill out a report, what have you done last week after this session, and report it to Elon Musk. But other than that, okay. Sima Shine is currently the director of Iran and the Shia Axis Research Program at the INSS and former head of the research division in the Israel. And hello, Mr. Ambassador. Ambassador Simon Walters is the UK ambassador to Israel. All these three guys have very, very big, very large experience in the Iranian nuclear file. Dan is an ambassador and is a key player in the Iranian file team in the Biden administration. Sima, of course, as the role that she had as the Mossad and now at the INSS. And Ambassador Walters used to be serving as a diplomat in Saudi Arabia, in Egypt, in Yemen, in Iraq, wherever I cannot go. So I envy him. Iran is a threshold state, and President Trump is running the world because he's the president of the United States. Idea now is to solve this problem diplomatically. He keeps telling and reiterates his policy is to bring Iran to the table and make this nuclear program going back by diplomatic means. I want to start with you, Dan, and asking, regardless our opinions about it, from an expert analysis, either an agreement that both Ali Khamenei and Trump can agree on, whether the maximum concessions the Iranians can make meets the minimum requirements by the U.S. administration.
Thanks, Moav, and it's good to be back at INSS. It's like coming home. Let me just make a couple observations before I really hit the question that you're asking. First, Iran, I think it's important to emphasize, while also on the cusp of being able to be a breakout nuclear state, is also at its weakest point at any time in recent years, maybe even in recent decades. And that's the result of an incredible series of events, largely taken actions by the Israeli military and the Israeli intelligence services against Hamas, against Hezbollah, ultimately leading to the collapse of the Assad regime, successfully defending against Iranian attacks in April and October, and of course successfully striking in Iran in April and especially in October. All of that, by the way, done in very close coordination with the United States, with CENTCOM, between CENTCOM and the IDF. None of those achievements are things that only one of us achieved. Those for combined Israeli-U.S. achievements that have put Iran on the back foot. And so there's an opportunity with Iran seeing its proxy network and its own air defenses and its own ballistic missile production capability really damaged, to continue to keep the pressure on and keep them on the back foot. That's even separate, but runs alongside the nuclear diplomacy.
Even though up until now, just to interrupt you, external pressure on Iran hasn't made the leadership in Iran to say, okay, we give up the nuclear program. On the opposite, it pushed them to the corner where say we must have a nuclear program in order to defend ourselves from being toppled by the West.
So with all those other assets hurt, they may in fact be motivated to move faster, which makes the diplomacy and the military option, which we'll get to second, even more urgent. So President announced his preference for a deal, that he wants to negotiate a deal. He really only emphasizes the nuclear issue in that deal. He's not, in his description of it, talking about a comprehensive agreement that addresses Iran's regional activities. We should talk about that. He, of course, announced in his first few days in office a return of maximum pressure and a whole series of sanctions. But I think we should be honest that it takes time for those sanctions to have an effect. Iran already is in very severe economic distress, but for those sanctions to have an effect and for the United States government to be staffed in order to actually enforce those sanctions against China or to prevent Chinese purchases of Iranian oil and other sanctions evasions takes time. It's not something that's going to happen between February and April. It will take much of this year to get that architecture to really be effective. And of course, there's a looming issue, which is the threat of snapback sanctions. That the United States, no longer a member of the JCPOA, cannot execute. Only our E3 partners, the UK, we'll get to it, France and Germany have the capability to initiate that snapback, and that has to be done by late summer, early fall. So we have about a 6-month window to try to use the pressures of that, the pressures of the economic sanctions, and the possibility of diplomacy to see if there's an opening. So let me just say to your question on diplomacy. I think the President is going to offer direct negotiations with the Iranians, and I'm not sure if that will even get off the ground, but he prefers to do that bilaterally. Of course, it should be coordinated as much as possible with European partners. I want to just put in parentheses that the utter shift of the U.S. position on Ukraine, which we saw in this kind of shocking vote at the UN General Assembly yesterday, endorsing the Russian position and not criticizing Russia for the invasion of Ukraine, has put a lot of tension into the U.S.-European relationship, and I don't know exactly how that could spill over to coordination on Iran. The agreement that Trump should seek, and I think he would try to seek, would require absolute clarity on full dismantlement of Iran's advanced enrichment capability, the export of its highly enriched uranium stockpile, full verification and absolute adherence to IAEA protocols to ensure that it doesn't, in undeclared sites or in, obviously, its declared nuclear sites, cheat. That is the kind of agreement, only kind of agreement, that could provide actual credible assurance that Iran is not going to, in a period of time, go back to producing. One thing that should be different from the JCPOA is it should not have sunsets. These restrictions should be made permanent. Now, to your question, is that an agreement that the Iranian leadership, that the Supreme Leader can agree to? The Iranians are very adept at stretching out these negotiations, at trying to divide between the U.S. and other partners in the negotiations. Of course, there's this new U.S.-Russian coordination on Ukraine. Again, something quite different and shocking, but that may create openings for Iran to haven't seen any sign yet that the President Trump is using his shift on Ukraine in Russia's favor to get Russia to be more cooperative in putting pressure on Iran. Maybe he will, but we haven't seen that yet. But I think, to your question, if in that period of time we're talking about the next 6 to 9 months, is there an agreement that would meet all of those requirements that the Iranian leadership will agree to in that period of time? I think it's very unlikely, which means that the military option has to very much be on the table, and we'll get to it in the next round.
We'll get to it. Thank you, Dan. Just a second, Sima. I want to go over to Simon first. Usually, it's working. It is. Usually, we look at the Iranian issue as a two-player game, two players game, the U.S. and Iran. And maybe Trump want it to be a bilateral game. And I want to ask you about the role of the E3, of the three European superpowers, Germany, France, and the UK, and the incentive and the benefits that the negotiations can have using your power.
Thank you. Well, I think it is clear, and you wouldn't be surprised to hear me say that the E3, France, Germany, and the United Kingdom have an absolutely central role in the resolution of this problem. And it's worth saying at the outset, rather as Dan did, that we very clearly recognize the very serious state of the Iranian nuclear program. I mean, a couple of important facts are worth just registering, and I know to this audience, it's very unlikely that anyone will need persuading, but they are producing 60% high enriched uranium at a higher rate than ever before. The IAEA estimates that every month they are producing one significant quantity of high enriched uranium. That's enough to make, in principle, a nuclear weapon with further enrichment. There is no possible civilian justification for this. It's more than any other state without nuclear weapons has done. And it's, of course, in total breach of the JCPOA. So I set that out because I want to make clear that when we in Europe argue for a negotiated approach, that's not because we are in some way naive or weak or soft about the problem, the threat that Iran presents. Quite the contrary. But we do see an important opportunity. Dan has set out the important strategic shift. And we see that the Iranians do want to negotiate. Now, the E3 negotiators have been in touch, have had several rounds of conversations with their few months. We see strong signs that they want to keep talking. Now, yes, of course, we're not naive. We know that they will seek to drag that out. We have told them very clearly that there is a deadline for doing a deal. And that deadline is the middle of the year. It's end of June.
Middle of the year?
Middle of the year.
I thought you would say October, which is the deadline for the snapback.
October is the point at which the snapback mechanism expires. If you wish to use the snapback mechanism, you have to start the process well before October. And so we would need to start the process in the middle of the summer. So that
let me make it harder for you.
Okay, go ahead.
First of all, Mr. Zimt, just before us, was on stage, and I'm sure he will tell us that the Iranians have learned how to deal with a sanctions policy. That is, they can maintain economic reality within a very hard sanctions reality. So the sanctions haven't made them to capitulate. One. Second, the principal arguments by the Israeli government led by Netanyahu is that the JCPOA that you have supported was problematic because when it comes to the sunset, when it expires, it gives Iranians almost a carte blanche to do whatever it wants, and then the JCPOA enabling a nuclear Iran. And if he wants now to go to some kind of the same provisions of the last agreement, the JCPOA, you're not solving the problem.
Okay, well, let me start with the last point first. So we are completely clear that we are not looking for JCPOA reinvigorated or reimagined or reinvented. We are not looking for a new version of the JCPOA. We're looking for a totally different sort of deal, a deal which gives a complete guarantee that Iran is not going to develop a nuclear weapon.
So you think the JCPOA was a mistake?
No, I don't. It was the right deal for the time. But the situation has now changed. When the situation changes, you change your approach. We're in a different world now, and we need a deal that gives us a long-term confidence that Iran will not become a nuclear power. And the role that the E3 play, our ability uniquely to trigger the snapback mechanism, makes the European role extremely important. And yes, Iran will try to draw it out, but we are alert to that possibility. It's worth also mentioning the really important role we play at the IAEA, the International Atomic Energy Association, which is very important for establishing independently and unequivocally what the facts are of the Iranian nuclear program, and it is an important venue for holding Iran to account. Now, the UK, and working with our German and French colleagues, have been a leading player in getting, in pushing Iran to account. We have remained robust and strong on this even when others have not. So that mechanism remains extremely important, and we intend to continue to use it.
Thank you. There is a growing sentiment following October 7th and following the success of Israel as as Dan just laid out in the pressure on Iran. Following that, there is a growing sense and vocal arguments within the Israeli leadership saying that this is a timing for a military attack by Israel on the Iranian nuclear sites, on the Iranian nuclear programs. This is the right time to do it. And I want to ask you, why not? Why not to use this exceptional timing and a very friendly, or I would say, a kind of an American president that supports the current government in Israel, and go for a military option to deal with the Iranian nuclear program?
So let me start by saying, first of all, something that relates to both Dan and Walters about where does it stand with the agreement? Because before, if there is an agreement, if there is a dialogue, an ongoing dialogue between the US and Iran, or between the US and the Europeans and Iran, Israel will not strike. So let me say a word about an agreement. The question whether an agreement is possible and what is it from the Israeli point of view. So first of all, I agree with Dan. I think the minimum and the maximum of both sides does not reach each other, and there is a huge gap that will be difficult. I don't want to say that it will not be.
A gap between the Americans and the Iranians.
Of course.
Not to mention the Israelis and the
now
Americans.
I'll say a word about the Israelis. Israel will be in a very his way of behavior when the JCPOA was on the way, even before it was signed or agreed. He went to the Congress to try and persuade the Americans not to go for the JCPOA. And then, the minute it was agreed by the sides, he came out opposing it. So what will happen now if there is an agreement between Trump and the Iranians? Are now able to go against Trump?
No.
I think you answered it better.
No, but
than
Dan
me.
is suggesting that the agreement will be closer to the agreement wants.
He will not go against. Second, he will try to make everything possible. The Trump will go for 0-0-0. That's the Israeli position. Iran shouldn't have a nuclear program, which I completely agree, of course. But the question, of course, is if it is a real option. I don't think it is, to make it clear. But I do think that Israel will be in a very difficult situation to go against any agreement. And my fear is, my concern is that Trump will go for an agreement in order to agreement. Because he came and he said, I want an agreement, that's the best way for you. And the possibility, the Iranians, they are saying, every second Iranian is saying, we are willing to go for negotiations, we want an agreement, and we are able to give the commitment not to go for a nuclear device. And that's what Trump was saying. He doesn't want Iran to be nuclear. And they say, we will give it. So I'm concerned that it will be enough for the Americans and something that will not be acceptable even for me. Now to your question about the military strike, I would like, there is a poll that the INSS has just conducted on this issue, and I will be happy if it could be on the screen. What does the Israeli think about a nuclear strike? Well, if it's not on the screen, It is. Okay, great. So the first question was whether Israel should attack the nuclear sites. In any case, also without the... And as you can see, 33% of the Jews in Israel should... no, just a minute, let me see if I'm correct. No.
33% think
Jews
that,
and nine in the Arab community, and the common decade is 28. Which is very, very low. Now, the second question was whether Israel should attack the nuclear sites. Here you see a huge support. 53% of the Jews in Israel. There's 23 of the Arabs, and the compound is 47. 50% of the Israelis support an attack. And the last one, whether Israel should prevent itself from any attack, there was a very, very low support for that in the society. So, out from this poll that was conducted a week ago is that the Israeli society thinks, probably after years of being preached for that Israel should attack the nuclear sites in order to prevent a nuclear capability in Iran. Now the question, of course, will be whether Israel can do it on its own. I'm not relating to that. I don't know, I'm many years out. But I can say one thing. The worst possibility for Israel will be to go and attack that will not destroy the program and will enable Iran to go and to rush, not to just go, to rush for a nuclear deal. If it is out the US, it should be completely, should be sure, more than 100% that it can ruin the program, that it will take years to rebuild it. Now, of
Without
course,
going into confidential details, is it likely to happen? Is it reasonable to think that it's real? That Israel can dismantle the home by its own?
I think no question.
No, us.
I know. Let me start by, going from... second, I think Israel and the US can do it very well. And third, I think a huge to the project. I don't know if it is able, I don't know. It's not an whether Israel is able to completely destroy the project. At the end of the day, cooperation between Israel and the Trump administration would be very important. I think it might happen if, first of all, if Iran makes a mistake, the Iranians are saying they will leave the NPT. If they leave the NPT, this is a huge problem, and it might be a reason for an attack.
Ambassador Shapiro, I want to turn to you. Trump wants a diplomatic solution, and you have to carry a big stick when you're going to negotiation. And the question is, does Trump carry? I mean, is it a credible military threat? Is it only maximum pressure economically and politically? And Trump makes some, not surprisingly contradictory announcement. He doesn't want any new wars. To new ones. On the other hand, he every now and then promised that the gates of hell open the list. So, what do you make of the threat that the Trump administration is posing on Iran if Iran is not going to come to terms with what the U.S. wants in an agreement?
So in addition to the leverage of the snapback possibility, in addition to the maximum pressure sanctions, there's no question that a credible military threat is essential to any chance, whatever the chance is, and I think it's low, but whatever the chance of a successful diplomatic approach and an agreement being reached, that's only going to be true if the Iranians perceive that there's a credible military threat. So there are a lot of things that go into making sure that threat is credible, including the intent ultimately to use it. One is the broader posture the United States has in the Middle East. If, for example, President Trump listens to the voices in his administration who says, we don't really need to have our troops in Syria, we don't really need to have our troops in Iraq, even though that's not about the nuclear program, but it is about, it's about counter ISIS, but it's also about being able to compete with Iran for influence in those arenas. The Iranians will not take very seriously the threat of a military strike, because it will be following the path that he says, I want less involvement, I want fewer wars. So remaining firmly present in the region is part of that. Obviously, coordination very closely with Israel is part of it, because there are different range of options. There are U.S. capabilities that Israel does not have that would do greater damage to this program. Israel, no question, can do significant damage to the program. If it does, it's going to need U.S. assistance, just as it had significant U.S. assistance in coordination in the strikes it took in October that took out the Iranian air defenses and the Iranian ballistic missile production capabilities. That's a coordinated effort, but together we can do more. There are some who suggest that the United States might make available to Israel certain capabilities that Israel does not have, that the U.S. has. That is not realistic on the timeline we're talking about. The amount of time,
even not under Trump?
It would not. My experience at the Department of Defense tells me that it would not be realistic in the timeline we're talking about, 6, 8, 9 months, to get Israelis the access and the training and the preparation to use capabilities they've never used before to be able to execute something as and important as this. Not that Israel isn't capable of it, but there isn't time to do those preparations. There are other things we can do together. There's some joint exercises we might resume if Israel's operational tempo is lower because Hezbollah and Hamas those wars are not as active. Maybe there's room for some joint exercise that can signal to the Iranians. There are other things we have to prepare for. We, the United States, we have bases throughout the Gulf that would be within range of Iranian short-range ballistic missiles as retaliation for any strike. And so we would need to begin to do the force protection and the reassurance to our Gulf partners that we would help protect them and also have access to use their airspace and use those bases to help us with that attack. The Iranians would see all that preparation going on. We would have to do it to protect ourselves. We would also be able to signal to the Iranians that we're serious about potentially using that military option by doing those steps. So all of those are steps that can be taken in the next 4, 5, 6 months while there's an attempt to negotiate, while the threat of snapback holds on, while the maximum pressure sanctions start to have their effect. Ultimately, though, the moment of truth decision could come as early as this fall if Iran withdraws from the NPT, if Iran is right up against breakout, if the sanctions and the other tools have not brought them to actually essentially agree to all the conditions I laid out earlier, that moment of truth will come. And then it's a conversation between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Who does it? Do we do it together? Or do we do it in some coordinated fashion?
One sentence, to remind all of us, when Trump was talking about Iran in the press conference with Netanyahu, he said, I called them to come to the table, and if no, Israel will attack them. He didn't say the US will attack them.
Yeah. So maybe the worst thing that can happen, Trump will give a green light to Netanyahu and say, okay, go ahead. You have my green light. And he has to decide. Bye-bye. Yeah. Dan, to conclude, so you say that you don't the Iranian and the US administration agree on the same provisions. The gap is too wide. And then you said, we're saying that sanctions haven't been effective up until now to make Iranian capitulate. So practically say it will come within this year, 2025, to a point that Trump and Netanyahu will have to decide how they're going to perform a military attack, but it's going to happen. Because Iran is not going to be back down within the nuclear program. I mean, there is no other conclusion from what you're saying.
I think it's very likely they will be faced with that decision later this year. The fact that they can make clear through preparations that they're prepared to use it is an additional leverage that may help make it unnecessary by a more successful approach through negotiations. But a credible military threat is only credible if you're prepared to use it.
let me make it harder for you, Mr. Shapiro. Trump is motivated by the economy situation in the United States, both in his mindset and of course, in terms of political internal interests. And if he decides to go to a war with Iran or to attack, he might take into consideration that it's going to be a war, a regional war, where the Iranians will attack, oil facilities around the Middle East, U.S. American bases in Qatar and Bahrain and whatever. It's a full-scale war, which is dramatically going to affect oil prices around the world. Now, it's everything that Trump hates. In the moment of truth, Trump will say, let's go a little bit less with the agreement, just anything to avoid a full-scale war with Iran, because it's kind of against what he preaches throughout the past year.
Moav, I try never to read Donald Trump's mind. That's an occupational hazard I won't get into. But he will be faced with exactly that decision. And he has signaled in all the ways you've said his distaste for wars in the Middle East. He has members of his administration who are actively arguing that we have fewer interests in the Middle East, we should be focused exclusively on China. Frankly, if you really listen to what he is saying, he's saying he wants to negotiate with Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping a 50% cut in defense spending by all three countries. Well, that's the end of American power projection in the Middle East and maybe anywhere outside of our own hemisphere. If that is his vision of the U.S. role in the world, it's not very likely he would want to what could turn into a significant conflict in the Middle East, not a one-night strike and then it's over.
You articulated the question, Mr. Shapiro.
I listened to him very carefully, but I don't try to read his mind.
Okay. Always a diplomat, huh? Ambassador Walters, I want to ask you, if it comes to October and the snapbacks are on and the Iranians are not willing to make these concessions required by the international community and they keep going with their nuclear, would the UK support military options against Iran? First, support that, and second, to join the efforts, the military efforts against Iran?
First of all, on sanctions and your skepticism about whether they'll work, I think bear in mind that the snapback sanctions are a very comprehensive set of sanctions, and that will have an impact. And it's very clear that the Iranians see that and they fear that. So that is a very powerful lever.
Even though, in the JCPOA, in the years that led up to the JCPOA, we had China and Russia on board on sanctions. Now we do not.
There is an enforcement challenge.
So economically, it gives a lifeline, very, 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 very important lifeline to the Iranian regime, even though we have sanctions.
Enforcement is a challenge, but all the same. Sanctions of this breadth and depth would be very impactful. On the question of the UK's position, if the United States or Israel chose to use military action, well, I mean, that's a very big decision that the UK would have to take. I'm not going to set British policy here on this stage. It'll be a decision for Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, and his cabinet. And we're going to focus in the meantime on Plan A, which is to get a good deal, a deal that works through negotiations.
How you envision the deal? It has to address the nuclear program only, or much wider aspects of the Iranian military and I would say economically and the political spectrum?
Well, I mean, we're well aware of the multiple threats that Iran represents, not just nuclear, of course. But for Europeans, the Iranian support for Russia in Ukraine is a very serious grievance. Iran is responsible for the deaths of Ukrainians on the streets of Kiev and elsewhere. Iran is conducting terrorist operations and acts of subversion in Europe. It's not a secret, but it is not widely known that in the last 2 years there have been 20 attempts by the Iranian regime to kidnap or murder individuals in the UK, in Britain. Which is an extraordinarily, we have prevented almost all of those. That's an extraordinarily aggressive posture by Iran. So we understand very well that Iran represents multiple threats, and we need to put an end to those threats. We need to be realistic about what we can cover in a deal, and a lot will rest on the negotiators' shoulders in the negotiating room. But we need to get to a position not only where we have dealt with the nuclear program, but where we have dealt with the other destabilizing and subversive behavior of the Iranian regime in this region and well beyond.
Thank you. Last question to you, Sima Shine. The situation is very complicated. The Iranians are within reach to be a nuclear power. The United States do not wish to go for a military attack as the first priority. On the diplomatic arena, we just discussed that. We don't know whether it's even realistic to think that there is an agreement in hand which will meet the requirement by Israel. If I were the Israeli Prime Minister will come to you and say, what is your best suggestion as what policy should we conduct now in order to make the Iranian nuclear threat as less imminent?
Very easy question, huh? Actually, I want to say, depending on everything that was said here, I think Israel cannot play alone on this scene. It's a very complicated issue. It's an issue that needs US support, not only from the military point of view, which is of course very crucial, but also politically from the point of view of the international community, vis-a-vis the Europeans, vis-a-vis the Security Council. And the question is, of course, the day after an attack. Because Iran is not, as they are saying, everyone has to follow what they are saying and to understand that they are meaning what they say. They mean what they say, and they say we will attack back, and we will attack not just in one attack. We'll do it in 2 months, and that's not something that should be excluded from the scenario of an attack. So I do think that an attack must be an option, and a real option, not just to put it on the table, as everybody is saying, but a real option to be used. But before that, all other venues should be used, should be put on before the Iranians in a way, of course, with a demand not for a JCPOA 201, but for a much longer and much more profound agreement. The question you asked before also whether it should be only nuclear or also regional and other issues. I think we don't have time for an extensive agreement. We difficultly to say that we have time for a nuclear one, but not for all other issues. And I think first and foremost we should stop the program, and negotiations will stop the program and then start rolling it back, because Iran is just a political decision is needed in order for Iran to have they have enough material for around 10 devices.
Yeah.
They decide politically to do it. So this is the situation we have never faced before.
Okay, 2025 is going to be crucial to the Iranian nuclear issue. From a journalistic point of view, it's good news, because next year when we're going to sit here, we will have the answers to these difficult questions. I want to thank you so much, Dan Shapiro, Sima Shine, Ambassador Walters. Thank you so much for listening.
The next panel will deal with the different players of the axis of resistance under Iran, with the dramatic changes that took place during the past months. And it is my honor to invite Orna Mizrahi, senior researcher of the INSS, former deputy of the National Security Advice for Foreign Policy, Inbal Nissim Luft, on researcher of the history of modern Yemen at Moshe Dayan Center at TAU, and Dr. Karmit Valensi, senior researcher of the INSS. The moderator of this panel is Roy Case, Arab Affairs Chief Correspondent at Kan 11 News. Yes, we can hear. Okay, Moav, my colleague, took a bit of a time. I'm going to close it with him later. Okay, so our panel deals with the continued struggle against the Iranian-led axis of resistance. We titled it Beirut Meets Sana. Sounds like a great place to live, but not for real. And I want to start, if you will, with what happened 2 days ago. 2 days ago, we saw at Beirut the funeral of Nasrallah, the former leader of Hezbollah, that during the last few years, especially after Al-Quds leader was assassinated, he became the barometer of this axis, the glue that holds it together. And I think that his elimination, and there are many things, many POVs we can talk about regarding that since October 7th, who and there I want to start first of all with talking what we haven't, because sense of that has okay, so what we panel, I'm glad, unrelated to Hezbollah. Hezbollah after October 8th is not the same Hezbollah as the day before. And during this past year, truly the organization, not during the first 11 months, but during the last 3 months, took the hardest blow it could have imagined. And we find the organization of Hezbollah today weakened and battered. And I'm not going to repeat all the different components of the loss that they've experienced, only very briefly. I mean, it was presented here earlier this morning. We're talking about the fact that they lost 80 of its fire of its arms, and 4,000 men were killed and many were injured of the warriors. And the peak that influenced quite a lot beyond the Beeper attack that had a psychological effect. It was the question of many ranking people from Hezbollah, from the leadership Hezbollah in the lead of the leaders. But today Hezbollah is at a point where hardly has the void that was created in their administration, in the both in the political leadership and obviously when it comes to the military leadership and these sort of things. And today the person who is even like it eliminating to this leader, and therefore it has the influence. Yeah, so his heir, Yusufuddin, was eliminated a few days after him. So only few men were left behind that are able to fill his shoes. And add to that the toppling of the Assad regime and the fact that many of the ways of transporting weapons and budgets are now blocked for them, for Hezbollah. And all this reflected what is now happening within Lebanon, the great loss of the very high status it had within the political of someone who makes the decisions. And he, in fact, being and decision will with him not been seeing how the voice of the new leaders at Lebanon, the does not like, he is a very low representation in the government. The government guidelines and principles make decisions about making peaceful decisions that very third block that Hezbollah held. And so they are difficult spearhead the war. Okay, and we'll soon, if you permit, Ona, I will now move on to Inbal. I want to talk to you about, I think that there didn't, when I'm talking now about the Houthis in Taiman, very great to, not to them, but to that Houthi, is that they are one aspect that was not yet deterred in the axis of resistance, and also that at the end of the day, it was good since October 7th. It seems that by Israel on Sana'a, Mossad, land, the home region, that in fact of Yemen when it comes to entering and exiting at least when it comes to, so even morning everything ends for them. Profit is great. And the day after, for them, positions very for force in any kind of agreement that will be taking shape. We are always looking at the Houthi. It has been going through a civil war for over a decade, and there are many different forces there that are asking to get some recognition, reshape it, and all in all, this whole story of the war also has another layer. There was one layer of fighting for the future of Yemen, for the future of Yemen, and it will influence. There's a question about the Houthi. People keep saying Houthi means Iran and Iran means, but it seems that at least when it comes to the control of Iran, it's not absolute their activity. They see themselves as the axis of resistance. They are a bit. There's this very point of view, anyways. To the system, and we destroy this basis, we will see the whole thing toppling down, and maybe it's just so looking at the Lebanese and Syrian, but see this here that is quite different when it comes to that, different from the Iranian military. And I'm not the only who holds to this opinion. It's not a proxy when in the same way we think of Hezbollah or the Iraq militias. There's an entity here that is the result of an inner Yemen constellation that has been growing around the mountains of North Yemen in the periphery, with tribal elements from as a group, as a movement of Islam, of revival of the Shiite Islam. That is also an important angle. It's different from the Shia that we see in Iran, and it's not a natural alliance. They're not pragmatic from this idea. They go to the Shia world and then to the all Islamic world in order to connect themselves to the Palestinians. So it's quite dynamic, and they're very practical when it comes to that. But it is an internal entity that started operating because they had the government, because of they were being excluded on a society and religious level, on when it comes to center and periphery, being in the financial center, and also as a movement, they were very much against the government. They also added to that the hatred towards Israel, so that's ideology already. And within a couple of decades, since from the mountains of Yemen, they've made them to a regional power, but the partner clearly their military intensification and abilities that they're absolutely the result of their alliance with. I would put them in the same basket with Iran just because I'm trying to be academically or historically accurate. It's practical. At the end we want to operate with, and it's better to adopt a conception that is a bit more complex regarding them. Okay, we spoke of Hezbollah and Houthi. Karmit, I'm now moving on to you. Syria. We've spoken about Hezbollah and the Iranian militias in Iraq, and even Iranians directly interfered. And I want to take you to Syria after the 7th, that the Assad was very passive compared to the other links in the chain. Away from and trying to understand what's happening in the past from an Iranian perspective. The Syrian project, the Iranian Syria failed twice, or at least disappointed the Axis twice. First time, truly quiet compared to the arenas are put to become this is quiet. So we've been dealing with Syria for a long time about this great turning Syria into an arena that is part of the Axis for moving weapons, etc., to militarize Hezbollah, to weaponize Hezbollah, and militias that have been coming through Syria for years to make it anti-Iran the day it was to see that Assad did not join in, and the main reason was that Assad, as we've known him, what moves did not want to jeopardize security. War and many other internal challenges. He didn't want to jeopardize himself and his status. And also, let's mention the fact that at the beginning of the war, he also received some threatening messages from Israel. Do not join this battle because your safety would really be in a great question. That's true. And also, let me add that it also created tensions between him and the other members of the Axis, the Iranians, for example, and Assad became closer to the Emirates during the past few years, and the Saudis. So that's also part of it. Yes. So Syria did not only axis against Israel, but Assad during these months also stopped the Axis from acting on certain levels, and he wanted the different militias not to act his fragile status. So they were quite tamed, and Assad did not let them freedom of action, and also they were some assassinations and eliminations, not only in Lebanon but also in Syria, and they became much pulling down of the Bashar regime. This the Syria find their way to base themselves and create influence and of strength that allow them to re-enter this Syria. From the door, they will come from the window. Okay. Let's talk about facing forward. We talked about, but I do want to I've been asked during the past few months what happened with the scenario of terror. Everybody has been scaring us, terrorizing us. There's going to be a very intense war. We're all going to suffer very badly. Many injured, many killed. Everybody was searching to buy generators for their homes and all of that. So I think the public might be interested, and we should discuss it shortly. So first of all, I need to explain that this scenario, we did not promote it very widely, but we did talk about it as well. There was the scenario of reference of the worst case scenario, and we talked about the worst possible case scenario. And what in fact happened was that came from the decision made by Nasrallah, who decided that he's not going all out with all his firepower that he has from the very beginning of the war, but he made a choice by limited war, and he went along with that for 11 months. And I believe he would have continued if we wouldn't have initiated a very broad move. And during those 11 months, we managed to truly to calm the abilities of Hezbollah. And I think he made a very bad from waste. He and Iran didn't want to waste their abilities under these circumstances. Two, he lost this surprise element. Hamas surprised us, which is why Hezbollah lost that element and employed at the north. The Americans stood by us quite immediately, which could have made it into a regional war. And the fourth and last point was that he was afraid of the way it will affect Hezbollah organization and Lebanon. And these proved to just want to say it led to we suffered greatly, but during all these months it was accumulated, and it was quite great both on our side and on their side. So his abilities during the later phases to operate were quite to operate at the same level were quite limited. And I want to take you back to the present day, because you told me behind the scenes that you believe that there are opportunities for Israel in the Lebanese arena vis-a-vis the new situation, and everything just explained about the weakness of Hezbollah military-wise. So I that if last year we talked about threats, this year we truly opportunities, and talking about two different kinds of opportunities, one vis-a-vis Hezbollah and the other vis-a-vis the state of Lebanon. Vis-a-vis Hezbollah, they are now the very opportunity, first of all, to maintain, and second, maybe even to aggravate their status and truly change their position and their abilities to challenge us and to act as an organization the way they have been, as an independent militia within Lebanon. And I think we're remains to that allow us to, that enable us to do one actions. Two is that on our end, we've changed our state of mind, and we understand now that it's impossible to continue on with just accepting what they're doing without reacting. And I think that it will bring a completely different behavior by the military and political echelons when it comes to Lebanon. And we received some tools that the agreement brought to us, two very important things that we mustn't forget. One is the agreement allows us some sort of freedom of action to continue harming them if UNIFIL and others are not able to perform it, and then we go to the committee and we perform different things that we've been doing during the past few months in order to stop them from rehabilitating, from recovering their abilities. So that's the freedom of action. And the second thing is that we are backed by the USA quite strongly today. And it's not necessarily related to Trump. Even an American general, to the agreement, is an American general that is stationed there, and he's someone we can talk to, and he understands the Israeli position, the challenges, etc. And he pretty much goes. So I think that when it comes to that, it's a great opportunity to change the power relations with Hezbollah. Secondly is vis-a-vis the Lebanese government. And let me end with this note. I believe that the days will say, future will say, and we put it into the policy paper that we've handed out as a vision to change the relations between Israel and Lebanon, with a great hope that we will come to relations of peace at the end of the road, and Lebanon could join the Abraham agreements. But I think it's only the very first phase of this process, and it has a lot to do with the way the new leadership at Lebanon will to position itself and deal with the challenge positioned to them by Hezbollah, and not being drawn into a civil war. And this also necessitates us to take into account what is happening there. On the other hand, with the way that their leadership is handling things, and that they are not Zionists, of course, they are pro-Lebanese. We need to see how we are not giving them a bear hug and allow them to base themselves within the Lebanese state, and at the end of the day reach a change of reality facing us. I'll just want to say, as Kamit said about the Iranians in Syria, same thing with Lebanon. It's not yet the moment to say farewell to Iranian interference. Yes, of course. And a key point is that it also has of the Western states and the Bay states. Yes, absolutely very important. Iran goes, and we've already seen signals. They want to rehabilitate Hezbollah. They want to give them budget. They want to give them weapons. The new leadership in the new leadership in Lebanon does not want this to happen. We saw last week that they decided to stop flights from Iran to Lebanon. We must be wise and see how we can help them with that. And of course, Hezbollah is still there, and we must see how we are dealing with that. Karmit, I now want to talk to you. I think the greatest enigma around the region that everybody here in Israel is curious about is, of course, the new regime in Syria, the new leader that is today opening the International Dialogue Committee. In Israel, when we look at a new regime, we say, is it good or bad for us, for Jews, for Israelis? So where do we go from here? That's a great question, and I don't think anyone has the answer to it, neither in Syria, probably not even Bashar himself. The main characteristic today of the arena is uncertainty. There are many question marks. Where is Syria headed on several aspects? This axis between radical regime, extreme regime, Islamist, jihadist regime, is it going that way? Or are we facing a more optimistic scenario of the Bashar leaving behind him his Shia characteristic, taking a more pragmatic principles and trying to balance Syria and making them more calm? And from the way we see things, from following up, and I'm saying it very cautiously because it's too early to determine the direction, but it seems all in all, it seems to be a very quiet transfer of powers, and all the right things that should be said by the new regime and should be done. And you've mentioned the International Committee, the dialogues with minorities. We don't see religious enforced being extremely. We did hear about gender separation in Damascus, but still women are being appointed to high-ranking positions. There are indications to both ways or to both scenarios I just mentioned, but at the moment it seems a bit more optimistic, more positive, but it's still early to say. And I think that from our angle in Israel, we should be prepared to both options, the pessimistic and the optimistic scenarios. Pessimistically, he might not be able to unite his state. They are quite at rifts, and we might see them dismantling a lot of chaos and violence that might also leak into Israel. So there's great importance to our military measures taken today. On the other hand, Syria might be able to balance itself and ourselves to that scenario and not solely rely for long term on military force. We can't just remain in the world of military tools. We must also be open to translating the military achievements that are so impressive, I believe, on so many arenas, including in Syria, but we need to be able to translate these achievements to diplomatic achievements. We can't leave the IDF forces there at the south of Syria forever. And my predicament is that the more we stay there, the negative potential will grow stronger. And if we are not at the top of the priorities of this new regime that is now facing many challenges, we will slowly become we will draw fire, and we will also climb up to their higher priority for them. So Israel must be very clear with strategy towards Syria and know how to put conditions and terms that will allow us to gradually and carefully back away from the border there. First and foremost, quiet border, safety at the border, pushing the extreme entities of course, including Iran and Hezbollah that we've already mentioned, taking care of the minorities, managing the unconventional weapons that still remains in Syria, and we must be able to put these things on the table, these terms, and maybe give the opportunity to a more positive scenario. So speaking of the axis of resistance, the new regime right now is keeping himself quite away from Hezbollah and Iran. Question is if other entities there, such as the Turks and Qatari, are going to make things change. We will see, as you said. I want to end with you, the Houthis. What are we going to do with them later on? What are we going to do with, to say it, with this undomesticated unit? Because I think they're going to stay with us for a long time. It seems that we are starting to get to know them, which is good for them. They didn't show too much interest until 18 months ago. If you'd ask anyone what is going on, nobody forgot themselves to the front of the stage on October 7th. As horrible as it sounds, it was a wonderful opportunity for them. They were able to demonstrate their military abilities and also signal to the Saudi on the one hand and to the Emirates on the other hand that these abilities that are now being used against Israel could also be used for other directions if need comes. Saudi, I must say, since the middle of 2022 have been negotiating with them to end their involvement in the coalition, but it has not yet ended. The Houthi, who said they will not attack Israel, but are very cautiously watching what is, looking at what is now happening with the deal to release the hostages and the bodies of hostages, they would probably have a harder time releasing the maritime arena, and the Red Sea is not quiet, and they are still acting there. From the moment they got a grip there, it will be harder for them to let go, and they will need to find another way to navigate it. So, but at the end, taking it back, I always say, before Iran, before Gaza, we need to bring the Houthis back home to Yemen. And all these things are channeled in order to profit back home within Yemen. We can't ignore them today. When the Saudis started the war, they said, we are here to eradicate the Iranian branch in Yemen and bring back the legitimate regime. They weren't able to do this for now over than a decade. The day after, beyond the challenge that they set, they also are quite victorious, especially in Yemen and more so in the regional space with their neighboring countries. Okay, we will remain with the Houthi challenge, the new Syria, Hezbollah, in the era of after Hezbollah. Orna and Balkarmid, thank you so much, all of you, for this fascinating panel. It's my honor to invite member of the parliament, Benny Gantz, the head of the coalition. He will be interviewed by Omri Assenheim from Kan 11 News Channel.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's fun to be here with all of you. Good morning to Benny Gantz, former Minister of Defense, member of Knesset. Hello, important day. And before we begin, I would expect and pray and demand that we continue to bring back the hostages. I call to Netanyahu, don't be afraid, continue to bring them back. Continue to bring them back. It's the most important things. Everything else will be okay, and you'll get all the backing that you need. We'll talk about the hostages. Let's talk about the burning issues. The IDF is concluding the investigations of what happened in Nir Oz. We will read it and we will delve into it. But bottom line, as someone who's headed the Ministry of Defense and the military, can you understand how for many hours terrorists entered a kibbutz inside of Israel time and time again? No terrorist was hit and no soldier was hit? I bow my head in professional shame for what happened on October 7th. For me, this should not have happened, could not have happened, and no doubt that in the base of all this there is a fundamental intelligence and operational flaw. The reviews will show it this way or that. Inside of everything happening these days, because of the great of the surprise and the size of what happened here, a difficult battle erupted, and it's hard to manage such a battle. There could be misunderstandings. For instance, that forces didn't arrive at Nir Oz, and we will have to hear what happened there. But something that you, when you were Chief of General Staff, did you imagine this in your wildest dreams? The answer is no. No, and we will have to hear what the reviews say. But when you conduct after-action reviews, there are three levels of questions. What happened? Why did it happen? And how could this have been different? The answers that we will get from the reviews of the IDF, if you ask me, is what will happen, what happened, and why did it happen? And in order to reach the fundamental question of how this have been different, long ago, we should have established a national commission of inquiry that would take this in a serious way, investigate this. Also me, yours truly, will need to go and explain what happened when you were Chief of General Staff. For me, since Hamas took the reins of Gaza in 2007, this thing has to be reviewed as far as security policy, militarily, force application, opportunities, everything. It's too serious to leave it to the IDF. Now look, I really value our commanders. I appreciate them. I unfortunately cannot erase October 7th, but I don't want to erase everything that happened before, and I don't want to erase what happened after, and they're honest enough to get up and say where they failed. I expect the government to be brave enough at least to establish a national commission of inquiry, if not go to elections. Can IDF investigate itself? I saw Israel Ziv, a major general in reserve. He was on television talking about IDF forces outside of Be'eri kibbutz. People, civilians are being slaughtered, and the forces are waiting outside for an operational picture, for instructions. I see the IDF investigating itself. I remember after the Second Lebanon War, the Chief of General Staff, Dani Chalutz, appointed retired generals like Doron Almog and Yaya. Can the IDF investigate itself? Yes, the IDF can investigate itself. I think this is the quality of the IDF, but also there are enough people, the distance, there's a song in Israel talking about half a dozen generals. Of course, they can be augmented by professionals. I'm telling you about the reviews of the IDF, with comments here and comments there. I recommend that we don't give up the national level. I have 23 points. I have a note in my pocket with 23 points. What's the first? First is recalibrating our national security doctrine. Are we going to initiated wars? Preventive wars, you mean? No. That's it. What is a preventive war? Preventive war is when you decide to carry out a war. It's a paradox. There could be a situation, and I think there should be a situation. If I look at October 7th and the fact that Israel experienced an invasion and conquering of villages that didn't happen since 1948, this we cannot accept moving forward. And for me, when a broad threat is emerging, significant, immediate, that you cannot contain a 24/7 answer, you have to go and initiate actions to thwart, to remove this threat. We carried out action 67 when we knew it's going to happen. We did such with the nuclear sites in Iraq and Syria. We have to make sure that when you are threatened by invasion across the border, you can't let this emerge. Not in Lebanon, not in Gaza, not in Syria, and in collaboration with Egypt and Jordan and the other arenas, and it's very important. So you said this should be reviewed since 2007, from the year that Hamas rose to power. Let's talk about your power, or your role when you were Minister of Defense and Chief of General Staff. For instance, 2014, Protective Edge Operation. We went into Gaza, we maneuvered, ultimately very limited. were maybe happy with what we achieved back then, but we sustained many casualties. In retrospect, when you look at protective edge, did we miss an opportunity? In protective edge in 2014, our actions were aligned with the political directive of neutralizing the underground abilities of Hamas and crippling abilities of Hamas in order to restore our deterrence. So the idea was to hurt them and leave a deterred situation. This is where we aimed. The political echelon defined for you what you're supposed to achieve. I just told you what we were ordered. Leave Hamas weakened while neutralizing its strike abilities. Did you have a discourse with the political echelon? Of course we did, including Netanyahu that leaked why to conquer, not to conquer. Nobody wanted to conquer Gaza. That wasn't the directive. Now, and this is something that is way beyond the IDF, that a National Commission of Inquiry can go and ask the fundamental questions, and we need to ask these questions. Look, I'm not escaping responsibility. I think we have to be brave enough to address this question and ask, and it's very clear to me, including after what happened October 7th, because I'm not willing to see another threat emerging, that we can't enable something like this to happen in Gaza. Questions need to be asked. Let's talk about the hostage deal. You addressed this in the beginning, the deal that's unfolding now, and who knows how it's going to continue. Today, in retrospect, in hindsight, when you see what happened in recent months, are you sorry that you left the government? I'm asking because maybe this deal could have happened faster. You see the situation of the hostages coming out. Their lives maybe could have been saved if you would have stayed in the government. Look, I already said that in the first deal, if you remember, the last day wasn't fulfilled, it wasn't implemented. I think this was a mistake. I think we should have brought them out. The considerations, I think, were clean because we thought that since there will be other deals or other frameworks, then it's important that we hold them to their word and go back to fighting. I joined the government, not the coalition, okay, the emergency government, out of a shared understanding of destiny and not politically. I was there for the people of Israel. Netanyahu happened to be there. I didn't go because of Netanyahu, for Netanyahu. I went for the people of Israel, for the soldiers, for the rear, for the hostages, for the villages. And I was there for 8 months, as long as I could influence and as long as the political considerations were not those in the lead. I'm not happy that I'm outside of the government from the point of view that I'm not used to being outside of what's going on when Israel is in trouble. But I couldn't stay there because my influence, anyway, wasn't there. It wasn't existing. So I back up Israel militarily or security-wise, including with the hostages. I back them up with returning back the hostages. I called Netanyahu on the phone personally, and I told him that I back him up with bringing back hostages. Now, recently? Yes. And as long as hostages continue to come back, we will back him up in this perspective. And I say again, he doesn't have to be afraid. He simply needs to continue bringing back the hostages. It's the most important strategically, value-wise. It will. By the way, what did you feel from him? And he expressed his positive view that I'm strengthening. Did you feel that he's going to go all the way? Back then he said yes. This is when phase 1 was implemented. And what should we do now if it's up to you? What price should we pay? We need to continue with this framework of bringing back the hostages. There are many hostages. Operational circumstances can enable operations, but mostly it will be this kind of deal, something that is possible. Netanyahu and the other people, they see the intelligence, they know what can be done, they need to know that we need to bring them back and do whatever you can to bring the hostages back home. All the rest will be postponed. I said this long ago. The story in Gaza, when I entered the government, I told the cabinet, the people that will fight in Gaza did not even are not in the 9th grade. The struggle in Gaza to change the Hamas regime, to dismantle the military abilities, to demilitarize the Gaza Strip and restore security. And I'm telling you as a resident of Yad Mordechai, ultimately this will take a long time. The hostages don't have that time. We need to pull them out. as fast as possible, the sooner the better. If we could do it in one time, the best. We'll deal with everything later on. Let's try to speak for a moment about the day after. If this somehow is enabled, and a third country agrees somehow to accept the residents of Gaza, are you for the program of Trump of willing immigration? I said that this program is creative from the fact that it offers a solution that wasn't brought up earlier. Everything that we tried before didn't work. Okay? If the people are willing or they want to leave and it's able and enabled, of course it's good. And we should know if it works or not anyhow. In my view, in any case, we don't need to rule Gaza. We're not willing that Hamas will rule Gaza. I think that we have a chaotic decade ahead in Gaza with many humanitarian challenges, with heightened security all around, with the need to act security-wise inside of Gaza, with humanitarian assistance that will need to go in until something emerges that they can live with, and we can live beside it. When this happens, we'll be able to talk about de-radicalization and other things. The PA, the Palestinian Authority, should it, this way or other, be part of the day after on the Gaza Strip? I think the Palestinian Authority cannot at this time rule Gaza because it cannot even realize its responsibility in Area A in Judea and Samaria. So look, I told my friends, my son fought in Gaza, then he moved to Jenin, then in the north. So what is he doing in Jenin? This is Area A. This should be the Palestinian Authority, right? So the Palestinian Authority needs a rehaul, needs reforms, need to take its responsibility seriously, and then they'll be able to assume other responsibilities. Right now, it doesn't have capabilities. So sadly, I say, we have a decade of chaos. There will be chaos. People are talking about peace with Saudi Arabia, Trump's plan. You talk about a window of opportunity that is slowly closing with Iran. What do you think about this? I think we need, on the one hand, to step up pressure on Iran. In what way? Financial, political, military preparations until physical action. There are three phenomena that we need to notice in this war. Look, Sinwar did something that rationally he should not have done, because you saw what happened to Gaza. But he did it. Because for him, the fatalistic, jihadistic view overcame the regular rationale. So we can't agree to a threat of invasion. All the rings of fire have been launched at Israel at all arenas and all distances, and we need to be prepared. The fundamentalist consideration cannot lead to a totalitarian fundamentalist regime in Iran that holds a nuclear weapon. Why? Because a different rationale can lead them to operate it. So we cannot let it emerge. We cannot enable nuclear weapons. We need to deal with it. So just like we have very good accomplishments militarily in all the arena, including in Lebanon, including what happened in Syria, including exposing Iran strategically, we cannot enable Iran to acquire nuclear weapons. This is as far as neutralizing threats. As far as opportunities, we need to strive to a deal with Saudi Arabia, because if we can have a combined camp, just like the Middle East air defense thwarted Iranian threats on Israel, we can reach Middle East defense throughout the region with the Saudis, and I think we need to push for this. In conclusion, politics. Can you beat Netanyahu? Do you have the force, the power? Do you want enough? Look, 6 years inside the political arena. Everything was you tried to stick things to me, various theories about me. I am determined to continue. Do you want enough to beat Ben for 6 years and fighting for the state of Israel? And I'm telling the people here and those watching at home, the state of Israel must get out of this situation of one bloc fighting another bloc. We know we have to go back to the people, go back to elections. We have to establish a wide government, leave the extremists on this side and on that side, on the sidelines, and in a combined way to go forward to maintain the state of Israel, Jewish, democratic, safe, protected, liberal, and we can do this and we will do it. And now the last question, truly. You insisted on this. I thought we can do without it, but you wanted this question. If you see polls that give you more votes if Gadi Eisenkot leads your party, will you move a step aside? Gadi is a great partner. We do everything together. Give me another party that we do it together. No other party. You say Yair and, not Bibi and, Avigdor and, Bennett and. Here, Benny Vegadi. We work together. We're a team. I established, I lead, and I'm going to continue to lead. Former Minister of Defense and Chief of General Staff, Member of Knesset, Benny Gantz, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Look, this is a sad day. I'm going now to the funeral of Lifshitz tomorrow, the funeral of Biba's family. The most maybe troubling image, sad image of this war. We need to strengthen the families of the bereaved families, the families of the hostages and the IDF, those that were murdered. Also in the north, we need to bring the residents back to their homes. We must unite and move forward, and we can do it. Thank you very much.
It is my honor to invite Major General in Reserves Yair Golan, Chairman of the Democrats Party and former Vice to the Chief of General Staff. He will be interviewed by Moav Vardi, Chief International Correspondent at Kan 11 News.
Shalom, hello. I'm happy to return to the stage, this time with you, former Deputy Chief of General Staff Yair Golan, Member of Knesset, the Chairman of the Democrats. Yes, certainly. We are now in a decisive moment when it relates to the hostages, maybe the fate of this campaign imposed on us on 7th October, that Israel, Netanyahu, just needs to decide where he's going. Continuing to phase B, release all the hostages, maybe with the price of ending the war, or go back to fighting. And some of our hostages stay there. And Netanyahu is also in a vice politically with Smotrich and the others. If Netanyahu calls you today and says that he's going to phase B and Smotrich is probably resigning, would you support that the parties in the Knesset should give a safety network for Netanyahu and not topple his government in order to enable the return of the hostages? Yes, absolutely. That's my answer. Returning the hostages, releasing them, is a national mission of the highest level. It's the one and only subject that around it we can unite the entire Israeli population, besides extremists on the fringes. I would tell Netanyahu, I'm not going to sit with you in the government ever, but you will get a network to bring them all back home now, without tricks, without various attempts to shuffle your feet. Everyone home now, live and dead, the live to rehabilitation, the dead to honor. You said that there are fringes, extremists. According to polls, they may be the fringes, but they are about 30% of the Israeli society that think not that they don't want the hostages back, but if the price of phase B in finishing the deal is war, the significance is that Hamas remains the ruling body militarily and governmentally in Gaza. After October 7th, the state of Israel, nationally, that we can't allow this. This is what they think. And sometimes, theoretically, philosophically, you send soldiers to die in battle, and you tell them you will die to achieve a collective goal. So maybe, If the collective goal is that we cannot stay with this Nazi monster on the other side of the fence in Gaza, so not all the hostages will return. And my question to you, what do you answer to this reasoning that the end of the war, it doesn't go together? Returning the hostages is the end of the war, and this means that Hamas stays the governing body militarily, and the headlines are that they're rehabilitating, and they will come back to be the eve of October 7th. I cannot relate to this without relating to the past, and then I will relate to the future. As far as the past, look, I was a brigade commander, division commander, fighting Palestinian terror in the Second Intifada. Most of it, by the way, was Hamas. What did we do? On the one hand, operations militarily, but also a political arm. We started building the Palestinian Authority. We took out Palestinian Authority security forces to train abroad. We strengthened them and gave them stability. This serves us until today wonderfully, even though this government is throwing at them criticism. The Palestinian Authority is actually promoting stability and enabling security in Judea and Samaria. What did we do in the Gaza Strip? Nothing. Zero. Zero vision, zero looking forward. No attempt to take the military effort and the operational successes. And even though it wasn't professional enough, if you ask me, we didn't take the operational achievement and try to translate it to a political move, to a completing effort. We didn't build a replacement for Hamas. No question why they're strengthening now, because nobody's facing them. Hamas faces vacuum. So Hamas fills the vacuum. This is the failure. War you cannot win only by the military effort. War is a national effort, and we should have completed the military effort with a diplomatic move, financial move, civilian move that ultimately will lead to a replacement to Hamas inside of Gaza Strip. We didn't spend 1 minute, no energy, no time. The result is this catastrophe that we see now, this shameful situation. Now we have a difficult choice, not or the hostages or continued fighting. I say categorically, the fighting, by the way, settling the deal with Hamas we can do later on. The hostages don't have time. First hostages, then we will deal with what we do with Hamas. You mentioned defensive shield, the Operation 2002, but then you controlled the area. Now you don't control the Gaza Strip, and you don't mean to control the Gaza Strip. So the parallel is problematic, and more than that. If you want to do the same operation in Gaza, you need to enter 5 divisions, crush Hamas, stay there for 2 years. Do you support this? Because if not, I don't understand how you bring Hamas down to a minimum that another force can come in. Because if today you bring in the Palestinian Authority, or all these day afterwards like Golan tried to do from day one, Hamas on the first minute, and you know this better than me, Mr. Golan. So be honest with me and the audience and say, in order to enter another body, I need to first introduce 5 divisions, control the area, give them food for a year, just like defensive shield. First, I am not afraid of military operations. That's not it. A serious country defines priorities, and a country that is secure defines priorities first for the good of its citizens. So first, release the hostages. Hamas is strengthened, will threaten us. We will know how to go back and fight. What happened? But not enough. It's not enough to fight. I say this again. Besides going back to fighting or continued fighting, you need, by the way, you say, how is Hamas there? We acted with 5 divisions out of Gaza. It's not that we didn't do anything. We killed 45,000 Gazans. We created unparalleled destruction in the Gaza Strip. It's not like we didn't do anything. We did a lot. Now we need to take the operational achievement, build the mechanism to release the hostages, build a replacement for Hamas. I think a replacement for Hamas can be constructed, not right now throughout the Gaza Strip. I would start in 2 regions, in the south near the border with Egypt, in the north, in the northern tip near the city of Gaza, introduce security forces from the Emirates, Saudi Arabia, Jordanians, expand the MFO mandate from the Sinai so they will be able to monitor what goes into the Gaza Strip above and beyond and underground. Start to build a future. work with the Palestinian Authority to train new battalions that will go into the Gaza Strip, secure the civilian contractors so they can act in security. These security regions, use them in order to create an alternative for the young Gazan. What do you want to do? Build tunnels for Gaza or go to work for 10 times the salary for the contractor from the Emirates that works near Rafah? This is what we should have done. Also in defense of Shield, the operation in 2002 that we all remember. I was there. I commanded the division 2005-2007 after. We worked with the Palestinian Authority. We built a structure that was opposite to Hamas, that replaced Hamas. We sent out soldiers from the Palestinian Authority to Jordan. The Americans assisted. There was a governmental substitute. If you want to take defensive Shield, there we did the right thing, militarily and politically, civilian-wise. The result was stability that held for many years. What are we doing in the Gaza Strip? Nothing. Military without any purpose that doesn't lead to a better security situation for the State of Israel. This is political shamefulness. 2002 April, defense of Shield. It was a few weeks operation. I think it took 3.5 years to end the terror. 2007 for the first time, June 2007, for the first time we were able to reduce terrorism under the level that was in September 2000. 7 years. It took 7 years. Why? The terror rose. No, I'm talking about 2002, the beginning of the operation. 5 years. Oh, you're counting from of low in 2000. Oh, you're strengthening my argument then. So, this means, if I'm doing the equivalence here, it should take 5 years in Gaza. No one else will do it instead of you. The IDF should be in Gaza, military rule for 5 years until a substitute that is effective rises instead of Hamas. Do you support this? And let's be honest, what's the price? Military, reserves, economy? No, I don't support this. No, you said that you support this. I'll explain. What we need to do is the following. It's to turn Gaza into a model of regional cooperation. If we build these islands, these enclaves, where the Emirates and the Saudis work, assisted by others, and we bring in forces from these countries, we need to deal with a relatively region that we can deal with. The full operational flexibility on the ground, including on the ground. And we will be able to hit Hamas whenever necessary. All this I mean, and if we need to do so, because first, as I said, it's return the hostages. We will be able to go back and act against Hamas later on, but you must remember something very basic. If we do not create a substitute for the young Gazan, everything will collapse. Right now, we're not dealing with it. So the combination of, on the one hand, building a substitute that will broaden for many months, and on the other hand, maintain of action of the IDF anywhere that we need, including on the ground, this is what needs to answer the security issue, civilian and diplomatic and financial, that is the best for the Gaza Strip. It sounds complex, but it's not complex. It's very simple. It's always military action and other actions that augment and complement each other and act in parallel. When you lose this parallel effect, you can't be effective fighting terror and guerrilla. Prime Minister Netanyahu would have said the following, I think. Listen, Mr. Golan, you say that we should return all the hostages. This is your number one priority. If we would listen to you in May and do the deal in May, we would not have destroyed battalions of Hamas. Nasrallah would not be dead. The heads of Hezbollah wouldn't be dead. Hezbollah would be powerful like before. The Assad regime would probably still be there. The Iranian axis would still be there with full strength. And we would be in a different place if we would have listened to you. This is a great question. Thank you. I'm happy for this question. The reason is very simple. This war was managed in a failed way. It was managed in a failed way, in my view. Also militarily, but from a political perspective. Listen, who said that we needed to go into Rafah only in May? Why didn't we enter Rafah in December, January? Who said that we needed? I opposed from the first month of the war. I preached that we need to go in or transition to attack in the north. Why did we wait so much? All the special that were operated in August and September, we could have launched them many months before. Why? What was the reasoning? Why did we drag our feet or do nothing? Leave the whole region of the north be deserted from its civilians, displaced? There was no reason. Didn't you see the reservists working hard? Wait, we can't go to the populistic reasoning. The war was managed in a failed way by the government of Israel. We could have done it all faster, more effective, reach achievements many months earlier. Look at the region where we fought. It's small. There was no reason to have this low rate or low tempo of operations. The failed government from October 7th managed the war in a failed way, and more, they add another failure where they don't leverage the achievements that we did make and take them to the dimension of political movement, regional, financial, and social in relation to the society to utilize the achievements of the war. This is shameful. This is a dereliction of duty. Instead of taking the military effort and use it, we're wasted in every arena. You talk a lot about the political echelon, their overall responsibility. I don't know that the Chief of General Staff and the General Staff went to the Prime Minister and said, let's go to the north, let's go to Rafah. Why didn't the military echelon strive to do what you said? Did you talk to the Chief of General Staff about this? To the best of my knowledge, and this also Yair Golan expressed in October, we could have transitioned to a strike in the north, to offensive in the north. The decision of the political echelon was not to do so. We have to be honest. Beyond this, I think that if we want to manage a successful campaign, the political echelon must define targets or objectives very clearly with priorities. The government of Israel from day one hides behind definitions that conflict each other. I say here very clearly, categorically, you can't bring down Hamas and return the hostages. You need priorities. If you want to return the hostages, you have to accept that Hamas will not be totally eliminated soon. If you want to release the hostages, you have to understand it will be a deal with Hamas. There's no other factor that can release the hostages. So let's be true to ourselves and say this. First, release the hostages. We'll have enough years to settle the deal with Hamas, and if we need to destroy Hamas, let's approach that campaign where we have another option. This will be the real victory towards Hamas. I could talk for a long time, but from all over, people are waving signs, please finish. It is up. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yair.
We will now continue with the challenges of a new world, AI. Is the status of Israel in the AI world is in a setback, and what should be the steps to take in order not to lose the edge of Israel in the international arena? Answers will come with Dr. Ariel Sobelman, Senior Researcher in the INSS and SVP at Valens Semiconductor. Good day. Can you see this teeny tiny little thing held in my hand here? It's very difficult to see it. This thing is a silicon chip, and this thing is the the oil of the 21st century. These kind of chips made of silicon are now at every smart weapon system, at every accurate weaponry, at electronics, at medical devices that save lives, cellular phones, smart cars, everything. In fact, these chips move forward the world economics today. And like the oil during the 1970s, they are also translated into geopolitical strength. And AI, anyone here hasn't heard of it yet? I mean, it's clearly, no, it's the hottest arena. It's the most interesting thing now taking place in the technological world. AI takes a lot of chips like the one I just presented to you in order to perform all of the necessary calculations to try and imitate the human brain. And also because of AI, the world global powers headed by United States and China are battling for control of this resource, the chips. I want to take you many, many years to the past, 1972, September 12, 1962, the president of the States, John Kennedy, declared the moon landing of the U.S. that they will be able to do it by the end of the decade, and our whole nation was recruited to do that, and he led a surge of technological development, and it led American technology in the world, and it paid off very well because every dollar he put into the Apollo program, he retrieved about $15 to $20. That came back to the American economy. Now it's our turn. The Israel Moonshot is now it's our turn here, not only to being a startup nation, but also in becoming by the end of this decade the AI nation as well. Now, when AI just emerged, it seemed very promising to Israel. The assumption in the world automatically was that Israel will be one of the greatest victorious states in the world. Why? Because we're a high-tech nation. Nothing really stops us. In cyber, we had a great track record, and we were an empire, very successful. 4 years ago, when all of the AI just emerged, we were rated third place in the world. But fast forward a few years later on to the future, and we are now in the 30s of the world. Maybe even lower in some records. And this is quite a crazy crash. Just think about it. How could it have happened to us, to Israel? So few reasons exist, one of which is that the technological world has indeed changed dramatically. When I started in high-tech 25 years ago, I cannot remember anyone ever talking to us about technological policy, about the government, and obviously not about geopolitics of technology, which are things that we now hear every day in the news. When we received funds or started a startup, we always checked the financial possibility and profitability. But today things have changed, and technology is not just technology. The same way that oil used to be more than just oil during the 1970s. Technology has become, in fact, a story of prestige, of power, of world's global status, and all of this is under the shadow of the inter-power battle between China and the States. Now we'll talk a bit about DeepSeek. Have you not heard of this AI Chinese engine that is driving the world crazy for the past month? We've all heard of it. The AI is the change of the technological world more than any other technology before. And just look at the launch of DeepSeek. It was not like the launch of any other technological device. It sounded more like a founding geopolitical moment. Is China stronger or weaker due to this? What is happening with American leadership? And from many aspects, of DeepSeek reminded us of the shock that held the Americans in 1958 when one found that the Soviets launched Sputnik to space. And indeed, some people called it the Chinese Sputnik moment, and it hasn't changed a lot of things. Another change that happened with technology is that it became very, very expensive. In the past, startup used to be founded in a garage with a few guys. Today, it's a story of very heavy infrastructure, chips, server farms, supercomputers, rare alloys, electricity, water. All these things make the fact that a chip factory today costs about $20 billion, which is a great investment. And chips for AI are even more expensive than that. This is too big for the private sector. And so governments all over the world are in the picture, and they are passing legislation about technology, global technology, in order to support their industries and deal with the challenge of AI. And what has happened in Israel through this process? How does it happen that we have been lowering in the world scale ratings? We didn't fall asleep. We recognized the importance. We created national programs. We invested funds, and still we are going down in the ranking. Something here is not working. The world is running forward, and we are left behind. And for the first time in our high-tech history, and remember, the industry that is the most that is giving the most to the local financial incomes of Israel, we are missing it now. As we said, technology is quite expensive, and if regular technology is expensive, then AI is even more so much more so. AI, in fact, is a whole story of computing strength, and this is something that I will repeat later on. What do I mean? In order to imitate the human brain, trying to create AI, few things need to happen. First is huge computers that could calculate a massive amount of calculations. In order to do that, we need huge server farms in order to collect all of the human knowledge within them, and we need a lot of electricity and a lot of water and infrastructure in order to operate the computers and the water to cool the computers. Apart from this, we also need a lot of brains, talent, initiative, chutzpah, and the ability to fundraise, all the things that Israel is absolutely excellent in. So how do you measure the computing strength? So after you invited a high-tech person to INSS, to a security conference, I'll talk about numbers, but I'll do it very briefly. The little chip I just showed you, you need to know is stronger than your home computer by so much more. The computing power is measured by flops. The home computer can perform several hundreds of gigaflops. I'll just put some order into it. Tera is 12 zeros after. Supercomputer is already measured in petaflops. It's 1 and 15 zeros after. The human brain, to compare, can perform 1 exaflop of calculations. Exa is 1 followed by 18 zeros, so it's quite a lot. The point being that this illustrates the computer strength required in order to try and imitate the brain with artificial measures. I forgot to pass those slides. Now it might be more clear. I apologize. And so we understood that the AI is a very unique technological challenge. It's quite different than anything else we've known before. And truly, there are many states that decided to just let go and not try to deal with this. But the states that are technologically at the high end are recognizing the opportunities that will follow AI, economic opportunities, scientific, military opportunities, as well as the prestige that will follow, which explains some of the reasons that China and the US are battling so hard amongst themselves about being the leader of chips and AI. Also, here in Israel, we obviously have recognized the potential and we really want to make it work, but the challenge is quite ambitious. And the demands are very high. It's not enough to just want it. You also need to invest in the infrastructure to allow it. And today, Israel's technological infrastructure is simply not strong enough not to be competitive and absolutely not to be a leader. Israel has found itself in the respectable Club B, together alongside with Yemen, the Baltic, Poland, and many other states. We were ranked in the second league. It means that Israeli want to work who want to have access to heavy computer infrastructure need to work with international companies abroad. I will repeat that. In AI, Israel today is dependent on foreign infrastructure, and we already know what it means to be dependent. It weakens the independence and the sovereignty. Israel today is planning a national supercomputer that will be very strong, but it was planned many, many years ago, 4 years ago, which is like dozens of years in technology years, that this computer will put Israel only in the 35th place in the world. Just for a short comparison, question, how strong is that supercomputer that will put us in the 35th place? Let's compare it to the DeepSeek computer that cost $63 million. That computer is twice as strong as the Israeli supercomputer that is still in the planning. And I'll give you a spoiler. Chinese haven't been really able to develop cheap AI that doesn't require strong computers, which is why it's not very probable for Israel to be seduced to these magical alchemy solutions that the Chinese will not bring us the solution or the remedy. And it's important that in the global battle for AI, Israel will stand next to the Americans. Let's start to summarize. In order to create technological sovereignty, we need a supercomputer that is 30 times stronger than the one being planned now in Israel. It will cost 4 million shekels, which are a great part of the GNP, and it will repay itself if we do it. We spoke of main 3 points. One is our moonshot. We must aspire to not only be a startup nation, but also AI nation. 2, we need for that a supercomputer that is 30 times stronger than the one we are planning, and it will return itself. The investment will return itself. And 3, we have to stand side by side with the states in this battle. To summarize and end, like in any other infrastructure, such as education, transportation, etc., we must make sure that we have technological infrastructure, and in the local market we need to do in the private market what we do best, which is invent, initiate, fundraise, bring more companies, and put more Israelis from every gender and sector into the work market. And if we are able to do all of these, not only that we stop the decline in AI, but we also take our right place as leaders in this market and assist Israel and the people of Israel to find new heights and realize the Israeli dream, as I like to call it. Thank you very much. After the next panel, I will let you go and have your lunch. And you should stay here with us for this panel that will deal with the impact of the Israeli defense industries on national security and the economy of Israel. In this panel, we will have the Brigadier General Eitan Eshel, Executive VP Technology and R&D, CTO at IAI. Shuki Yehuda, Executive Vice President Strategy and Chief Technology Officer for Elbit Systems. Brigadier General in Reserves, Nir Halamish, Executive Vice President of Marketing and Business Development at Rafael Advanced Defense Systems. Sheikh, General Partner at Oz Exit and Oz Group. And Hila Khadilni, founder of Short, former Director of Innovation, Science and Technology. The moderator of this panel is Hadass Loba, Director of U.S.-Israel Project for INSS, founder and head of the Institute for Applied Research in Responsible AI for HIT. Dear distinguished guests, panelists, hello. I will start first of all by a short survey that will take us into this panel. And revolution, as we just have heard from Dr. Sobelman, this revolution is designing and shaping not only the competition strategically and expanding the concepts of security for states, but also is reshaping economies, changing military, and redefining the battlefield, the present and battlefield. Israel as well. Take void it from the very challenging defense reality and under an ongoing threatening, which is also our advantage, our strength. For you, the technological leadership in Israel until this very day grew from the defense innovation. Cyber is just one example. The Israeli the defense industry led us to strength and development, and has truly grew to be an innovative military power. What is technology to understand in this panel? I'm very happy to have you panelists with me. I want to present the first topic that we will start with as the title of the panel. Israel, after many years, we thought the great wars of multi-arena are behind us. Then October 7th has the to us that we need to go back to the defense area that is setting in the center the industry, the military industry, and we must put more budgets into military and military developments. And it's very clear that this year has been very challenging for IMI, and where you required more twice as you go on your feet while shooting, and this was an integral part of the field of battle of taking stupid bombs and make them smart bombs and finding solutions to UAV. Home front command as well as in the battlefield. And I want to start with you, Eitan. How is the IAI harnessed science and development for the efforts of the war?
Thank you. Is that it's small and informal, and the timeline between operational requirement and a technological answer is very short. And this, following your introduction, one of the strengths of Israel, the ability to understand the operational gap is and how to close it. And our innovation center in IAI usually looks long-term. Revolutionary issues, disruptive technologies 10, 15 years into the future. Swords of Iron brought needs and necessities for here and now that need fast answers. Understanding the gap is because we have 20% of our people that were recruited into the reserves, drafted and sent to war. And together with our partners, we know very fast where the gaps are and we need to lead the fast solutions. So beyond systems that are already being used, we built a program very fast to bring all the forces of IAI in R&D, those that were not recruited, those that were still with us, and to bring. We created very swift special programs of the MOD R&D, people that were in university, and they helped us to accelerate. And very swiftly we brought places of technological answers with UAVs like you saw. We demonstrated to the Ministry of Defense a month ago very good capabilities, amazing capabilities that were demonstrated there. And there are many other things still to be launched that have been shown. Have this discourse with these security apparatus, understand the gaps and the needs, and to rein in the R&D. So we do. This brought dramatic change. Some of them are operationally used already as we speak, and some we will see very soon. Thank you, Eitan. Shuki, we had a strategic surprise, and this touched also on technological issues, and not only. What were the lessons that we found with failures in the systems, and what is the follow-up? This is one question. And the second question, besides achievements, how did you cope with the fact that your employees created a combined language between the tank operator, or tankers, and the industry back home? How did this help with the operational effort? I think the story of defense industries is very deeply embedded, as Eitan said, with the operational requirement, our ability to translate need to action. The mediator between all this is this operator, the person. It could be an employee, an engineer, or in another defense-related industry. This engineer can also be in the reserves. For instance, a weapons operator. This weapon system may be for a tank, for instance. And through this process, this engineer is able to sense the gap in the field as demonstrated, in fact, by using this specific weaponry. This component, this spice in Israel, is the biggest asset that we have. In the demonstration that happened from 7th October until today, the state was able to do what we did. The IDF was able to do what they did, contrary to maybe previous speakers that talked about threats and the political echelon. Here there was no political echelon and decisions. Here it was just operational. The operational process was reining in, using the resources, and answering the gap. This was also thanks to the IDF and a lot to Mossad, to MOD, to R&D and MOD. We sit together, answer these challenges together, and we're able to hone our abilities and capabilities and advantages to operational effectiveness. I think that it's a great surprise because we're not a body that is used to regulations or companies. Industry is competitive. It is used to understand what's happening with the needs out in the market and how to turn these needs or these gaps into a competitive advantage. This demonstration is exactly that, using the R&D. What the track that companies use was demonstrated in this operation since the 7th until we have been blessed with the ability to immune our systems. They function, they're widely used, very dispersed, to help with precision munitions or turn them into more precision. It relates to mortars, to tank shells. And we're able to fix and improve and effective for UAVs. Thank you very much. Neil, it's clear that disruptive or equation disrupting technologies. What did you develop that you can tell us about? There's a lot you can't tell us about. Yes, thank you for the question. There is always a problem when you come to introduce Rafael. You can talk about 5% of what's happening, and we say that this is the tip of the iceberg that are produced by Rafael, like Iron Dome, that we all are used to living in its presence under heavy rock, which is itself on the front line of operational and technological need. So this you spoke about is the main characteristic of the state of Israel, and within this, at least as far as we see it, the problematic points or the challenges were in 3 or 4 dimensions, focused in order to assist the IDF. One is dealing with UAVs or drones, from the identification and tracking until the interception, all getting much into details. I imagine that in the next few weeks or months we will hear more. I think we reached, together with the IDF, the IAF, and the ground forces, 2 dramatic achievements. The subterranean warfare that the IDF decided to go underground, engage this threat underground. This is a substantial process, building abilities while fighting. Read how the IDF fights in the subterranean. There's a lot of connection between the operational with the fighters in the field, what they need, how much they need, and also here we focused our efforts with our people, with our engineers and our R&D people. And the third is utilizing intelligence. How from the ocean, the vast ocean of intelligence, you distill understandings, insights, to sift through this vast ocean of information, and now within minutes you can organize the information and enable the operator to make decisions. Thank you very much.
Only you at Oz. In fact, I will say one of the super shapers or super topics that influence this war is the startup and defense tech that have also responded very quickly and just total field. Could you share with us about the uniqueness of their response and your response in that context?
Gladly. I think the fact that already 7 or 8 years ago, when Yaron Ashkenazi established Oz, we talked about dual use. It enabled us to be in 2 worlds at the same time. Routine world, to do business in the civilian world, but also through partnerships with the to have use cases in the security dimension and use it in both fields. Several components have been used Some are older, some are newer, and also startups, newer and older. The war opened on October 7th like a security field. We opened up a war room. And what this war room creates is integration of all the startups in this multi-stage effort that I talked about at all levels, and try to see what can be done, what can help the security needs of Israel. Because of our close discourse with the security organizations, we see the needs, and I would say a wonderful or amazing connection, swift employment of technologies. There's a need that can be solved. Wonderful. We bring it. It doesn't matter if it's command and control or something that has to do with precision or incrimination. And remember, these are things that are taken from the civilian world and even threats in the world. This is something that we maybe can talk about here. Some things I'm not sure that I know what the IDF wants me to speak about, but let's talk about threats worldwide that have become more significant. I'm talking about threats to Israeli assets abroad. Very quickly, we brought 3 startups together. We had an integrative effort to solve a problem that is of the security apparatus. One startup is in the lead because they are more close to fruition, and the others are behind, but working together. This is, if you don't have a VC in startups, it's hard to work this way. And of course, it's difficult for startups to knock on the door of the security establishment. So this was a place where startups had an advantage. It's fast, it's flexible, it can create fast solutions. And when it's a VC that's a venture capital that leads it, we can even act pro bono and get some grace from the fund to solve the national effort, because usually you don't have a lot of funds.
Hila, how do you think the events of October 7th and the war influenced innovativeness in the military industries? I think that October 7th caught us on the one hand very strong, because this is the strength of Israel today. It's IMI. And on the other hand, October 7th truly proved to us that surprise will be complete and always complete. And so we must understand how we should prepare ourselves that is not obvious to us. And the second thing is that we were challenged not in technology. The technologies that challenged us mostly, that the toughest points are at the low tech. And it's what we called the democratization of technology. Suddenly a drone or with very simple autonomic abilities is very, very accessible. And sure, all the military industries and of course the IDF knew how to adapt, but we've seen that at the high end, at the Iranian rocket night, we were fine. We were just fine. And at the very advanced technologies, we have a great advantage. And I'm saying this to understand that we need to remember that the national security and the connection between national security and technology is IMI. But the world has proved to us that it's not the only one. The next wars that will be fought logical arenas that are not the classical IMI arenas, but not necessarily when it comes to weapon systems. And as more we go towards desalination and food solutions that are more technological, and the arena of the social networks might be the first one to attack us today. TikTok, everybody understands today, I believe, is a weapon that China has developed for many years with no interruption because we didn't see it happen. So I think, one, we see that the strength, the main pillar in Israel's security technologies, the IMI was already mentioned before me by everyone, is very strong, and this war has proven it and strengthened it. But we cannot just lean on this sole pillar. It's just the one pillar. The second pillar, technologies that are significant for security, fusion, synthetic biology, energy, space, that are not military per se, per excellence. Weapons are still critical to Israel's national security. Our neighbors and our enemies are very much developed in those, And we must see how we do it, because this is not our natural channel for technological strength, which is IMI. We must see how we strengthen this pillar, because the next surprise, once again, will come from an unpredictable angle. So thank you, Hila. And you truly gave me a segue to the next question and the next topic that I want to discuss, which is truly AI. And that is, in fact, not only the next battlefield, but in fact, the whole revolution that is taking over the world. And during the past few years, we've seen AI entering security and defense. And this is quite a leap forward that completely changes the battlefield, starting with gathering intelligence and running autonomous weapon system. It really also has to do with the lives of our fighters, because there's also an attempt here to death of soldiers, minimize the risks for the forces in every front and arena. And so the main have that concerns me personally, because I deal with it quite a lot, has to do with the responsibility and risks of having the AI enter the defense. How the efforts of having AI, of using technology in the battlefield, AI technology that is, how do we balance correctly between maintaining human control for critical decisions and between technological autonomy? And is it responsible to us generally to have robots enter, and would the robot brain, so to speak, will start working against us? So Hila, please start. In the defense world, AI erupted together with native AI that I think nobody was surprised here, because years the technological world and AI dealt with autonomy and robotics, and it is more sober and realistic than the civil world regarding the responsibility, where it takes the place of a person, of a human. And I think that when it comes to that, this would prove to us that at the end of the day, technology on its own is not capable. So that we can push a bit to the side the decision maker. It could go to other command and control, to autonomous tools. We can have, instead of one-on-one, we can have several on one, and the UAV world has been doing it for many years now. And it won't be different. It won't be very different. It will be different by pace, but not by essence, to any other autonomous system. And we should make sure, once again, that we are not confusing or generalizing between responsible AI in civil uses. How will an autonomous car make this or that decision, or a health system make this or that decision? And to take it and confuse it with the laws of war are different for good and for bad. It's a different conception of life and world, and it's a different situation. And so we need to discuss it, but we also need to distinguish clearly between what we decide in war, facing enemies in the battlefield, and what we decide for a car driving at a public road, or a robotic arm that is performing operations in a hospital. We are a very militaristic state, so I am concerned that will enter the civil world, and there are different decisions that are right to be made in military world but shouldn't be made in the civil world, and vice versa. We should be careful with that. And I think that in the world of battle, AI will create dramatic changes, has already been creating them for many years now, but the pace during the past year, we can see that it has become much faster, significantly so. Ronnie, how do you see the same question? What is the right balance?
There's no question, of course. You can't underestimate the importance here. Certainly when Gen AI starts to write code, the code is writing code, so the pace will be amazing. Two risks that we identified a few years ago. My personal experience, the first company that I was involved in with an investment in Oz, its role was to maintain the AI model. Remember the technological risks and security risks. That's one. That your model is still validated, that it's not biased, not only ethically, also professionally, so it continues and serves you, that you're babysitting it constantly to see that what was true before is still true, That's one company. Another company that makes sure that your model is not stolen, that people don't interfere with your model. This is extremely dangerous. It's a whole world in itself that now is beginning to emerge and understand and recognize its risks. We're starting to talk about that. These are two big dangers. As long as Gen AI enters more and more and the uses expand, even for the regular citizen, we all use this on a daily basis, in a direct way. Dangers are huge. Startups must deal with this. The state needs to incentivize this, and the pace must be so big that if we don't deal with it in an intense way, we are facing a risk, as I said, professionally, security-wise, and ethically in these fields of AI. So the opportunity must come with understanding the risks, and the startups must pounce on this because this is important.
Same question. How do you enter first the systems, and what are your guide rails?
Okay, so first I want to reach this issue from the perspective of opportunities, that we understand that the ability to take and arrange information in real time in a manner that is 1,000,000 times faster than any person and make it accessible to the commander or to the fighter in real time, this is a true revolution, and this is where we're reaching. For several years, we're dealing, in fact, with how to bring or introduce AI into each and every one of our products, to each system, in a way that ultimately will support the decision of a person, of a commander. For instance, we're developing now the laser, that we want it to be introduced at the end of the year, a system that on the one hand is very technological, and we're working on it for several years. On the other hand, you understand that with the technology of AI, you can dramatically improve its effectiveness. The point at which you want to point your laser, you can improve the ability of the operator to decide, or the commander decide, who can now shoot down what at what phase. It's a capacity of data that even the most sophisticated person can deal on his own. Only AI or autonomous systems that bring all these abilities together will reach optimal operational levels. I think that's an important point. Of course, there are the risks, as discussed here. We always say that we support the decision. We always have a man or person that is accountable. If we pointed a laser, or we shot down something, or intercepted something, if we hit something, behind that decision, there's a human being. Many times we introduce a person, even though this person slows down the decision process, but we think it's important. This is very similar to air defense systems. A person must decide if it happens or not. This world is still in its infancy. I think one of the challenges of the State of Israel is to focus the abilities in this field. Here we have the startups that they are now beginning to turn the wheel. They're maybe going too fast, but the big challenge now, of course, we just got back from Abu Dhabi. We were in an exhibition there. We saw the world that is investing hundreds of billions of dollars in these abilities. The State of Israel, if we don't grasp this opportunity and stand national level efforts and using the security industries, we will find ourselves lagging behind everyone. So I think this is a wake-up call for action.
I want to have enough time for one last question because we have a couple of more minutes, and I know that it's very relevant to you all. A subject that is very close to me, that is the states and the independence with the states. Our most important strategic partner for Israel, their military assistance has in fact supported us amazingly in this war as well, and has proven that it is our strategic important lean and crotch, and should we continue on relying on their assistance, or should we strengthen our independent, or both, also when it comes to chains of supply? What are the challenges, Elbit, IAI, and soon we will also speak about lessening the dependence. What are the risks involved with that, and where is the right balance?
Complex question, and I think very important, that should be in center stage in the discourse at the national level. I think the United States and Israel are codependent Certainly it looks like the United States, of course, is the sponsor, and the dependence of the United States on Israel is very small. But I would like to demonstrate why it is right to look at this world, that we demonstrated it in the AI innovation and the pace of change. What in the past the state of Israel, how we related to dependence, how the United States depends on Israel. We demonstrated that what we were able to do with AI in closed circles in Israel, this can't be done with all the effort or all the abilities in the United States. I think this is a strategic opening for the leading forces of policy in Israel and the United States to expand this window and see what we will never be able to do, F-35, and why there we should be 100% dependent on the United States, and where we can do something that will be for the United States where they depend on us. Talking about generative AI or creative technology in the battlefield, with all the limits and parameters, as we said before, not only technologies, how we are able to use technology. I think there's an opportunity to change where the boundary goes of our total dependence on the United States, what should be produced in-house in Israel, and where we have a kind of field, as we demonstrated here in this discussion, can be done sustainable and prolonged and have a co-dependence, which is the best in several fields. Eitan, we started with you, we'll end with you. I will say that the last two questions are related, Shuki, related to this. Forever, we will need to maintain critical Israeli abilities. Arrow defense system, we must depend on ourselves. Iron Dome, we must defend on ourselves. Israel reached a strategic decision long ago that with our main platforms, we will not take it elsewhere. We saw this with the Lavi and IAI and our dependence on US platforms. Our technological advantage, our qualitative advantage, are Israeli systems that also use those systems. AI is a tsunami. If we don't ride the wave, it will bury us. It's a tsunami that begins or that contains huge opportunities. If it's the opportunities that we will be incorporated in these technologies and introducing AI with each and every system that we have. In AI, every system will have AI internally. And if we talk about data analysis, we bring huge amounts of data from our satellites. Without AI, you cannot assess it. You cannot find a needle in a haystack if you needed to bring it as a target. So if I take these two issues, we depend on the Americans with main platforms, maybe with munitions, but the trick here is the network abilities, the pinpoint abilities, the electronic warfare abilities, some advanced algorithms that will be made here will give us a qualitative edge with other competitors. Critical technologies must be Israeli, what we call blue and white technologies. We talk about the Americans, but look what happened in the world. We had a formal and informal embargo that halted our supply chain. If we don't talk about being creative, find special solutions that are in-house, Israeli-made, blue and white, we will have a problem to deal with the swift pace of battle. So this war taught us we have to depend on ourselves in a way that will enable us freedom of action and decision-making in real time. We spoke about Israel's advantages. This relates to things that Roni mentioned before. The dual use issue. With us in Israel, this is an extreme issue between civilian and military fields, including adopting AI abilities that are developed in startups, and we embrace them internally in the security fields. These abilities together with codependence of platforms will give us freedom of action that is huge for us and a qualitative and a dimension that we need. So looking at the whole ecosystem of Israel, very vibrant startups, some of them in civilian fields, but applying them to military abilities, together with swift manufacturing systems, transitioning production lines to military issues. This is the key to the future, and don't be confused. AI will change all of us. There will be systems that we don't even envision today, autonomous systems. There will be jobs that will be replaced by AI systems. How you do trusted AI, etc. We talked about this before. So besides the risks, there are great opportunities. Together, this mix will give us huge advantages. So first, I want to thank you not only for this panel, but for your efforts in the last year in the fighting effort. And I want to say another word. This panel, I think, focused the idea that we need to think strategically, not only react, but create change. In the time of AI, each and every one of us can create change, and the security industries demonstrated that this can be done and lead Israel and lead to qualitative military edge and help promote Israel financially and militarily. Thank you very much.
We are now going to have a lunch break, 2 short announcements. After the break, we will have here speakers that you are going to want to hear, such as MK Yuli Edelstein and the head of the Mossad. They will touch high-profile topics such as the Israel-Palestinian conflict. And also above the lunch, there is a gallery floor with a that was prepared to you by INSS, and a researcher would be happy to take you through it. So enjoy your meal, and we will be back here 15 minutes before 2.
כן, שלום לכם צופים יקרים, תודה רבה שאתם איתנו גם בדקות האלה. כפי שאתם בוודאי רואים, הכנס יצא להפסקה קצרה להתרעננות. בינתיים הכנו לכם קטעים מיוחדים מראיונות שערכנו במכון למחקרי ביטחון לאומי עם גורמים מרתקים שונים. אתם מוזמנים כמובן לצפות כאן, ואם תרצו לראות את השיחות המלאות, אתם מוזמנים לפלטפורמות השונות של המכון למחקרי ביטחון לאומי, או לאתר של המכון, ולצפות בשיחות במלואן. הנה. אנחנו מארחים כאן את המפכ"ל לשעבר, סגן ראש השב"כ לשעבר, רוני אלשיך. שלום לך, אדוני.
שלום וברכה.
אנחנו נדבר איתך על סטארט-אפים, ועל המלחמה, ועל השנה שעברנו, ועל השילוב הזה של טכנולוגיה פורצת דרך, שעוד אולי אפילו איננה בשלה עד הסוף, שמשתלבת בתוך הלחימה. אז כמו שאני שואל בכל פרק מיוחד, האם הקרן, קרן עוז שאתה חלק ממנה, הייתה מעורבת במה שקרה בשנה הזו?
באופן טבעי כן. קודם כל אגיד שזה לא רק קרן, אלא זה קבוצה של קרנות, בלבלים שונים. כלומר, יש קרן שמתעסקת ב-Inception, Pre-Seed, Seed, יש level של early growth, ויש קרנות מטפלות ב-growth, ויש קרנות יהודיות לכל מיני סטארט-אפים. בגדול זה קבוצה גדולה מאוד של קרנות, קבוצה שהוקמה על ידי ירון אשכנזי לפני 7.5 שנים, ובעצם התפתחה, ככה כל פעם גייסה קרן נוספת. למה המעורבות היא כמעט מובנת מאליה? מכמה סיבות. אחת, מדובר במלחמות מסוג חדש. תמיד מלחמות דוחפות את המחירות של התעשייה, כן? פה אנחנו מדברים על חדשנות שאפשר לעשות תוך כדי, מטבע הדברים מי שיכול להיות אג'ייל ככה, זמיש בעברית, זריז וגמיש, זה בדרך כלל סטארט-אפ, כן? כי הוא הרבה יותר מסוגל לעשות שינויים והתאמות זריזות, ולא מדובר בזה תעשייה כבדה, ולכן מטבע הדברים הסטארט-אפים הם הזדמנות באירועים האלה.
אז אתם בעוז בעצם משקיעים בסטארט-אפים רק בתחומי הביטחון?
אנחנו משקיעים במה שנקרא dual use. עוד לפני שמישהו אמר דיפנס בחיים שלו, אנחנו אמרנו dual use. מה זה אומר? זה אומר שבסופו של דבר צריך להיות לזה עניין למערכת הביטחונית, לכן יש לנו גם שותפות עם הפעט בעניין הזה. אבל מצד שני, השוק צריך להיות שוק אזרחי. כלומר, אקזיטים עושים בשוק האזרחי. לא נבנים על השוק הביטחוני. ולכן, אם יש עלייה בביטחון, ירידה בביטחון וכו' וכו', היא פחות גורמת לרגישות של הסטארט-אפ ביכולת שלו להצליח ולעשות אקזיט בשוק האזרחי. מה זה נותן? זה נותן בעצם חיכוך גם עם דיזיין פרטנרס בשוק האזרחי וגם דיזיין פרטנרס בשוק הביטחוני. בהינתן שעכשיו פתאום יש אתגר בתחום הדיפנס, נגיד במהלך מלחמה, אז אתה מסובב טיפה את ההגה כדי לתת לדבר הזה מענה ואפליקציה, אבל לצורך העניין אתה לא עכשיו נבנה או נבחן על זה שזה השוק המרכזי שלך, כי לפעמים זה הייפ והוא עובר. את הקונספט הזה בעצם הוא פותח מתחילת הדרך בעוז ונצ'רס, וזה היה חזון בתחילת ההקמה על ידי ירון אשכנזי, והוא מוכיח את עצמו מפני שכידוע יש עליות וירידות, יש כל מיני טרנדים, אבל תמיד יש צרכים למערכת הביטחון, וגם זה תמיד תובעני מאוד, ומקצועי מאוד, ושם החיכוך עם גורם מקצועי משדרג אותך, מצד שני, הביזנס האמיתי, הגדול, הוא בדרך כלל באזרחי.
אבל אנחנו נתמקד רגע עדיין בנושא הביטחוני, ואתה מדבר על גמישות, על זריזות וגמישות, וסטארט-אפים לא פעם נאלצים באמת לעשות, אתה יודע, כמה שינויים בדרך, ה-Waze, וזה מקובל מאוד גם בעולם של הסטארט-אפים. אתה יכול לתת כמה דוגמאות מהותיות שמצאתם את עצמכם פתאום רצים או דוהרים יחד עם מערכת הביטחון, עם צה"ל, עם שב"כ, עם מוסד, מי שזה לא יהיה, בתוך המלחמה, מאז ה-7 באוקטובר?
לגמרי. אז קודם כל נקדים עוד ואומר, המלחמות של היום זה לא המלחמות של פעם. כלומר, לא נלחמנו נגד צבא מתמרן עם טנקים ונגמשים וכו' וכו', וחיל אוויר במובן המלא של המילה. אלא זה מלחמות מול גרילה וטרור, שנכון, מתנהל כמו צבא, אבל במאפיינים לגמרי אחרים. אני אתן סתם הבדל כדי שאפשר יהיה לחוש אותו. זה קשור כמובן לקישוריות של העולם, להפעלת פרוקסי וכל המעגל האש שנבנה סביבנו. אבל לצורך העניין אתן דוגמה. כשאתה נלחם צבא מול צבא במובן המלא של המילה תמרון מול תמרון, אתה מחסל מפקדות, מערכים, כלים. כשאתה פועל מול גרילה וטרור, אתה צריך את האיש הספציפי הזה, שנמצא במקום הספציפי הזה, ויש לך הפללה עליו, ולצורך העניין, מסביב אתה יודע להגיד מי נמצא ולא נמצא, כשמדובר גם בחטופים באזור, אז ברור מה המורכבות של האירוע הזה. זה שפה אחרת לגמרי, ולכן המאפיינים של הסטארט-אפים הרבה יותר מתאימים כדי לתת לדבר הזה מענה. מה היתרון של קבוצה, של קרן, ובוודאי קבוצה של קרנות, ברמות שונות של הבשלה של סטארט-אפים, שיכולה גם לתת לדבר הזה מעטפת. סטארט-אפ לא תמיד יהיו לו את המשאבים עכשיו להירתם לטובת המלחמה כדי לעשות את זה. כן, אני יכולה להגיד, אוקיי, אני עכשיו, יש מלחמה, יש פה איזה משהו שצריך לעשות אותו במובן הציוני של המילה והשליחותי של המילה, והיא מביאה את הפורטפוליו שלה שופכת למערכה את מי שצריך, גם אם היא צריכה לעזור לו, לאו דווקא דרך המשאבים הספציפיים שהושקעו בתוך הסטארט-אפ. תן למשל דוגמה, אחד האתגרים שעלו למשל, אני אזהר לו לתת דוגמאות שאולי מערכת הביטחון לא רוצה לומר, אז אני לא...
לך ליד.
אבל אני אלך ליד. דוגמה, היה איזשהו אתגר מאוד גדול, מפני שהאיומים בעולם עלו תוך כדי המלחמה, ובמהלך של פחות מחודש, יצרנו סינרגיה בין 3 סטארט-אפים כדי לבנות מערכת עבור מערכת הביטחון, כדי להגיב לאיומים האלה בצורה טובה.
3 סטארט-אפים שנמצאים...
3 סטארט-אפים שונים בתוך הפורטפוליו, פשוט חיברנו ביניהם, כאילו עכשיו עושים פרויקט משותף, ובעצם עם 3 היכולות האלה הצגנו מערכת לטובת מערכת הביטחון שנותנת מענה לדבר הזה, וזה עבד יפה מאוד. במהלך הלחימה כמובן, היו סטארט-אפים שהיה צריך לקחת את הטכנולוגיה ולעשות לה איזושהי אפליקציה יישומית, כדי להוריד אותו לשטח, כדי לאפשר לצה"ל לעשות. כמובן שאנחנו עוסקים רק בתחום הדיפנס, כאילו אין לנו שום יכולות אופנס, כי זה לא מתאים בדרך כלל למשקיעים, זה מתאים באמת לתעשייה שהיא תעשייה ביטחונית. פה אנחנו צריכים ללכת על פי המשקיעים.
וזה מוכיח את עצמו, זה מעניין. בוא נתעכב רגע על הדבר הזה, כי בעצם זה ניהול פרויקט. כשאתה לוקח 3 חברות קטנות שונות, או בינוניות, לא משנה מה הגודל שלהם, ואתה אומר להן עכשיו, תעשו פיבוט. מחשבתי, מהמוצר הספציפי שלכם למשהו שהוא חדש, אבל זה 3 חברות שונות, זה עניין של ניהול או עניין של...
בסוף זה עניין של אינטגרציה טכנולוגית, וזה עניין של לקבוע איזה סטארט-אפ יוביל את התהליך הזה, ובסוף 3 הסטארט-אפים, בהנחה שיוצא אחרי זה פרויקט שגם הוא לא רק התנדבותי, כן? חלקם היו התנדבותיים לחלוטין, אבל שיוצא פרויקט שבסוף אחרי זה יש ביזנס, אז לזה יש מחירות ולזה יש מחירות ולזה יש מחירות, כולם רוצים למכור ולהתפתח, וזה עובד.
היו גם אפליקציה... וזה נכון עדיין לומר, סליחה שאני קוטע אותך שוב, זה נכון עדיין לומר שמערכת הביטחון הישראלית היא בעצם הקטליזטור אולי הטוב בעולם לפיתוחים טכנולוגיים, גם בעידן המודרני, כי הרי אנחנו יודעים את זה בעבר, אתה יודע, מאז הלוי וכל מיני פיתוחים נוספים רבים. זה נכון גם עכשיו?
זה נכון בטכנולוגיות מאוד 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 צבאיות, אבל זה לא נכון למשל ב-AI, זה לא נכון אפילו לא בסייבר סקיוריטי. בסוף היום הטכנולוגיה האזרחית היא בהרבה מקרים מובילה, והמערכת הביטחונית מנסה לאמץ ולעשות לתוכה אפליקציות. כמובן שמדובר על מדע טילים, אז אנחנו, איך אומרים,
האזרחים פחות טובים בזה.
פחות טובים, כן, אבל... זה נכון שהנקודת העבודה שיוצרה בעוז ונצ'רס, שהיא dual use, ממקסמת בעצם את שני הדברים האלה. כי בעצם אתה בונה פורטפוליו של יועצים, גם בתחום המאוד ביטחוני וראשי מערכות בארץ ובעולם, גם בתחומים של מדע, כן? כאלה שהיו ראשי אוניברסיטאות, ראש מכונים, טכנולוגיים וכולי וכולי, כמו הטכניון למשל, שם אותם בתור היועצים שלך. אחר כך אתה שם יועצים מתחום הפיננסים, כן? יועצים מתחום ההשקעות. כשכל הדבר הזה עובד ביחד, אז בעצם מוצאים את נקודת האיזון בצורה טובה, באופן כזה שבעצם טכנולוגיות שיש להם אוריינטציה כזאת, אז אנחנו, מרכז הכובד של מי שיעזור לך לחשוב ולמצוא את הכאבים, יהיו המערכת הביטחונית, והחיבור שלנו למערכת הביטחונית מייצר את היכולת שלנו לזהות unmet needs, ואז לחפש להם פתרונות. אנחנו לא מראיינים סטארט-אפים. אנחנו לא אומרים, מי שיש לו משהו מעניין שיבוא אלינו. אנחנו מחפשים איזה pain אין לו מענה, ואנחנו מחפשים לו מענים. הרבה פעמים מענה כזה יכול לשכב בתוך טכנולוגיות באיזושהי אוניברסיטה, ואף אחד לא מבין שהוא יכול לתת מענה.
שזה מתאים
למשהו כזה. מצד שני, אנחנו כן רוצים שזה יהיה מענה ביטחוני ומענה אזרחי כאחת, כדי להרוויח את הסינרגיה בין שני הדברים. אתן לך דוגמה, היה לנו איזשהו אירוע שעוד לפני שהשקענו, החלטנו סופית להשקיע רק, טכנולוגיה פשוט פורצת דרך, שהותרה באחד האוניברסיטאות כפותרת בעיה, בתוך ה-unmet needs הזה, הרשימה הזאת, כשחתמנו מה שנקרא term sheet, כן? עוד רק את העקרונות, עוד לפני שבכלל יש חתימה על השקעה, היו 40 איש מאמן שבאו לחגוג את החתימה הזאת, עוד אין כלום.
באמן סמכו אפריורית על זה שיש מסלול.
שיש איזשהו מענה שייתן להם משהו שכרגע אין לו מענה בכלל. זאת אומרת, סטארט-אפ שלא עושה את זה במסגרת קרן עם שיתופי פעולה כאלה, לא יכול לדבר עם אמן. בסדר? לפני שהוא חברה שיש לה כבר maturity וכבר אפשר לסמוך עליה. המבנה הזה מאפשר בעצם להתנסות באזורים הכי מאתגרים שללא ספק שם. בביטחוני רוצים SLA הכי טוב, דיוק הכי טוב וכו' וכו', שם להתנסות, ואת הידע הזה אתה מרוויח אותו בשביל המוצר.
אי אפשר שלא לדבר איתך, בוודאי כשאנחנו מדברים על שנה פלוס של מלחמה, כשאנחנו מדברים על היכולות המטורפות שרפאל הפגינה במהלך המלחמה הזו. אני בטוח שאתם מסתובבים עם סוג של מדליה וירטואלית על החזה, לפחות גאים במה שקרה כאן, נכון? מבחינת שדה הקרב.
כן, אנחנו מאוד גאים, גם על הביצועים של המערכות של רפאל תוך כדי המלחמה, וגם על כמובן התרומה המשמעותית שלנו, של העובדים. 7 באוקטובר תפס אותנו, את עם ישראל, לא מוכן. אנחנו נרתמנו בצורה מדהימה, אני חושב, ברפאל. צריך לזכור שזאת חברה שעובדת כל הזמן עם הפנים לצה"ל, עם הפנים למערכת הביטחון, ובעצם ב7 לאוקטובר פתחנו מבהרים, אנשים פה התגייסו מלא, עבדנו 24/7 ותמכנו ככל שאפשר בכל המערכות שלנו, שכמו שאתה יודע ורבים יודעים, אלה המערכות שמהוות את עמוד השדרה של צה"ל, באוויר, בים, ביבשה.
אז בוא נתעכב רגע על מה שאמרת עכשיו, כי קודם כל הברנד ניים רפאל הוא מאוד מאוד מוכר, ואין ישראלי שלא יודע מה זה רפאל, אבל כדי למפות אולי את היכולות שלכם, את הטכנולוגיות של רפאל בשדה הקרב המורכב הזה, מלמעלה ועד למטה ועד מתחת לים, בוא נשים כמה שמות גנריים על השולחן, כדי שגם נוכל לחבר בין המוצרים לביניכם.
לגמרי. אז קודם כל אני חושב שאין ישראלי שלא מכיר ולא צילם ולא היה במקום שבו כיפת ברזל ירתה עשרות, רבות, מאות יירוטים מעליו, ובעצם אני חושב שכיפת ברזל היא הניים הכי גדול של מדינת ישראל. מספיק ששמענו את טראמפ שהחזון הקטן שלו לארצות הברית זה לממש כיפת ברזל אמריקאית, שאתה מבין שזה הברנד הכי חם בעולם. אז זה כמובן שלנו ואנחנו גאים בזה. צריך לזכור שכיפת ברזל כל הזמן מנסה להקדים את הצד השני ולתת מענה הכי טוב שאפשר לכל ההתפתחויות, ואפילו במלחמה עשינו עשרות אדפטציות ושינויים ועדכונים כדי שנהיה מוכנים ב-100% או הכי קרוב ל-100%, כי אף פעם אין 100% במערכות הגנה, לכל אפשרות של יירוט של מתחים בסוגים ובצורות שונות. צריך לזכור גם שגם קלע דוד, שהיא מערכת נוספת שלנו, מהווה את ההשלמה לכיפת ברזל, ורק אני אגיד ש98% מכל היירוטים שעשו במהלך המלחמה הם מערכות שלנו, ואנחנו גאים בזה. זאת אומרת, כל ישראלי צריך לדעת שחלק מזה שאפשר היה לנהל שגרת לחימה בשנה וחצי האחרונות, ולהמשיך ולנהל את המשק בצורה סבירה, ולחיות באזורים שנורו לעברם רקטות יום ולילה מכל החזיתות, זה בזכות המערכות ההגנה שלנו.
היית אומר מחלמיש אגב שאתם נמצאים במצב שהמערכת הזו היא טובה יותר כיום ממה שהייתה ב-7 באוקטובר 23? יותר חכמה, יותר מתוחכמת?
התשובה היא כן. אנחנו כל הזמן ממשיכים ומעדכנים אותה. אנחנו מבינים שהצד השני לומד ומנסה להגיע למצב שהוא מכריע את המערכת או מוצא בפרצות, ואנחנו כל הזמן מעדכנים את התוכנה, משפרים אותה, מביאים אותה לרמה שבה היא מצליחה ליירט כמה שאפשר ולתפוס את היירוטים בנקודה שהיא 90% כמינימום. זה היעד שלנו. זהו, הצד השני הוא לא שוקט על שמריו, הם כל הזמן מנסים למצוא נקודות, נקודות חולשה, ואנחנו דואגים שזה לא יקרה.
אז זה באוויר, מה שנקרא בהגנה האווירית? בוא נראה את הקרקע.
אם אנחנו רוצים לקחת את היבשה, שאני חושב שמבחינתי לפחות כשריונר, מישהו שהיה מג"ד שריון, תמיד הרצון שלנו היה להגיע לתמרון שבו הטיל נ"ט לא יכריע אותנו, אלא אנחנו נדע להתגונן בפניו. שנים חשבנו על זה, והמערכת שלנו, מעיל רוח, היא מערכת שמבצעית כבר מ-2011, ואני חושב שהביצועים שלה במערכה האחרונה הם אלו שאפשרו לצה"ל לתמרן באופן מדהים ברצועת עזה, ואחרי זה בדרום לבנון, ואני חושב שהמערכת הוכיחה מעל לכל ספק שהיא המאפשר מספר אחת לתמרון היבשתי, והיא בעצם המערכת שאפשרה את החזרה לתמרון, מה שחלמנו עליו במשך עשרות שנים, אחרי שהבנו שיש התקדמות מדהימה בטילי הנ"ט שמקשים על התמרון של כוחותינו, אנחנו מבינים ששברנו את המשוואה, והכל באמצעות מעיל רוח, המערכת המבצעית היחידה בעולם, שהיא מערכת הגנה אקטיבית לרקם, לטנקים, לנמרים, לרקם אחר, אין כמוה בעולם, ואנחנו גאים מאוד על הדבר הזה, והייתי אומר, תדע כל אם עברייה, שיש על הטנק או הרקם של בנה, מערכת מעיל רוח. לא מעט הורים פגשו אותי במהלך המלחמה, ושאלו אותי, האם יש לסוגים שונים של רקמים וטנקים, מערכת מעיל רוח, אמהות, אבות, דודים ודודות. ואני חושב שזאת מערכת שהוכיחה מעל לכל ספק את נחיצותה, ואני זוכר עוד לפני 15 שנה שעוד היו דיונים, האם כל כלי רקם צריך מערכת הגנה אקטיבית, וברור עכשיו שאי אפשר בלי המערכת. מערכת נוספת שאנחנו עובדים עליה קשה בשנים האחרונות, ועשתה צעדים במהלך המלחמה, לקראת הגעתה בסוף השנה למבצוע בצה"ל, היא מערכת הלייזר. כולנו מייחלים לה, מחכים לה. זו המערכת הראשונה שתשבור את המשוואה, שבה המיירט יהיה יותר זול מהטילים והרקטות שנורים לעברה. תוכל לעשות את זה במהירות האור, כמו שאנחנו אומרים, וגם פה רפאל היא הראשונה להציב מערכת כזאת, לפתח אותה ולהביא אותה לצה"ל, ויכולת כזאת תהיה לכיפת ברזל ותיתן מענה מעולה לאיומים כמו כטב"מים, כטב"מי נפץ, רחפנים וכל מיני סוגים של מעופפים שראינו אותם בתפוצה די רחבה במלחמה.
אז בוא נדבר רגע על העניין הזה. ברשותך אני רוצה קצת להקשות אם אפשר, לאתגר בסוגיה הזו, כי יש באמת הרבה הישגים ופרסת רק חלק מן ההישגים האלה, אבל אני רוצה לדבר איתך קצת על האתגר של הרחפנים והכטב"מים, וזה עניין גם של יירוט שהוא מורכב יותר, אבל גם של זיהוי, ואני תוהה איך לא זיהיתם את זה מוקדם יותר, מה זה אומר, ואני פה, לא ידעתם שזה יקרה? לא שמתם לב שהכטב"מים יהפכו לבעיה רצינית?
קודם כל אני חושב ששמנו לב לזה, ואפילו בתקופתי במפת שהייתה כבר לפני 7-8 שנים, שמנו את הכטב"מים ואת הרחפנים כמשהו שהאויב מכוון אליו כנשק הפתעה למלחמה הבאה, ואני חושב שנערכו אליו בצורה די טובה. היו כמובן אירועים ומקומות שבהם הכטב"מים הגיעו ממקומות בלתי צפויים, ואולי היינו פחות אירועים רחבים, אבל מבחינה טכנולוגית, שזה האחריות של רפאל, אני חושב שהעמדנו מגוון די רחב של מערכות לרשות מפ"ת ולרשות מערכת הביטחון.
אתה יודע, זו סדרה של שיחות עם התעשיות הביטחוניות במדינת ישראל, ואתם באמת אחת החברות הגדולות והבולטות, ואומנם אתה מתעסק המון במה שקורה על הקרקע, אבל אני אדבר איתך בפרספקטיבה רחבה. חייב לשאול אותך, השנה שעברה, מאז אותה נקודה שחורה, 7 באוקטובר, איך היא עברה עליכם, איפה השתלבתם, עד כמה השתלבתם בהגנה על המולדת?
אז כחברה ביטחונית ובטח חברה ממשלתית, אחת המשימות המרכזיות שלנו זה בראש ובראשונה להגן על מדינת ישראל. ולהעניק לצה"ל ולמדינת ישראל את ההגנה הכי טובה וגם יכולות התקפיות בכל הזירות שמעניינות את מדינת ישראל. ובאמת ה-7 באוקטובר זה יום שחור בתולדות מדינת ישראל, נקודה מאוד נמוכה. אבל מאותו יום, אפילו מאותו בוקר הייתי אומר, תעשייה האווירית התגייסה, תרתי משמע, כלומר גם בהיבט המעשי, למעלה מ-2,000 עובדים מהתעשייה האווירית יצאו לשדות הקרב, גם בצפון וגם בדרום וגם במקומות אחרים. והגיוס השני, הגיוס המקביל, היה התגייסות לצורכי המלחמה, כולל הרחבת פסי הייצור, ייצור של יכולות, ייצור של פתרונות, ובעצם הבנה מתמדת, מתמשכת, יומיומית, בכל הגזרות, מה צריך, מה נדרש, מה מאתגר היום בשדה הלחימה, ומה התעשייה האווירית יודעת לבוא ולסייע. במובן הזה, ההתגייסות הייתה מוחלטת, היא ממשיכה גם היום, יש עדיין מקומות שמייצרים ב2 וב3 משמרות כל יום את מה שצריך בשביל להעמיד את ארסנל המענים הטוב ביותר למדינת ישראל.
אני מבקש להתעכב מעט על אחד האלמנטים היותר מזוהים איתכם, וזה כמובן עולם הכטב"מים, עולם המטוסים ללא טייס. אני זוכר את עצמי 25 שנה אחורה, אולי אפילו יותר קצת, מסייר במפעל של מל"טים, ואני לא בטוח שכולם הבינו את הפוטנציאל ומה שהולך לקרות עם הכלים האלה. היום אני חושב שמעבר ליכולות שאתם מפתחים, להטיס את הכלים האלה לכל מקום, בטח במזרח התיכון, זה להתגונן מפני הדומים להם. אנחנו שם? אנחנו בדרך לשם?
אז א', אנחנו שם, אבל בואו רגע פרק היסטורי קצר. תעשייה האווירית הייתה חלוצה בעולם הזה של הכטב"מים. הכטב"ם הראשון של מדינת ישראל, של צה"ל, בעצם יוצר בתעשייה האווירית, נדבר איתך עוד על שנות ה-70. זה בעולמות של יכולות, מתפתחות, חדשנות לשדה הקרב, ועל אותו מל"ט, אותה מערכת בעצם ממוטסת, אוטונומית, לא מאוישת, הלבישו הרבה מאוד סנסורים שבסוף אוספים את כל מה שקורה בשדה הקרב, בגבולות הקרובים וגם במעגלים רחוקים יותר, ומשדרים את כל מה שמעניין בסוף את המודיעין הישראלי. אז זה רגע הפרק ההיסטורי. בכל מה שקשור במענה מפני איום הכטב"מים, אז באמת האיום הזה הלך והתהווה, הלך והתחזק בשנים האחרונות. ראינו אותו גם במלחמת אוקראינה-רוסיה, בצורה מאוד משמעותית. וגם אנחנו פגשנו פה מאות כלי טייס, בעיקר בצפון של חיזבאללה, שחדרו את המרחב האווירי של ישראל. ולאט לאט בשנה האחרונה, ואני אפילו לעדכן או לבשר שבשבועות האחרונים התקדמנו בצורה משמעותית בפתרונות אמיתיים, רובוסטיים, שידעו לתת מענה, הגנה נוספת, שכבת הגנה נוספת מפני איום, שלא כל כך היה לנו מענה, צריך לומר, לפחות עד החודשים האחרונים, וראינו אירועים קשים של חדירות מהצפון, שהגיעו בסוף ליישובים, הגיעו גם לבסיס גולני, למחנה רגבים, ופגעו וגם נהרגו אנשים בהתקפות האלו.
אז מה זה אומר בעצם? שהאיום הזה שנדמה היה שהוא הדבר החדש שמאיים על אזרחי מדינת ישראל בעורף, האיום הזה קרוב להיות לפחות דרמטי? אתם תסירו אותו באמצעות הטכנולוגיה?
קודם כל נמסגר את האיום ונגיד שהאיום הזה קיים, הוא לא איום קיומי על מדינת ישראל, בואו נשים את הרגע בפרק.
הוא מייצר טרור אבל, תודעתית.
הוא מייצר בעיה בעורף, ובעצם יש פה שכבה נוספת במדינת העל, מערכת הביטחון, יחד עם התעשיות הביטחוניות, ופה אני מדבר בשם התעשייה האווירית, ייצרנו פתרון שהוא עוד לא רחב, הוא עוד לא פרוס בכל הגבולות, אבל יש כבר כיוונים לא רעים בכלל, איך למנוע את האיום הזה בראייה עתידית, בצורה שלמה מהגבולות.
אתה יכול לפרט או שמה זה עדיין בשלב סודי?
אני מעדיף, זה באמת פיתוחים של החיים ועוד מואצת של הרבה מאוד מהנדסים בחברה, שבעצם חיברו יכולות איסוף מצד אחד, מערכת שיודעת להגיד איפה האיום, מה המרחק של האיום הזה, מאיפה בדיוק הוא נמצא אליו אמצעים קטלניים שיפגעו ויערתו את האיום הזה.
כלומר, איסוף זה אומר מקם. נכון, כי זאת הבעיה, לראות את הכלים האלה שהם הרבה יותר קטנים ופחות משאירים טביעת אצבע אלקטרונית באוויר לעתים.
נכון.
זה סיפור.
האתגר בכטב"מים, בעיקר הכטב"מים הקטנים, ואפילו בצורה יותר ספציפית, כטב"מים עם יכולות מסוימות, שהן מאתגרות את מערכי ההגנה שלנו, את מערכי האיסוף והגילוי שלנו. גם הפתרון שהתקדם, בחודשים האחרונים התקדם לאור הבנת האתגר. הבנו בדיוק איך מתנהגים אותם כטב"מים, אפילו מתחת לכטב"מים, עולם הרחפנות, וכלים עוד יותר קטנים מהכלים שאתה מדבר עליהם. זיהינו את הדבר הזה, הבחנו אותו, והצלחנו לייצר מענה, שאני מקווה שבשנים הקרובות יתפרס בכל גבולות המדינה, ויסיר את האיום הזה מעל העורף הישראלי.
מדהים.
אני עוד לא יודע להגיד שזה יקרה, אבל פתרונות יש.
אז אני מתהפך עכשיו, וחוזר לבייס, למקור בעצם, הכטב"מים, אותם מטוסים ללא טייס, מל"טים למעשה, שפיתחתם כבר בשנות ה-70 בתעשייה האווירית, והיום הם בצמרת של כלי הטייס האלה בעולם. כמה אנחנו רחוקים מ-F-16 במרכאות ללא טייס?
אז אני לא אכנס למרחב הזה, כי יש פה באמת פיתוחים שהם מסווגים. אני רק אגיד שהעולם באופן כללי הולך לכיוונים של כלים לא מאוישים, גם למטרות איסוף וגם למטרות תקיפה. אנחנו רואים פרויקטים כאלה בכל המדינות המפותחות, המתקדמות, שיש להם יכולות ייצור, וגם מדינת ישראל לא טומנת ידה בצלחת בהקשר הזה.
ויש, תקיפה, כלומר, עושים סיכולים ממוקדים היום, כולל ביהודה ושומרון, בוודאי בעזה, אבל גם בלבנון. זאת אומרת, זה קיים. אני שואל בסקייל גדול, של פצצות של טון, למשל, שאתה צריך להטיל עכשיו על הדחיה בביירות או משהו. האם אנחנו מתקרבים לרגע הזה שיהיו כלים מספיק גדולים שלא יהיו בהם טייסים?
אנחנו מתקרבים לרגע הזה, ובאופן כללי מסתכלים על מבנה חיל האוויר לפני עשורים, ומבנה חיל האוויר בעוד עשורים, אני חושב שכלים לא מאוישים, גם למטרות איסוף וגם למטרות תקיפה, היא תלך ותתרחב, ואחוז הבלתי מאוישים מתוך הסדק האווירי הכללי של חיל האוויר, גם בישראל, גם במקומות אחרים, האחוז הזה ילך ויגדל. יהיו יותר כלים בלתי מאוישים על חשבון כלים מאוישים. זו מגמה שהולכת
הוריד אותך לקראת, רק לכמה דקות, בכל זאת אתה ראש מנהל לבשה בתעשייה האווירית, וזה תמיד נשמע לי קצת מוזר. תעשייה האווירית, קרקע, על מה אנחנו מדברים?
אז תעשייה אווירית נמצאת גם ביבשה, היא נמצאת גם באוויר, כמובן זה המרכז העסקים שלה, זה גם ההיסטוריה העסקית שלה, וגם לב המוצרים שלה בסוף זה עולמות של האוויר, אבל גם עולמות של החלל, גם מערכי הגנה אווירית למיניהם, גם עולמות של ים, יבשה מאוד מאוד מעניין וגם מאוד מתפתח בתעשייה האווירית. תעשייה אווירית מייצרת פתרונות לצבא היבשה. לא, אנחנו מייצרים פתרונות ומערכות מוכללות שבעצם מחברות את שדה הלחימה ומחברות את כל הכלים היבשתיים למיניהם, אם זה אמצעי מודיעין שמשרתים את היבשה, או אם זה כלי רכב עם סנסורים שיודעים להעביר את התמונה למפקדות אחוריות או לחמ"לים כאלו ואחרים, ואם זה כלים קטלניים או כלים תוקפים למיניהם, שיודעים להעביר את אותה תמונה גם כן לאותו מרכז שליטה כזה או אחר. תעשייה אווירית מתרחבת בפתרונות שלה לצבא היבשה, לא יודע אם אתם מכירים את כל הפורטפוליו שלנו בעולם היבשתי, אבל מוצר אחד אולי אני... הרכב, לא יודע אם אתה יודע, אבל תעשייה אווירית מייצרת ג'יפים, מייצרת כלי רכב שמחליטים לצה"ל, והכלים האלה כבר נסעו במלחמה האחרונה עשרות אלפי קילומטרים, גם בלבנון וגם בצפון.
כלים רגילים לחלוטין. כלי הנאה נקרא להם כך?
ג'יפים שיודעים לקחת 10 ו-14 לוחמים עליהם, כלים מבצעים שהשתתפו.
למה אתם בכלל במרחב הזה?
אנחנו במרחב הזה קודם כל כי יש לנו יכולות, שאנחנו חושבים שצבא היבשה הולך לכיוון של פתרונות ומערכות שלמות. זה כבר לא חייל שהולך עם הנשק שלו ועומד בעמדה ומקבל את המודיעין שהוא רואה במשקפת.
התעשיות הביטחוניות כיכבו בשנה האחרונה, שנה וחצי האחרונות מאוד, לא שלא כיכבתם קודם, צריך לומר, אבל באמת זאת הייתה שנה גדולה. תן לי במשפט 2-5, איך אתה מסכם את 23, סוף 23 ואת 24 ותחילת השנה הזו, שבעצם מכניסה אותנו לעידן קצת אחר, מבחינתכם גם אני מניח.
כן, תודה. אז אני אגיד שלאחר ההפתעה של 7 באוקטובר, אני חושב שכוחות הביטחון, צה"ל, נערך לתמרון, שהיו לו מספר חלקים בעזה, ואחר כך עוד הרחבת המאמץ בצפון. ואני חושב שההתעצמות של צה"ל, המוכנות שלו והיכולת שלו להכריע בצורה כל כך מוחלטת את האויב, תוצאה של הרבה מאוד שנים של השקעות ועבודה משותפת בין מערכת הביטחון לבין תעשיות הביטחון, שאפשרו לצייד את הלוחמים בכל אמצעי החישה, המודיעין, הפקת המטרות ויכולת להשמיד אותם בזמן קצר ולנטרל כל איום.
יש הרבה מאוד כלים טכנולוגיים וגם מרכיבים העשור האחרון. איזו נישה אתם באלביט תופסים בעצם, כשאני מסתכל על צה"ל, קרקע, אוויר, ים, איפה אתם נוכחים מאוד?
אלביט זה חברה ענקית. היא נמצאת בכל זרוע, היא נמצאת בכל מקום, אבל אני הייתי אומר שהמאפיין של המלחמה הזאת הוא, אני לא יודע אם זה שגור כל כך, אבל אני חושב שהמאפיין של המלחמה הזאת זה המלחמה הדיגיטלית ראשונה. המלחמה הדיגיטלית לא במובן שמחשבים נלחמו, אלא במובן של קצב, יצירת המודיעין, איסוף המטרות והפגיעה בהם והניטרול שלהם דרך אמצעים של נשק מותאם למטרה. הסייקל הזה הוא היה מאוד 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 מהיר. הסייקל הזה התבסס בעיקר על אלביט. הסייקל הזה חיבר את כל הזרועות בצה"ל, את חיל האוויר, את חיל הים, את אמן כמובן, ואת האופרטור הקרקעי, את זרוע היבשה. ובעצם דרך מה שאביב כוכבי טבע, תקיפה רב-מימדית, אני נוסיף גם את המרחב הקיברנטי, את הספקטרום, אז דרך תקיפה רב-מימדית, אנחנו בעצם גם יצרנו את האפשרות לאופרטור, לחיילים שלוחמים, לטייסים במטוס, לשתף פעולה במרחב גיאוגרפי מאוד מאוד קטן, בזמני מציאת מטרה עד השמדתה, שהם סדרי גודל של חלקי דקות, והדבר שהכי מפתיע, או הכי מרשים, זה שזה תוך כדי שימוש בנשקים בתפוצה רחבה. אז אני רוצה רגע להסביר מה זה.
מה שנקרא נשק מטומטם.
כן.
די פשוט, בסיסי.
כן,
שהרכבתם עליו טכנולוגיות מתקדמות של אלביט, והפכתם את הנשק הזה להרבה יותר מתוחכם, הרבה יותר מדויק, הייתי אומר.
כן, כן. אם ניקח לדוגמה את הארטילריה הישנה, עוד משנות ה-60, וניקח את התותחים, וניקח את המרגמות, וניקח את אז לא הייתה להם עדנה עד מלחמת אוקראינה. ובטח מדינות מעצמות בעולם לא חשבו שיש ערך גדול בנשקים האלה. יחד עם זה, תעשיות הביטחון שקדו, אלביט בפרט, היא הגמונית בתחומים האלה, על דיוק הנשקים האלה, קטעי דיוק, קטעי הנחיה, מאוד מאוד זולים ומתאימים, כך שאתה הופך את הנשק הזה מנשק סטטיסטי ולא יעיל, לנשק הרבה יותר מתוחכם, שיכול לרתום את היכולת הזאת דרך יכולת איסוף גם כן מאוד 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 מתקדמת.
אז זה גם מה שאני מבין ממך, היה קאמבק משוגע לאותו נשק שכבר כולם זלזלו בו, מי צריך את הטנקים, את התותחים, יש לנו מל"טים ויש לנו מטוסים והכל לוויינים וכו'. פתאום גילינו, אגב גילו את זה גם בצה"ל אני חושב, וכל האזרחים בישראל, שוואלה, חיל רגלים זה חשוב, ולכבוש שטח זה קריטי, ולדעת להפגיז גם, בלי זה אתה לא יכול להתקדם לשום מקום. אז יש, אתה אומר, עדנה, אבל זה מעבר לעדנה. זו הבנה עמוקה שאתה חושב שבעצם חלחלה בצה"ל עמוק. אנחנו נראה שינוי פה בתפיסת הפעולה, אולי בתפיסת ההפעלה של צה"ל.
אני חושב שאנחנו לא רק נראה שינוי, אני חושב שגם כן ההתבטאות של מובילי המדיניות, גם בצה"ל, גם הרמטכ"ל הנכנס, זמיר, ולא רק, מתבטאים בצורה מאוד מאוד ברורה וחדה על איך התמרון העתידי צריך להיראות, והוא מחזק את כל הוקטורים האלה שעכשיו אמרת. איסוף בקצה, יכולת סגירת מעגלים מהירה בקצה, עם נשק מדויק, תוך כדי התחשבות בנזק אגבי, ובמחירים אפורטבל. מחירים אפורטבל, מחירים של פגז, במחירים של מרגמה מדויקת, עוקץ פלדה. התהליכים האלה של סגירת המעגל, הטכנולוגיה אפשרה לחשוף את האויב בתהליכים הרבה יותר, כאשר הוא מסתיר את עצמו, בתהליכים הרבה יותר טובים, הרבה יותר אוטונומיים, אתה יכול להפעיל את זה במסות, אתה יכול להסתכל עליו מלמעלה, דרך מל"טים, אתה יכול להסתכל עליו בהסתכלות אופקית, דרך
אבל להפגיז אותו ולא להפציץ אותו.
בדיוק, להפגיז אותו, לפעמים אין ברירה.
אתה מפציץ, כמובן.
אם נניח שהתמרון הראשוני, בכדי לנטרל מחבלים שבבית, אתה עשית את כל תהליך האיסוף, והחלטת, בכדי הכי יעיל זה להביא ג'יידם מ-F-16.
נכון.
אז
מצד שני סינואר חוסל מן הקרקע.
נכון. אז יש את שתי, כן, אבל לא רק
סינואר. עם פגז ועם לוחמים.
נכון, אז יש את סינואר, ויש את החבר השני, נסראללה.
בביירות, כן.
אבל גם התקיפה של נסראללה, היא תקיפה, למרות שעשו בה שימוש בנשק מאוד 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 מתוחכם, אווירי, הרבה טון, כתוב 80.
המספרים נכתבו, כן.
עדיין להגיד מתי ואיפה, בדיוקים מתי של שניות או דקות, ומיקום בדיוק של מטרים, הדבר הזה הוא תודות למערכות איסוף מאוד מאוד מתקדמות, שליטה, עליונות טכנולוגית שמאפשרת עליונות מודיעינית. העליונות המודיעינית הזאת אפשרה את הרתימה של הנשק המתאים.
כדי שצנזורה לא תזרוק אותנו לכל הרוחות, בכל זאת לא אותך ולא אותי ביחד, בטח אנחנו באמצע מלחמה. כוון אותנו כמה שניתן פנימה לתוך הכלים האלה. אתה מדבר על איסוף. דיברנו על פגזים, אוקיי, זה צד אחד, אבל האיסוף הוא הצד היותר מתוחכם, היותר פחות נראה. אנחנו לא רואים את הלוויינים ולא רואים את העיניים. עד כמה אלביט נוכחת בעולם הזה?
שאלה מצוינת, אבל אלביט נמצאת בכל התחומים שאמרת. אנחנו קוראים לזה מהחלל לחייל. אלביט מצלמות התמונה הראשונה של עזה אחר הפריצה, היא תמונה שצולמה במצלמות אלביט, בלוויין כמובן של תעשייה אווירית, אבל המצלמות הן מצלמות של אלביט. כל המידע של איפה היו חדירות, איפה נמצאים אולי
חטופים.
הקורבנות, לא, החטופים.
תחילה הקורבנות, כן.
כן, הקורבנות, המיצוי שלהם, מיפוי שלהם. התהליכים האלה של התמונות האלה, ביחד עם תמונות בריל טיים, עם מערכות שאוספות מגבהים יותר נמוכים, גם ממטוסי קרב, וגם ממל"טים, וגם מל"טים בשכבה נמוכה עד קלה ברחפנים, שזה בז'רגון הצבאי נקרא רוקה, קרום הקרוב לקרקע. כל תהליך האיסוף הזה מאפשר לא רק חשיפה באור הנראה, ולא רק חשיפה אולי באמצעים של לילה, גילוי בלילה, אלא גם עם עוד מכשירי חישה נוספים, שאתה יכול להסתכל על כל הספקטרום כיכולת איסוף.
אם אני מסתכל מנקודת המבט שלך, ישראל סבלה מביטחון אנרגטי בשנה הזו, מאז היה 7 באוקטובר?
אז אני באמת אתייחס קודם כל לנושא של הביטחון האנרגטי בישראל. אחר כך אנחנו כמובן... אנחנו טובה לביטחון האנרגטי, יותר ביטחון אנרגטי לישראל, אבל הנקודה המרכזית פה לדעתי זה שהמלחמה, ובייחוד חודש וחצי הראשונים של המלחמה, שמאגר תמר הושבת, מאגר תמר, להזכירך, עד שמאגר לוויתן נכנס, היה אחראי ל-70% מהספקת האנרגיה לחשמל בישראל, מאגר אחד, והוא הושבת בחודש וחצי הראשונים של המלחמה, אבל לא הרגשנו את זה. לא הרגשנו את זה כי אנחנו היום נמצאים בפיק שאני משך הלאה של ביטחון אנרגטי בישראל. זאת אומרת, זרוע אדירה של הספקת אנרגיה לישראל הופסקה, ולא הרגשנו שום דבר. כי יש לנו פה היום ביטחון אנרגטי מאוד מאוד גדול, ואחרי זה אני ארחיב מה זה ביטחון אנרגטי.
שיצרנו אותו מאז בעצם שהתחלנו לקדוח?
זה היה בשלבים. אני אולי אפתיע ואני אגיד שבעצם גז באדמה, או גז שנמצא זה לא ביטחון אנרגטי. ניקח לדוגמה את ניגריה.
זה לא מחסן.
בדיוק. ניגריה למשל, יש לה המון אנרגיה באדמה, הרבה יותר מאשר לנו, אבל אין לאזרחים ביטחון אנרגטי. כי אין תשתיות שמביאות את מולקולת האנרגיה מנקודה A לנקודה B, לצרכן. אנחנו גילינו גז, זה לא נתן לנו ביטחון אנרגטי. פיתחנו תשתיות שהביאו ביטחון אנרגטי. אם אתה רוצה, אני אגיד בכמה מילים מה זה ביטחון אנרגטי.
תכף נגיע להסבר הזה, כי הוא באמת חשוב כשאנחנו מדברים עליו, אבל הזכירה אמירה את מצרים כמובן, וגם אתה הסברת למה הביטחון האנרגטי שלנו תלוי בביטחון האנרגטי של מצרים.
יש ביניהם קשר, אני לא אגיד, יש קשר מאוד מאוד קרוב.
אנחנו בעצם הפכנו לשחקן במזרח התיכון? בתחום הזה?
אנחנו היום ספקי אנרגיה הגדולים ביותר במזרח הים התיכון.
מה שנקרא בלי שמות. בלי להרחיב יותר מדי, כי יש פה גם רגישויות. עד כמה המצרים אוהבים את זה, אגב? אמירה שהם תלויים ביהודים.
אני לא חושבת שזה לא עניין של אוהבים. בכלל ביחסים בינלאומיים אנחנו רואים אינטרסים, ופה יש אינטרס מאוד מובהק למצרים. ברגע שהיה גילויי גז, גם בישראל וגם מצרים, פחות או יותר באותם שנים או בשנים קרובות, הבינו את היכולת של המשאב האדיר הזה, לייצר פה שיתוף פעולה כדי לייצר הרבה יותר ממנו. הדברים האלה התחילו כבר בתקופה ששטייניץ היה שר האנרגיה, והיה גם חיבור אישי בין השרים עם השר המקביל לו, המצרי, אבל היה פה חיבור והבנה טוטלית של האינטרס, ואת הנושא של איך אפשר למנף, בדיוק כמו שציין אמיר, את כל מזרח הים התיכון. אני חותרת להגיד בעצם, שמאוד מהר הבינו שצריך להקים ארגון, את ה-EMGF, East Mediterranean Gas Forum. הוא נולד כפורום, אבל הוא הפך להיות ארגון לכל דבר ועניין. מקום מושבו בקהיר. ישראל היא מהמקימות, היא שותפה בו, ואני חייבת להגיד לך, כשגרירה שמכירה את היחסים עם מצרים 30 שנה, פעם ראשונה בתולדותינו שהקמנו ארגון שישראל חברה בו, והמטה שלו יושב בקהיר. והארגון הזה ממשיך לפעול ומקדם מאוד את כל נושא של השיתוף פעולה האנרגטי בין כל מדינות.
אפשר כמה אנחנו אחראים לאנרגיה במצרים ברמת גודל?
ישראל מייצאת הרבה מאוד גז למצרים, וישראל צריכה לייצא, בדיוק כמו שאמר אמיר, כי אין לנו שוק אחר. זה השוק שאליו אנחנו צריכים לייצא, וזה השוק הגדול.
זאת התשובה המשלימה למה שרמז לנו אמיר כאן, מה שטוב למצרים טוב לישראלים.
ולהפך, בדיוק.
אז אני חוזר אלינו הביתה, אמיר, אפרופו מה שאתה הבטחת לומר, תנסה באמת להסביר איך מפענחים את הנוסחה הזו של ביטחון אנרגטי למדינה כמו מדינת ישראל, שהיא מדינה מאוימת, בשכונה לא מדהימה, אבל סביבה המון אנרגיה לאחרים, לא לנו. ופתאום צץ הגז.
אז ככה, כמו שאמרתי, בסוף הבסיס זה תשתיות. מקודם נתתי את הדוגמה של ניגריה, שיש לה הרבה גז ונפט באדמה, אבל אין ביטחון אנרגטי. מצד שני, כמו יפן, יש ביטחון אנרגטי מקסימלי, ואין לה בכלל אנרגיה בבית. פשוט יש לה הרבה מאוד תשתיות מבוזרות, שמספקות את האנרגיה.
כולל גרעיניות וכדומה.
כן, כן, בדיוק. וכל שאר תשתיות יבוא וייצור. מה שקורה בעצם זה שביטחון אנרגטי זה מושג שאני משעין אותו על 3 רגליים. רגל אחת זה אמינות וזמינות, אמינות אנרגטית. זאת אומרת, בשגרה, כל רגע מערכת האנרגיה צריך את דרישות המשק. עכשיו, דרישות המשק עולות, יורדות, סוף שבוע, ימי חול, וכדומה. חוסן אנרגטי זה כבר שיש מערכת שמספק את כל צרכי האנרגיה של המשק בשגרה, אלא גם בחירום. בדיוק מה שקרה בתחילת המלחמה. אף אחד לא ידע בדרום מה חמאס יכול עוד לעשות, אם הם יכולים לפגוע, איך. פשוט החליטו.
היה שם במתקני הגז של מדינת ישראל?
לא מפסיק. של הסדה כל כך חשובה וכל כך גדולה אם אין חשש אמיתי. אני לא מומחה ביטחוני, אבל עובדתית הופסקה בחודש וחצי הראשונים של המלחמה, אספקת הגז. עכשיו, יש לנו אמינות אנרגטית וחוסן אנרגטי. זאת אומרת, אנחנו צריכים ליצור מערכת שיכולה לספק גם בשגרה וגם בחירום, במיוחד במדינה כמו בישראל, לצרכי האנרגיה. אבל המרכיב השלישי, שהוא לא פחות חשוב, זה הנושא של נגישות אנרגטית. זאת אומרת, כלכליות. אם בונים מערכת שיכולה לספק אנרגיה גם בשגרה וגם בחירום, אבל במחירי אנרגיה אסטרונומיים, זה לא מבטיח לנו ביטחון אנרגטי, כי יהיה לצרוך את האנרגיה. וכאן בדיוק זה משתלב עם מה שאמירה אמרה. כדי לפתח מערכת שבעצם יכולה לספק פי 2 יותר מהאנרגיה שדרושה לישראל, צריך לממן את זה. איך מממנים את התשתית הזאת? באמצעות הייצוא.
הייצוא. למה אגב רק מצרים היא לקוח של מדינת ישראל? כי הרי אני לא מומחה גדול לאנרגיה, אבל גז יכול להתנהל גם כנוזל.
נכון, אבל קודם כל...
ואירופה צמאה לגז.
גם
תרתי משמע.
נכון. ירדן היא גם צרכנית מאוד חשובה של משק האנרגיה הישראלי. בעצם, לפי ידיעות שפורסמו, סביב 70 אפילו יותר אחוז מהחשמל בירדן מיוצר באמצעות גז. זה על פי פרסומים שונים. זאת אומרת, יש פה באמת שוק של מזרח ים תיכוני מאוד מאוד מעניין, אבל מצרים היא לקוחה הרבה יותר גדולה. אי אפשר להשוות אוכלוסייה במצרים וירדן, ולכן מצרים זה גם מקום עוד, והם גם צריכים עוד.
אוקיי, הבנתי את התשובה.
אם לומר עוד מילה על גודל השוק, זה בדיוק מה שאומר אמיר. קודם כל, מצרים כמדינה היא מדינה ענקית. מה שמצרים עברה ב-4-5 השנים האחרונות, זה חיבור יותר ויותר צרכנים מקומיים לרשת הגז. היא יותר פרסה גז, כי גם היא יש לה גז, אנחנו מכירים את שדה הגז זור הגדול, שעכשיו הוא קצת הולך ומתמעט. הם חיברו יותר יחידות דיור, מיליוני יחידות דיור, ומפעלים למערכת הגז. אז יש צריכה מאוד רצינית. נוסף יש להם את שני מתקני ההנזלה, רק להם יש את זה במזרח הים התיכון, לטובת ייצוא. כלומר, אנחנו מדברים פה על שוק באמת באמת גדול,
כלומר, הם שואבים מספיק כדי שאנחנו נהיה מבסוטים. לא צריך לחפש עוד שווקים, פלוס מינוס.
עד עכשיו.
למה עד עכשיו?
אמרתי, אנחנו צריכים פה חוסן אנרגטי, וצריכת האנרגיה בישראל הולכת וגדלה. אתה כמובן יודע שאנחנו לא מדינה טיפוסית של OECD. אנחנו גם מדינה מפותחת, אבל גם שגודל האוכלוסייה בה צומח בצורה
בניגוד ל-OECD.
בניגוד ל-OECD. לכן אנחנו צריכים לחשוב קדימה על תשתיות. בעוד מספר שנים, זה יכול להיות 3, 4, 5 שנים, יכולת אספקת הגז, יכולת הפקת הגז בישראל, לא יותר חוסן אנרגטי כמו שיש לנו היום. ולכן אנחנו צריכים כבר היום להתחיל ולפתח תשתיות, להרחיב את תשתיות ההפקה הקיימות, על מנת שיהיה לנו חוסן אנרגטי גם בעשור הבא.
זאת אומרת, אתה אומר שבעתיד אנחנו נראה עוד שווקים נפתחים בפני מדינת ישראל, כי לא...
אז קודם כל יש את מצרים שהוא שוק ענק שאפשר לספק בסדר גודל של הגז שיש לנו, אפשר לספק כל כמות והוא ייקח.
רק אין תשתיות כרגע.
אבל אין תשתיות, גם תשתיות הולכה שצריך לפתח, הולכה לייצוא, וגם תשתיות הפקה.
העלויות גבוהות מאוד, אני מניח.
יותר נמוכות מעלויות של מתקני הנזלה למשל. זה גם משהו שיהיה לפתח אותו בעתיד, בשביל זה צריך כיום ללכת ולחפש עוד גז, אבל כרגע, בהיקפים שאנחנו מדברים עליהם, כרגע זה הייצוא לירדן, ההרחבה שלו.
We are back. I now invite Galit Cohen, Senior Researcher, INSS, former Director of the Ministry of Environment Protection. She will speak about food security in a changing environment. Please. Imagine this. Tomorrow morning you enter the supermarket. You walk over to the place where the milk is, 30 shekels a liter. Eggs, 40 shekels for a dozen eggs. Flour, 20 shekels for 1 kilogram. The prices jumped 3 times. The prices today may be only a hint to the future if we don't prepare ourselves. Israel has another challenge. Israel is a country that is totally dependent on import, not only food, infrastructure, resources for the security industries, plastic, food, etc. Our lines of supplies, chain of supplies, is the lifeline of Israel. If something is disrupted, this could significantly impact Israeli society and the Israeli economy. But if there's something that I want you to take from my short speech, it's that despite the world situation and insecurity worldwide, everything that we see now, these risks can be mitigated and we can change these risks into opportunities. But I'm talking to you today on this stage of national security about food, because food security is national security and the fundamental resource for existence. Without it, we don't live. What we mostly import to Israel, also they are impacted deeply by the security risks.
And beyond that, and just a peek, say, risks in chain supply of food to Israel doesn't only stay at our doorstep. We also need to think what it does to our neighboring countries. So, I want to start by telling you about the research we conducted during the past year regarding supply chains of food. We examined 4 different kinds of risks. Geopolitical, the cruise routes, environmental and climatic risks. About geopolitical risks, we asked the Research Ministry of Foreign Affairs 2 questions. 1, what is the risk for import of food, of products from the origin states where Israel imports from? The second question we asked, what are the risks at that state from its own threats, not unrelated to Israel? And this risk map is the result where we could see which states are more and which states are less risky. Experts hardly give us very high risks. They can't even see this. The next risk we chose are maritime routes risk. Here we checked what are the origin states going through their ways to the ports, all of the route between the port there to the port in Israel and all the way here. And there we checked mostly 4 points that are relevant to import to Israel: Dardanelles, the Bosphorus, Gibraltar, Bab el-Manda, and Suez Canal. We must explain here that what happened at Suez Canal, what are the risks that happened there. The next kind of risks we checked are environmental. Those risks already exist, and those are diseases, pests, about for the crops over there, erosion of earth, what is happening in those states where we import from. And the last kind of risk, and maybe the most interesting one, is the climatic risk. We chose to use a platform that is advanced and based on AI, that was founded and prepared for financial sector in order to evaluate risks all over the globe, and we asked them what will be the repercussion for crops in the origin states to see the decrease of crops in the origin risks, and they gave us an evaluation, and also fish, of course. And the most important questions we asked was what will happen in 10 years from now, in 20 years from now, and by 2050. And for us to be able to prepare ourselves in advance, as I said. So these are the 4 types of risks that we dealt with. We chose to deal with 2 kinds of crops as a pilot. This is the first stage of this work. We chose in this pilot to deal with wheat and fish. Why? Because a high percentage of these foods are and are not produced in Israel. So when we ask ourselves about the risks in the supply chain, we will from grains we will only look at corn. Why corn? Because corn feeds our chicken that create our eggs and chicken meat. The corn feeds the cows that produce milk and dairy products, and corn is also a raw to create foods. The corn is also, as it is, a centralized product in a very centralized market, and soon enough you will see the problem and the extra challenge that arises here. We import about 40% of our corn. About 1.5 tons per year of corn is imported to Israel, which is 40% of what we use. Most of it comes from Ukraine. 45% of the corn that we import comes from Ukraine, which is not free of risks. But also looking at other countries we import from, such as the US, Russia, Brazil, and Ukraine, as I mentioned, we import from there 85% of all of the corn that we import. Now, looking at climatic risks for corn, looking at these 85%, we're talking about a decrease of about 30% during the upcoming decade from these countries. So we could say, okay, what if we don't buy from them? We'll buy from other countries. Other countries also have risks. And looking at other kinds of risks, additionally, also the geopolitical risks. So those countries that I mentioned, that I surveyed, you can already think of geopolitical risks. Ukraine alone, the EU testified that during 2022-2023, there was a decrease of 30% of crops from them due to the war with Russia. Russia, during the war with Ukraine, started a process of nationalization for the Kremlin, of nationalization of territories. And it will not end when the war ends. And we don't know how this war will end. With Brazil, for Israel, we don't know. Well, our relationships with them has been deteriorating since the Gaza war started. So looking at geopolitical and other kind of risks are adding up together with the climatic. When it comes to maritime routes, we're saying now, okay, let's say something might happen at the Dardanelles, at the Bosphorus, and you tell me you're just imagining, it cannot be. But when it's February 2024, we asked all of our experts about Turkey. Do you think that there's a risk to commerce with Turkey? And they said absolutely not, because it goes against Erdogan's financial interests. Can you guess what happened 2 months after that? Commerce stopped with them. Some people might say it's positive, some people say it's negative, but it stopped. And we had to find other sources, better, worse. But it definitely changed the process, all of the commercial processes. So what I said up to this point regards those risks. And I want to take another thing into account. These risks that I listed have to do with Israel. But we must also remember that these risks that we talk about that have to do with Israel don't remain here. We must also see what it does to other countries around us. If we don't have enough and we are a rich state, okay, we'll pay more for food, but we'll have food. Countries around us, it's a completely different story. They're not as strong as we are, and not necessarily they'll be able to get the same amount of food. Think about what will happen, what we've already seen happening in the past when prices increased in those states. Think about millions and millions of Egyptians moving from a place where there's no food towards a place where there is food. These risks preoccupy us, which is why we've developed a tool, an instrument to enable us to predict, to recognize in advance. So I'm not trying to lead. There are also, to scare you, there are also opportunities in those risks, and I want to present them to you. This is the tool, and I know it's hard to see and understand everything, but believe me, the work is being done. So this tool that we've developed to help us see things, what does it help us with? Recognizing main risks with all the origin states, understanding where these risks integrate and how can they strengthen each other, and of course search for opportunities for national tools that will enable us to deal with those risks and challenges. So taking us back to the corn in Brazil. Brazil in 2023 was a state that was #1 export for corn in the world. By 2024, they lost the first place. Why? Because of droughts, floods, fires, a great decrease of yield of crop. So here Israel gets its opportunity. Now we enter with our solutions. We can help them deal with those risks that they're having. We've developed seeds that can grow during drought. We've developed irrigation that is accurate and precise and can deal with very little water. We are managing crops using AI and more and other solutions as well. We can give them these solutions, and in return to that, we can receive for the long term that ensure that we will get the corn to Israel. And so we've been able to strengthen our supply chains and also enabled strengthening diplomatic relations with a state that is important to us when it comes to our relations between these two countries. So that means that we can take those risks and turn them into opportunities. And just to end my talk, I will tell you that in this uncertainty and amongst all those risks, we can create ourselves a path, a way to deal with those risks in a better way. We can analyze, we can prepare in advance. We've created this tool that is that works not only for foods, but with small amounts. It can work with every kind of products and commerce, also when it comes to military industry. And this can strengthen us military-wise, nationally-wise, economically-wise, so we can ensure that when we go into the supermarket in so-and-so years, we will have milk on the shelves, and it will not cost 30 shekels per liter. Thank you very much. Now we will deal with the most hot issue, the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. What are the strategic opportunities that we have relating all the different arenas, Gaza, Judea and Samaria, East Jerusalem? In order to discuss these questions, I would like to invite Major General in Reserve Gershona Cohen, former commander of the Matkali Brigade Research at the Begin Sadat Center for Strategic Studies. Brigadier General Reserve Udi Dekel, Director of From Conflict to Arrangement Research Program of the INSS, and Dr. Limor Yehuda, Director, Partnership-Based Peace Research, forthcoming at Van Leer Jerusalem Institute, a lecturer at the Faculty of Law at the Hebrew University. The moderator will be Dr. Yaron Schneider, research at INSS.
Hi. We didn't reach the conclusion of this wonderful day, but this is certainly a phase where we can transfer our gaze from past, present to future. This is what we'll try to do in this panel that will focus on the future of Israel and the Palestinians, the conflict that we're dealing with in the last year and a half more than anything, and beyond that, an attempt to look open-eyed into the future, following everything that we saw, experienced, and thought, and try to find a way for an arrangement, agreement. Maybe in Washington they prefer the word deal, in order to mitigate, to even solve the conflict, if we can say this. For this, we brought a panel of experts. Each one will present his opinion, assuming that this will be a variety of opinions, and we can even argue with the constraints of manners and time, but our time is limited. And so we want first and foremost to give a presentation about a survey that was conducted especially for this conference made by iPanel, and this assessed the Israeli population's opinions. You see the division here between Israelis or Jews and Arabs, and we will look at the overall pieces of information. What is the best solution for you, in your eyes, when we're talking about a solution for the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? Continue, status quo, 14%. Take sovereignty over Judea and Samaria. Separation, 34%. And a permanent status agreement, 31%. You see how it's dispersed. We will relate to this in the panel itself. Do you support or object to a two-state solution in a broader regional agreement with moderate Arab states? Don't know, 16%. I totally object, 35%. Pretty much object, 15%. Pretty much agree, 22%. Support strongly, 12%. As far as Gaza, the next slide, what of these options do you support? What do you agree with? Victory in Gaza will be achieved only after 8% don't know. 8% think that a Palestinian moderate entity, not Hamas, will rule. 4% bring back the villages to the surroundings of Gaza Strip. Assume sovereignty and bring back Jewish settlements, 19%, and maybe the most significant piece of information here, 61% bring back the hostages, all of them. This relates to the discussion we had before. And the last thing that we asked in this survey for this conference, with what sentences do you agree more? Let's go on backwards. Israel should go back to high-intensity fight in Gaza. 23.5% agree. Israel should focus on ending the war and go to regional arrangements. 42% supported this. Israel should focus on conditions for immigration of Palestinians, 26%. 88% do not know. So I'm honored to open the discussion with this panel. And the first thing I want to do is, following the data emanating from this poll, ask you to present the arrangement or framework that you think that will best support the situation. Gershon, we will start with you. But before we start, a technical comment. In order to address all the issues we wanted to, each one of you will get 2 minutes, so the clock is running. You see, we started a bit late. And when the timer zeros, please move to the next speaker. Gershon, the floor is yours. Thank you. First, there's nothing permanent in life. And that's what Jews say in weddings. We read today's great love. Tomorrow, who knows? Nothing is permanent. Put that on the table. This is something that I learned from Aryeh Naor, that was in the Begin government. Menachem Begin wanted a permanent peace framework. Most of people objected to uprooting villages. The Mapai movement do not believe in regular or never-ending frameworks. About framework with Palestinians, because I don't believe with a final deal and with agreements, even though both sides have dreams. What I support and stick to and adhere to is consensus and the framework that Rabin brought in the last speech he gave relating to Oslo. 4 principles that he gave there. The first is that the Jewish state will be 80% Jewish citizens, and for this he moved most of the Palestinians to the Palestinian Authority, what happened in Gaza, and Judea and Samaria in 96 in areas A, B. This was the Oslo Accord. The second, united Jerusalem with Givat Ze'ev and Ma'ale Adumim in the east. The third, the Jordan Valley, the security parameter, and a Palestinian entity that is less than a state. This has many ramifications. This means Jewish settlements or villages throughout Area C, and this reflects the borders of Area C. There is no way we can protect Israel from Route 6, and the Rabin framework is what I support. Thank you. Limo.
Thank you very much. I agree with Gershon regarding the only safe thing is that nothing is fixed. We are at a very shaking and dark time and certainty, and we are still in the conflict with the Palestinians. There's one thing that's very clear. Between Jordan and the sea, there are 5 million people. About half of them are Palestinian Arabs. About half of them are Jewish Israeli. About half and half. So there's one thing that we agree upon. We are not one nation. And in such states as this, we look at we look broadly, and there are 3 possible patterns. One is a government based on control. What do we mean control? It could be based on discrimination. It could be based on a military regime, apartheid, conquer, or a combination of all of these. Second pattern is an attempt to eradicate the problem through ethnic cleansing, genocide. We know that from around the world, not only from one place. But third pattern is the possibility of living in peace based on partnership. And why am I saying peace based on partnership? It's because peace cannot exist in such situations that we have with the Palestinians. Peace cannot be based only on separation. It could also be based on separation. It could also be based on distribution. But what we must understand is that we are meant, or apparently our fate is, you can call it whatever you want, but we live together in this territory. And so we must learn how to do it, because until we do that, we will continue declaring endless war on our upon.
Udi. Okay. The truth is that Gershon was more delicate than I expected. But okay. So I'll go to both extremes, maybe. Today, we saw in the polls here, the Israeli population understands 3 things that bother me very much. The first is that a Palestinian state is an existential threat for the state of Israel. So you see that the Israeli Jewish population do not support establishing a Palestinian state, even part of a regional coalition. When we asked about separation as part of a regional coalition, it went up to 70%. So 70% support a regional coalition where we separate from the Palestinian. But when you see the term Palestinian state, everyone objects. The second, the understanding that the security needs of the state of Israel necessitate controlling the Palestinian people. You hear what I'm saying? The security needs of the state of Israel necessitate controlling another people. To fix this, there's Jewish supremacy. We deserve all Area C. We have a problem with A and B because they're Palestinians, but we deserve Area C. These three dimensions that influence the Israeli society distance us from any ability to reach an arrangement or agreement, as Limo said, and actually lead us to the most problematic situation where we will be one state. One state, big explosion. We that define the Palestinian issue as a problem that we don't know what to deal with, so what do? Absorb it into us. It's like, I don't want to say disease, okay, but it's like we need separation. We now move to a short discussion, like before, about the Gaza Strip. Roll up your sleeves and say, what next? The headline here is, yes, it's easy to say what not. You can negate other ideas, but even if we eliminate things from all the smart ideas that you present, what can happen to a solution? Trump said Israel, also outside of Israel, but still, this and the security political horizon for Israel in the Gaza Strip, now and in the future, and please survey as far as is a problem that is in radical uncertainty when the government of Israel, not that I'm here to defend it, but understand this deeply, prevented or avoided the Biden's request to talk about the day after and define it. The government made this decision because it's a war where you can't define the day after. All the wars that we had from 48, including 73, at the end of the war, there are states like Jordan, Syria, that we discuss the day after. We don't discuss who's going to control Syria or Cairo. Here, there's a war where its essence is to change the situation, including change the regime. And the option that we're told, okay, so bring an international force, or the Palestinian Authority, or United Arab Emirates, or Saudis, there's no chance if Hamas is armed. The Palestinian Authority is not able to control Jenin and Tulkarm and Nablus. How will it succeed opposing Hamas? That's a highly motivated force that is able to thwart every Palestinian Authority rule. Now, there is an ability to such an option of the Palestinian Authority that will be in the front line, maybe, as far as investments, but Hamas will be like Hezbollah. They will stay armed on the sidelines, not control rehabilitation and civilian issues like in Lebanon, the government of Lebanon, but will be armed, and their mechanisms will continue. So this situation, with the limitations of the Egyptians not accepting or rejecting Trump's plan, the situation in Gaza towards Rafiah El Arish, the Egyptians won't give 1 meter of land for this. So for Gaza right now, there's no future, as long as Hamas is armed and there. And this we need to deal with. And if we don't deal with it, it will continue to threat. Okay, thank you. Limo.
Okay, so what I propose a strategy based on 5 pillars for today. The first pillar is a strategic choice for peace is a long-term choice, not a choice that we are just trying on for a moment and then we stop. Because the way of war, the path of war has been tried for 100 years already. So persistent choice of peace, understanding that only political agreements that are stable and peace can assure that we have safety for the long term and nothing else can do it. Second pillar is updating our peace perception. There is a perception of peace or two states that has become fixated since the 1990s, and we need to update it. This discussion should be rethought based on what we know today about conflicts of this kind, and it's not the right thing to think about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict in the same terms we thought about the conflict we had with Egypt or Jordan. We are not two states. This is maybe the goal, but we have a strategy that should reach two states, which is the basis. We have two nations that should be defined. This is the second pillar. Now I will speak faster. The third pillar, we should update and develop a new security conception, because the one that we heard about today is only military strategy and safety and military are not the same thing. National security is much broader than that, and this should be developed and update a conception of security that fits peace and does not oppose peace. And the last two pillars, one is developing resilience to a peace process, not to fall into empty promises and exaggerated expectations. And the last one is that we must have assistance from outside. Exact.
Not talking about time, we're talking about opinion. Let's put this all into context. Let's arrange this. What do we learn from the disengagement 2005 to 7th of October, so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past? Containment, and we will do good with them and it will be okay. We see that this didn't work. We left the area to the terrorism. We actually neglected the area for terrorism. Working from afar doesn't work. Standoff doesn't work, as we heard from Guy. We don't have a solution for the subterranean threat. We have to take this into consideration. We have a problem with the third party, where the Egyptians, that we can't rely on them to prevent smuggling. But we also don't want to instigate a conflict with them. Some are doing that now. And we have to remember that with Trump and without Trump, we are in the focal point of international tribunals. We have to remember, also for our own moral standing, what we try to bring is let's expand this event. Let's broaden it. Not only Gaza, look wider. Israel has an opportunity, a huge opportunity, to reach a regional coalition. It worked very well militarily, we saw it, and it can be expanded, this coalition, to other fields, financial and others. And we want to establish a regional coalition, because doing this, we will get out of this campaign with victory, because some have been trying to hurt this coalition. No, this is my time. So we need to go in this direction. This direction, part of it is that Arab states enter and put their hands into the Gaza Strip. Don't sit on the fence and give us comments or advice. And the idea that Trump brought up, that is crazy in a way, but it shocked the system. I don't trust them. Way that they need to do something. So they should come in and deal with the problem that Hamas doesn't rule the Gaza Strip. First we'll bring the hostages, then we'll deal with the rest. We'll do another short round dealing with the issue that is again being brought up of the Gaza Strip and Judea and Samaria, the combination between them. The fact that we have a campaign that has several arenas, but even if we talk about the Palestinians, there are two fronts. There's a duality that we need to relate to, because without relating to it, we won't reach a framework. The issue here is the Palestinian Authority. Specifically, I want to address the possibility that they will play a part, if it's in Gaza or in general, in a future framework. What do you think, based on what we saw in the poll, that there's so much uncertainty, and in general there's not one clear view here? What could hold, what could sustain us future and give us a good framework after everything that happened? Start with you, Gershom. Solution from the type of certainty or stability does not exist. As far as the specific question connecting Judea and Samaria and Gaza, Jacques Neria, that was an advisor of Rabin at the time of Oslo. Lubnani was his nickname. That was what Arafat called him. He says that Yitzhak Rabin was scared to understand the safe passage that was dealt with back then between the Judea and Samaria, or Judea and Gaza. The Palestinian Authority in Gaza, or the people in Gaza, are totally different from the population from the Hebron Mountains or the south of Jerusalem. There was never a connection between them. The borders of the British Mandate somehow connected them into one British Mandate. The power of the Hamas idea and the commitment and devotion of the people of Gaza to fight, and the professional knowledge, if this filters into Judea and Samaria, this will be a huge problem. We're not allowed to connect them. It's an existential security interest of the state of Israel. How do you manage this? This is one of the reasons that I certainly saw the rise of Hamas at 2007 some kind of advantage in strengthening the separation between Judea and Samaria and Gaza. A Palestinian Authority is in itself an important factor or entity because it controls most of Palestinians in Judea and Samaria, and or helps it that we do not need to deal with it. From 1996, we do not control them, only for security reasons. And what the Palestinian Authority does, it's not something that we can trust or count on. So a solution does not exist, but processes, including coexistence, can be sustained and developed.
I want to repeat what I started with, that Israel was founded on. There are two nations here, and the way I don't think we would have accepted the Palestinians to decide who's ruling us, I think it's the same. It shouldn't be us who decides who runs them and who governs them, the Palestinians. I think that looking around the world also shows that attempts to dictate who will rule, who will govern, failed completely. And we know the colossal attempts the US had in Afghanistan and Iraq and in other places as well. So the first and foremost interest we have here is for a Palestinian state to be founded, and that we will help it become founded, that it will be that it will be stable next to Israel, side by side with Israel. I think that every person wants to have successful neighbors. If there is a neighborhood next to mine that is a rough neighborhood, it's not good for me. So this is Israel's interest. How do we do that? We go back to my first point, strategic choice for peace with the Palestinian people. They are now dismantled as a people, same as we are, but dismantling it even more will not serve us well. So we should go back to the decision of distribution and the beginning of the Oslo agreements and what Rabin signed on. So the West Bank and Gaza Strip is one territorial unit. We signed that in the agreement. So I repeat, the strategic choice that is most important we can make is headed by the security of the peace, and it is based on self-definition for the two nations that live here.
Okay, I think we have, I got to, we're in agreement that the Palestinian Authority is positive. Its existence is positive. This is what I understand from the discourse here, even though the government of Israel is trying to collapse the Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority did not fight and is not fighting for us against terrorism. To defend ourselves, we need to fight ourselves. But the Palestinian Authority matters of life for almost 3 million Palestinians that live in the West Bank or Judea and Samaria. And this is good. And we need to preserve the Palestinian Authority. We need to create the conditions that the Palestinian Authority will be able to conduct the reforms that everyone's talking about. This is also something positive, the fact that we're talking about reforms that they should undertake. So we need to create the conditions for them to fulfill this reform. We should not make a connection between Gaza and Judea and Samaria. We should maintain this separation until we understand what's going on in Gaza and see that the Palestinian Authority is stable enough in Judea and Samaria. We must be very careful turning Judea and Samaria into Gaza. We already brought in parameters of action that are similar to Gaza into Judea and Samaria. Problematic. It's like a prophecy that fulfills itself. At the end, Judea and Samaria will become Gaza. We have to stop. People that are sitting in this room have to be very alert that this government is leading us towards, of assuming sovereignty on Judea and Samaria, bringing in 3 million Palestinians, turning into one country, even doing this to Area C is problematic. We have to halt this, to stop this move to maintain Israel Jewish and democratic and safe, and on the other hand, to enable us to do or make this coalition with others. Because if we assume responsibility or sovereignty, we won't be able to do that. The variety of opinion is very clear. In the few minutes left, we should present areas of connection or where we can agree on. Also, things that are coming from outside. This is Trump's ideas, for instance. He's again trying ideas. We talked about Gaza. You said this sounds crazy, but in a way this was just to rock the boat and see what happens. And it's already happening in a way. This week or in the next few days, we are supposed to see an Arab plan, right? And also for this we're waiting. In this time of wait, and in light of everything that we said, in conclusion, I would like you to focus on what you think can be done also with third parties, international, Americans or Arabs in the area, and see if this can happen, if this can converge to a regional arrangement, normalization, and all these things. How practical is this, and can we aspire to something that's beyond what we see so far? As far as the proposal of Trump, it's not a plan. What he's doing, what he did, what he's continuing to do, is he changed the coordination, the coordinates, and he said that status quo is not necessarily what needs to continue forward. If you open it, there are abilities to think other thoughts. He brought something else also, expressed something else, and that is who will pay for rehabilitation in Gaza when there's also rehabilitation in Syria. The entire region is full of destruction. And you can't do this only with philanthropy, because maybe it will be destroyed again. Someone else could lead to that. So he says, I want this on the foundations of financial issues with even business gain. He's right. It needs us to realign in the way we manage rehabilitation. Maybe the Egyptians will do it. The question is, will they do this with the corruption that's known? And bottom line, the big fear or anxiety is normalization with Saudi Arabia. These are their demands. They connect to the demands of all the Muslims, including Erdogan. A capital in Jerusalem, what the Jewish people cannot accept. The 67 lines, which means uprooting Israel can't accept this and cannot implement this. We can't even defend Israel in these conditions. Certainly not Jerusalem in these conditions. So what? Yes. To tell them, come, start to rehabilitate Gaza, and let's see what new emergence will happen. Limo.
So I said that the fifth pillar is international assistance and aid, and I see it as two things. One, in terms that are more known to us, is combining in a regional alliance that many people support, and beyond that, because we're at a state of lack of trust and the great hostility between the two nations, it's clear that what I talked about with peace cannot happen in one moment. Two nations cannot just be founded in a minute. And we must look at it as a long-term issue. We need assistance like the world has devoted itself with for example, with the Arab states that presented plans up to this day, and they mean it. We can start an international authority both in Gaza and in the West Bank that will be in charge of rebuilding the Palestinian state and creating the right conditions to allow security and peace agreements in all the region.
Udi, I leave you the conclusion. Not conclusion, just my opinion. About Gaza, I think this was said, and I'll say this in a more clear way. The idea that Trump raised is a method where you shuffle the cards, and now there are new cards on the table. And I think there's a card that has been built. They cut a minute and a half off my time. The Egyptians have a plan to have technocrats in Gaza based on Gazans, not Hamas and not Fatah. Gazans, professionals that will manage the civilian aspects. The Egyptians tell us, by the way, that they understand that at this time, when this administration is established, Israel will have security freedom of action because no one else really wants to fight Hamas. And they understand that Hamas is a problem. They think that they will be able to convince Hamas to give up control, and maybe even some of their leaders will leave Gaza. But this way, to build an alternative that will lead to the ability to send an inter-Arab task force that will assist this technocrat government or authority to manage the Gaza Strip. Israel needs to condition two things, by the way: not Hamas in rule, and no this later phase of rehabilitation without a significant effective mechanism of demilitarization. As far as Judea and Samaria, we need to go to separation from the Palestinian Authority. It's a political separation, geographic, demographic, not security. Not security, because security, we need to maintain freedom of action. It's not a final state, not two states, but it leads to options looking forward. It enables us to connect to a regional coalition. We can assess together and see if the Palestinian Authority can change or not. If it can't change, we'll go back to the situation before, the dire situation we're in now. But if it can change, let's try. We don't have great other ideas. We need to halt all the crazy ideas of settling Gaza and annexing Judea and Samaria. We have to halt this. Thank you very much.
Now it's a regional panel, starting with Egypt, going through the Abraham Agreement states, and all the way to the ambitions of normalization with Syria. In this panel, we will have Ambassador Amir Hayek, the former and first Israeli ambassador to the UAE. Tali Zinger, Managing Director, Blue Laurel, expert on the economy of the Arabian Gulf. The former Ambassador Dan Shapiro, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of the Defense for Middle East Policy. Amira Oron, Senior Researcher at INSS, former Israel's Ambassador to Egypt. The moderator is Attila Shumfalvi, Strategic and Political Advisor, Senior Political Commentator, host of Fakeland podcast on INSS.
I think we need another microphone, at least one more if it's possible. Ladies, gentlemen, good afternoon. Hello, everyone, again. Do you allow me to try to get another headline out of Dan Shapiro? Because he gave the previous panel. We will mix Hebrew and English. Is that okay? I'll ask you this. First question. You're coming from inside the American administration. How close were we, you, to an arrangement with the Saudis the evening of October 7th, 2023. התקדמנו, לא היינו על הסף, אבל התקדמנו. אני חושב שהוגן לומר שחלק מהמוטיבציה היו של חמאס לעשות את המתקפה של 7 באוקטובר, לנסות להאט את התהליך אברהם, כמובן נורמליזציה עם ערב הסעודית, וזה הגיע לנקודה שבה הסעודים היו בשיח עם הפלסטינים באשר למקומם של הפלסטינים באותה חבילה. מה שמעניין זה שאפילו אחרי 7 באוקטובר, זה נעשה כמובן בלתי אפשרי לקדם את זה מיידית, המשכנו לעבוד במהלך 2024 עם הסעודים על החלק האמריקאי-סעודי של החבילה. זכרו, החבילה הייתה אמורה להיות 3 צדדים. נורמליזציה בין ישראל לסעודיה עם שגרירויות ונסיעות ועסקים. אלמנט לתמוך בכיוון ליישוב הסכסוך הישראלי-פלסטיני. המחיר המדויק פה שהסעודים ידרשו לא ברור לחלוטין, יש כאלה שאומרים ודאות למדינה פלסטינית, אחרים אומרים, כולל הנסיך היצר הסעודי אמר שהמחיר אמור להיות נמוך יותר, אבל לא ידענו בדיוק, זה היה אמור להיות נתון משא ומתן, והממשל הישראלי היה צריך לומר כמה אמירות ולנקוט כמה פעולות, אבל זה לא היה מתקדם בלי הפסקת אש. אבל החלק השלישי היה היחסים הבילטרליים בין ארצות הברית לערב הסעודית והסכמים. המשכנו לעבוד על כך לאורך 2024. ולמעשה זה התקרב מאוד. הייתי אומר ש-95 או 98% להשלים את 4 ההסכמים שיהיו החלק הסעודי-אמריקאי באותה חבילה. הסכם הגנה, הסכם שיתוף פעולה ביטחוני, הסכם כלכלי ובתחום האנרגיה. אז האמריקאים היו מוכנים לתת לסעודים מתקן גרעיני? לא אמר בדיוק מה היה בטיוטות של ההסכמים הללו, אבל אני כן אומר שבמאי הייתי ביחד עם היועץ לביטחון לאומי, ג'ייק סלוון, לפגישות עם נסיך העצר הסעודית, מוחמד בן סלמן, ואחרי הביקור הזה הוא בא לישראל, והוא חש בטוח מספיק, הוא אמר את זה בפומבי, כמובן גם לראש הממשלה, אנחנו מאמינים שאנחנו מסוגלים להשלים את החלק האמריקאי-סעודי, את הצלע הזו של החבילה, כשתהיה הפסקת אש, וקיווינו כמובן שזה יקרה, רק כמה ימים אחר כך הנשיא ביידן הכריז על מתווה החטופים, ולקח חודשים ליישם את זה, אבל אחרי שיהיה את הסכם הפסקת האש, ואחרי שהממשלה הישראלית תאמר את מילת הקסם לגבי עתיד הסוגיה הישראלית-פלסטינית, נוכל לשלים את כל החבילה באותה שנה. לא היינו בטוחים שהממשלה הישראלית תגיד את המילים האלה, וכמובן לא הגענו להפסקת האש, אז זה לא בא למבחן. אבל MBS לא היה בעצם כל כך, הוא לא סס למדינה פלסטינית מוכרזת על ידי ישראלים. אני חושב שנכון היה לבדוק את זה, לבחון את זה. לפעמים הם אמרו שהם רוצים לדעת את הכיוון, את הכוונה, הם צריכים לוח זמנים כלשהו. לפעמים הם אמרו, לא, אנחנו רוצים ודאות, ששתי מדינות יהיה על השולחן ותהיה מדינה פלסטינית, שאנחנו יודעים מתי זה יקרה, באיזה תאריך זה יקרה, אבל זה משהו שכמובן נכון היה לשאת ולתת, לא הגענו לאותו משא ומתן, כי לא הייתה הפסקת אש, זה לא היה רלוונטי. עכשיו השאלה כמובן, כעת היא, האם הנשיא טראמפ מסוגל להחיות את ההסכם הזה, כעת שיש הפסקת אש, יש הסכם חטופים, אולי הוא יורחב, נראה, אבל חלק מאוד מעניין של השאלה הזאת, היא האם ארצות הברית תחת ממשל טראמפ מסכימה לאותם ערבויות ביטחוניות לערב הסעודית שהנשיא ביידן היה מוכן לעשות. זה עניין של כסף אולי? אתה יודע, אנחנו לא יודעים מה יהיה המבחן שלו. אנחנו לא יודעים, וזה משהו שהסעודים שאלו אותי, אפילו אחרי שעזבתי את הממשל, האם הנשיא טראמפ יכול להביא הסכם לסנאט בארצות הברית ולקבל 67 קולות. זה בערך 14-15 סנטורים שיצביעו בעד. אני לא בטוח. האופן שבו מנהל את וושינגטון זה אדמה חרוכה למעשה. יהיה קשה להשיג תמיכה דמוקרטית בכל הסכם. לך תדע, זה יכול להיות סיכון. ואנחנו נשלם את המחיר כמו תמיד. Those of you writing the headlines, please condense what he said. In the meantime, we don't have the Saudis, but we have the Egyptians. We're talking, of course, in this panel about the regional issue. The regional issue is the way we like to call it. Not only political, but security, existential, if you will. The Egyptians are still with us, can we use this word, with us in this craziness in the last 2 weeks?
The Egyptians are completely with us. They are very much obligated to the peace agreement with Israel, the same way that Israel is obligated to the peace agreement with Egypt. Look, depends what day you open what in Israel, because every day it's the other way. No, let it go. It's the social media that made this mess, and probably some other factors that wanted to do this and wanted to create this darkness and disinformation. Can you calm us down? Was it all settled? From what I'm hearing from reports, and also in the media, by the way, there is coordination. We always have, by the way, coordinations with Egypt on every channel. We would have very much liked for the highest leadership in Israel and Egypt to speak to each other, which did not happen throughout the war. Unfortunately, it could have created much more trust and calmness in the system, but undoubtedly there have been hand here, and we've seen what the IDF spokesman said. You were talking about the past 10 days. There was an announcement by the IDF spokesman who said that there are regional entities, and I can guess, about some of them. Are you talking about an influence operation? Yes, a campaign. I'm trying to pick the right words. It's a crazy campaign. I heard the war drums playing, and I asked myself, what is going on? You mean so the Sinai tanks didn't bother you? No, they didn't, because Israel and Egypt, first of all, are completely obliged to the strategic choice made by these two states. And throughout the 15 months, there was nothing that happened. The channels are still maintained. I spent time in Cairo until lately, and the Egyptian ambassador is in Tel Aviv. The relationships are maintained while the tension is very high, and we must understand that this war for Egypt is very difficult. Egypt, from all of the region, is the state that is most involved in this war and is paying a very high price for it, and yet the peace is sustained and maintained, and they are obliged to it, and they're not going to change anything. They don't want to. How much can they be a player in what Dan Shapiro said before about bringing this deal, let's call it, with the states, Saudi Arabia and Israel, and pushing towards that direction. We really want to talk about Saudi Arabia, right? And it's a wonderful thing, and we want to speak regionally. And we have a coalition for the regional peace and security. And of course, this is very required with all the dramatical changes that are now taking place. But without Egypt and Jordan, nothing will budge. Egypt and Jordan are the bases, and we can't just run off to Saudi Arabia when, God forbid, this base is damaged. It doesn't work this way. We must maintain our base in Israel because of its geography, because of the Rafah passage, because of all the Palestinian question. Of course it will be there. Egypt, we know what is going on in the Arab world, and we are waiting for the Arab League to meet. And if they will now create a joint Arab stance, and it will probably be quite united despite some nuances, and they will all stand as one block, and I message they're giving the White House, and Trump talked about it. He said, I didn't know this will be the reaction by the Arab world. So they are, by the way, working on the international arena with the Chinese, with the Russians, with everyone to create a stance, a clear stance here in one, preventing the forced immigration, and two, by creating facts in the field. Already, we've seen the rehabilitation process that has already started with the heavy machinery supposed to enter, or maybe already has entered, Gaza. So they're offering no alternative to Trump plan or Trump Freudian slip, I don't know how to call it. They want to create as fast as possible a fact that says that we, first of all, must stop the war, which is why they take part in the deal, in the hostage agreement, and two, start rehabilitation and recovery in order to create life in Gaza, so we don't need to talk about any other options. Okay, so for the people of Gaza, stay home. You have nowhere to go to, according to what you said, Amir Aron.
Ambassador Hayek, we're jumping between countries to give a regional broad picture, if we can. And I want to ask you, following what it says here, expanding the Abraham Accords, I want to ask you something else. How did the Abraham Accords remain in place? How did they survive? How and why? I think the United Arab Emirates said loud and clear, we are committed to the Abraham Accords. We don't deviate from the Abraham. They, of course, object to Hamas and what they did. We have to just listen to them, what they say. It's very clear. We have to talk about what the Abraham Accords are with data. I'm talking about the year 2024. We finished this year with commerce of $3.24 billion only in goods. This means that United Arab Emirates is number 13 out of 126 international partners that Israel has. This doesn't include governmental security-related issues, and doesn't include commerce with services and software. I think that it's another $1.5 billion easy. So we built the relations on a foundation that is strong, based on financial agreements. Signing this deal was very important. And notice what happened in the United Arab Emirates since. UAE 3 years ago signed the first commerce deal with India. After it, they signed a deal with Israel. And since they signed another 40 different commerce-related deals, this country is preparing to become a country that can build its own goods without taxes from many countries. You have to follow this, track this. It's very interesting and beautiful. We're talking about investment of almost 5 billion. Tourism, 1.8 tourists a year. We're talking about a strong foundation of relations with a country that is committed to the relations with us. And these relations are also based on people-to-people, inter-religious relations, culture, delegations. And yes, there was a problem, and there's a problem when there's a war, for a country like UAE to stay firm. You present here a picture of unbreakable, unshakable, like the Americans like to say about the relations with Israel. So much so, if we're talking about UAE, is there something that can disrupt this ideal that you're presenting to us now? I'm afraid if there's something that can disrupt it, it's first that the people of the UAE care about Jordan and Egypt, and they care about our relations with Jordan and Egypt. Second thing, Temple Mount is very important for them. It's non-negotiable for them. This is something that could destabilize relations between Israel and UAE. They certainly want Ben-Gvir back in the government. Well, they don't intervene in the structure of our government. You're not a government anymore. No, I'm not ambassador, but I don't want him back in the government. I'm just talking about regional stability, okay? Tali Zinger.
So in fact, these agreements are so good because business is back, because connections and everything is developing, because what? Or maybe is there anything else here that we are looking for coalition for regional security that is based on money, on relations, on security? לבטח שכסף מעורב, אבל זה לא הכל של כסף. יש כאן מעבר אזורי שמשתנה וה-GCC מוביל את הדרך. תקשיב למה שאמר השגריר, תקשיב למה שהם אומרים. הם מביטים עם הפנים קדימה, הסכמי הסחר הללו, הפתיחות הכלכלית, ה-GCC מביט קדימה בערב הסעודית. כל פעם שאני בריאד אני רואה מסעדה חדשה שנפתחה, פסטיבל נוסף, מודיעים על עוד עסקה שנחתמה. DHL הודיעו על כך שהם רוכשים חתיכה של חלק מחברה סעודית מקומית מאוד גדולה. חברות זרות מתחילות להיכנס לסעודיה. בשבוע שעבר היה המפגש הטכנולוגי הגדול ביותר באזור, וזה מוזר לומר את זה בישראל, שהכנס הגדול ביותר בנוגע לטכנולוגיה מתקיים דווקא שם. הודיעו על עסקים מאוד מאוד גדולים, רק סביב בינה מלאכותית, שעסקים נסגרים, ובשנה שעברה גוגל הגיע לשם, ועוד כל מיני חברות גדולות, וכולן סגרו עסקים ענקיים. למה הם זקוקים לישראל? נראה שהם נעים קדימה בלעדינו. אז זה הסיכון, זה בדיוק הסיכון של אי התאמה בתזמון, אבל הם בהחלט מצפים לא רק לצד הכלכלי, יש כאן גיוון כלכלי שמתייחס ליציבות, יש 50% מהתמ"ג הסעודי, זה כבר לא נפט, הם עושים גיוון כלכלי. ואם ישראל לא תהיה חלק מהסיפור הזה בשנים הקרובות, ישראל תחמיץ את החלון הזדמנויות הזה, ויהיו חברות אחרות שייכנסו פנימה בתוך הטרנספורמציה האדירה הזאת, שקשורה למשחק של היחסים ולשינויים ביחסים בין רוסיה, סין, סעודיה. הם מחפשים יחסים לטווח ארוך. האם את משוכנעת שהם באמת מעוניינים בנורמליזציה עם ישראל? נסיך הכתר בהחלט, האם הוא רואה את עצמו הולך פה ברחבי תל אביב, ירושלים, בא לבקר? אני יודע שאני מדבר פה בסגנון שאלת חומוס בדמשק. האם הוא מעוניין לבוא לבקר כאן, להיות בקשר עם ישראלים? האם זה החזון שלו בנוגע למזרח התיכון? אני לא יכולה לדבר ולספר מה רוצה נסיך הכתר, אבל כשהסעודים חושבים על עתידם ועל עתיד האזור, זה לא נוגע רק לעלות על מטוס ולנסוע לאיזה מלון ולאיזה חוף איפשהו. זה נוגע למה הכיוון שלהם בעתיד כמעצמה מודרנית. הם חגגו את יום המייסדים שלהם, הם מעצמה, הם ארץ צעירה יחסית, ההתאמות שם של החזון שלהם, כשסעודיה היא מנהיגה אזורית, היא 50% מהתמ"ג של ה-GCC. הם המנהיגים האזוריים, והם רואים את המנהיגות שלהם כמשהו שהוא הולך מעבר ל-GCC, וכמובן שהשותפות שלהם עם מצרים, הם בעצם שתי הרגליים החזקות של העולם הערבי. האם הם היו רוצים לבוא לבקר במצרים? אני בטוחה שהם היו רוצים. האם לתל אביב התכוונתי לומר? אני בטוחה שהם היו שמחים לבוא לבקר בתל אביב, בביירות, אבל כן, זה מקום אחר, זה לא שהם יושבים כל יום וחולמים על זה. הם הולכים לארח את משחקי הכדורגל העולמיים, את המונדיאל, הם הולכים לארח המון דברים שונים, ויש כאן מסר של מנהיגות אזורית שיוצא מהם, והם היו שמחים, מה שהם היו שמחים לראות זה חברות נוספות, פרטים, אינדיבידואלים, אחרים באזור שמכירים בכך שכולנו יכולים להיות חלק מהסיפור האזורי, שסעודיה מובילה אותנו אליו, כן, הם אימצו את זה כבר לפני 25 שנה, אם תוכל להסתכל אחורה, אתה תראה שהסיפור בדובאי ובאמירויות, הם רצו להיות מרכז עולמי, זה היה שינוי ענק מבחינת ה-GCC, מועצת שיתוף הפעולה של מדינות המפרץ. אני רוצה לומר, בשלב הזה בזמן, אם יש לנו הזדמנות, אם תגידי לי בין 1 ל-10, מה את חושבת על הסכם שלום בין ישראל וסעודיה, איפה אנחנו עומדים? זאת כבר שאלה שכדאי להפנות לשפירו. אני יכולה לומר שהפוטנציאל מאוד גדול והתזמון מאוד בעייתי. העם הסעודי מאוד מחויב למנהיג שלו ולחזון הלאומי שלו, אז אם נוכל איכשהו ללכת יד ביד עם החזון הלאומי שלהם ולהקשיב בצורה מכבדת למה שהם אומרים בנוגע לכיוון העתידי שלהם, בנוגע לסוגיה האזורית, לסוגיה הפלסטינית, בנוגע למה שהם רוצים בינם לבין ישראל, אולי נוכל להגיע לשם, אבל אנחנו חייבים להקשיב להם בקשב רב.
אני חושב שזה תיאור מצוין שמה שהסעודים מנסים לבנות, החזון ארוך הטווח שלהם וההיבטים החברתיים והכלכליים והטרנספורמציה, מה שהם זקוקים לו, מה שנסיך העצר הסעודי רוצה, זה יציבות. זה מה שהוא מחפש. כמובן, יש יציבות שהוא ישיג בנורמליזציה עם ישראל, ובנייה וחיזוק הקואליציה האזורית של מדינות מתונות, אבל זה משני. מה שייתן לו יציבות, זה ערבויות ביטחוניות מארצות הברית, שהוא רוצה לשלב בהסכם הגנה, בברית הגנה. זה מה שעסקנו בו. משהו דומה למה שארצות הברית יש עם מדינות באסיה כמו יפן. המשמעות תהיה שארצות הברית תחלץ לעזרתה של סעודיה, לו תותקף או אם תותקף על ידי איראן, אבל גם שארצות הברית יהיה לה גישה למרחבים פיזיים ומרחב אווירי, כדי להגן על האינטרסים שלנו. אלה היתרונות שהם יכולים להרוויח, או שכולנו יכולים להרוויח, גם לארצות הברית. כי זה עוזר לשלב את סעודיה באופן יציב בתוך המחנה שלנו. אז גם לארצות הברית וגם לסעודיה, זו התועלת המרכזית בחבילה המשולשת הזאת. ישראל היא חלק חשוב, אבל לא הכי חשוב. לנו זה הכי חשוב כמובן, כי האזור האזורי עבורנו הוא הכי חשוב כרגע. במיוחד אחרי 7 באוקטובר. אני יודע שמאוד ברור בוושינגטון, ממשל אחד הולך והשני נכנס, עזבת את תפקידך, אבל אתה עדיין יודע מה קורה שם. כמה מחויבים האמריקאים, ממשל טראמפ, למעבר הזה. זו שאלה מצוינת וחשובה. הנשיא טראמפ והרבה אנשים בממשלו אמרו, אנחנו לא חפצים לשמר את נוכחותנו במזרח התיכון. יש שאלה אמיתית, האם ארצות הברית תשמר את נוכחותה הצבאית בסוריה או בעיראק? ודאי יש כאלה שטוענים בממשל שצריך לצאת. יש בממשל שאומרים, הסוגיה היחידה שלנו לדאוג לה היא סין, ושם להשקיע את משאבינו. אנחנו לא רוצים להיות חלק במלחמות במזרח התיכון. הנשיא טראמפ היה מאוד ביקורתי כלפי המלחמה באפגניסטן, עיראק, ואם חותמים על ברית הגנה עם שותפה באזור, אולי תמצא את עצמך במלחמה במזרח התיכון כדי להגן על אותה שותפה אסטרטגית. כמובן שיש לו יחסים קרובים עם הסעודים, הוא מדבר באופן חיובי על נסיך העצר הסעודי, יש הסכמים כלכליים שנעשים, שיספקו אולי חוזק ליחסים האלה, אבל זו סוגיה גדולה וחשובה. האם ממשל זה יעשה את אותה מחויבות, אותו סוג של מחויבות עם הממסד הביטחוני הסעודי, ומה זה דורש למחויבות ארצות הברית, קבועה או מצב כמו שביידן היה מוכן. ושאלה שנייה, האם הוא מסוגל, לו כן היה מגיע למחויבות זאת ומגיע להסכם, לברית, ומביא את זה לסנאט, האם הוא יקבל תמיכה דמוקרטית? אתה מוטרד מההיבט הפוליטי. ודאי שאני מוטרד, אני רוצה שזה יקרה, ואני יודע שהסעודים דואגים. לפני שנה, סנטור לינזי גרם אמרה שהיא יועצת לנסיך העצר, היא אמרה לו, האינטרס שלך הוא לחתום את זה בזמן ממשל ביידן. יהיה קל יותר לקבל תמיכה רפובליקנית לביידן, מאשר לדמוקרטים לתמוך במשהו שטראמפ יביא. אני חושב שזאת הייתה עצה נבונה בזמנו, והוא כן עבד וקידם, אבל זה לא הושלם, כי לא הייתה הפסקת אש בעזה, ולא הייתה מחויבות בצד של הישראלי לנושא הפלסטיני, אבל זה מה שקידמנו. עכשיו אנחנו נגלה האם טראמפ יעשה את המחויבות הזאת, והאם העצה הזאת בזמנו הייתה נכונה. שאלה נוספת לפני שנתקדם. דיברנו על ההיבט המתקן הגרעיני האזרחי. אמרת שהאמריקאים והסעודים הסכימו על כך, נכון? אמרתי שהיינו קרובים מאוד לדון בארבעת ההסכמים, אבל ידענו שנוכל. אז אוקיי, זאת הכותרת. מה ישראלים אמרו? זה יותר חשוב, יותר מעניין. אם אתה אומר שהייתם כל כך קרובים, וזה אומר שאין פער דעות בין ישראל לארצות הברית, אני מניח שדיברתם. מה הישראלים אמרו? אנחנו בסדר עם מתקן גרעיני אזרחי? אני לא הייתי שותף למשא ומתן הזה, עסקתי בהיבטים הביטחוניים. כל מה שנדון עם הסעודים בהיבטים אזרחיים גרעיניים היה שקוף לממשלה הישראלית. הייתה מודעות מלאה בישראל. כוונתך, אני לא דובר של ממשלת ישראל, הכל היה שקוף. אז הישראלים ידעו, הם לא אמרו לו. הכל היה שקוף. Amira? Are the Egyptians okay with a nuclear facility in Saudi Arabia, or also they concerned?
As was said here before, the Egyptians and Saudis are very much in coordinated. They want me to say that Saudi is leading the Arab world, and they might want to kill me. She wants to kill me, but I'm not going to say that. Saudis and Egyptians are both leading the Arab world, and this is what happened before. Emirates are important, but it's the Saudis and Egyptians. What can I say? They are the ones that are important. It has and still is that way. Egypt is also working. They have a civil core that they are building, and they don't want to see proliferation of nuclear weapons here, so there have been that's quite a lot about regarding that. But do pay attention. Dan Shapiro is saying Israelis knew everything that is happening with this, and there was a big discussion about it before October 7th. Israelis were going nuts. What? No way. It's not going to happen. Egyptians, I suppose, did know. Correct me if I'm wrong. האם המצרים ידעו בנוגע להסכם הזה בסעודיה? Okay, it's starting to be interesting here. So it means that everybody was in and were willing to give the Saudis what they wanted. Well, probably, maybe. I don't know. What's important for us to know, once again, is the national agreements. We're talking about military and strength, and of course, this is the nature of this conference. But I would like us to go to a higher level. You want to talk about the warm connection between Egyptians and Israelis? No. I want to talk about diplomatic arrangements, agreements, and their meaning at a higher or deeper meaning, and then we can talk about military force force and do we need to use it and how much and why. But when you're speaking to me about in terms of diplomatic agreements, and in that aspect, I think that the peace agreements with Egypt has showed its strength. It's almost 50 years anniversary now, 50 years of not having a war with Egypt. Do you understand the meaning of that? And following Jordan and then Oslo and then the Abraham Accords, it just means that Begin was truly strong. It means that Begin and Sadat had a vision that is alive and kicking, and we need to maintain it that way. Also, it's a way of thinking. It's a mindset. We're talking about strength, but strength is also diplomatic agreements, and we must always realize them and create them. And what I'm sad about, because Amir talked about numbers, and I can about numbers, 700,000 Israelis in Sinai is not something that goes without saying. Sometimes they take a taxi, right? It's wonderful. I'm talking about the potential. I haven't even mentioned the gas exports from Israel to Egypt. Egypt is the only market we have for this gas, and there's a true strategic connection between these two states because of the gas. Yes, and the amounts are just increasing while the war is taking place. Yes, Israeli gas, it's wonderful. So the potential here is exceptional, and that is why I'm so sorry to see what happened here during the past 18 months. Wait, one more question, if you permit. How are they feeling about the Palestinian issue? Because it's always on the table. What should Israel do so that the Egyptians and Saudis and everyone in the neighborhood would be happy and say, fine, you went quite a long way after October 7th. It's very difficult psychologically to even pronounce the words Palestinian state here in Israel. Yes, that's true. But I think that the Palestinians and all the other Arab countries cannot happen again between you, Israel, and Gaza. We also hope so. Yes, all of us are hopeful. The ability of the Palestinian issue to damage everything we're trying to get here, and the potential, and things have been said here, by the way, the potential is so great, so phenomenal, that we must make this thing stop or reduced, which is why we want to talk about diplomatic agreement. The Egyptians are part of it. I don't want to speak for them. I'm assuming, because of the way I understand it, they want to be because it's on their border, and they want to see an image, a diplomatic image that it will eventually be called Palestinian state. Not now, maybe, but this is where we're heading.
Amir, it's interesting. Somehow it always goes back to the Palestinian issue, but agreements that you realized, the Abraham Accords, were the first that put the Palestinians aside. There was a feeling like I don't think that anyone disregards the Palestinians. You can't say the problem doesn't exist. My son, when he was young, he used to hide behind a little sharpener, and he thought that nobody sees him. That doesn't work. There's a problem, and you need to face it and cope and deal with it. I want to go back to the Saudi issue. One of the things that are very apparent and bother me is the fact that the Abraham Accords we received one day when we woke up August 2020. And we heard that something's going to happen, and then it was signed 15 September 2020. And I think that keeping the negotiations quiet was one of the most important components. The negotiation with the Saudis, it's discussed in every forum, it's open to the media, and maybe, perhaps, this is the problem with this agreement, that they are too public. You're blaming the media? No, I'm not blaming. Maybe the problem is that Bibi kept it from Gantz and Ashkenazi. No, I think there are levels that need to be involved. I don't want to go back to who spoke to who, but I think keeping quiet is important. And if you want to see an arrangement made with Saudis, do it quietly. That's one. And there was another thing. If there will be an agreement with the Saudis, who was the first to jump into the water? Who assumed risks? Who showed real results? And again, I'm talking numbers. The relations with United Arab Emirates, the numbers are obvious. They speak volumes. Every country, including the Saudis, look and say, why not us? And this is something that can push this forward. These numbers have to be promoted and discussed. The success here will speak to the success, potential success, out of goodwill and a real wish for change. The UAE leader, Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed, says, I want a different future. Yesterday there was a piece in some, I don't know, some media outlet that said that all the story with the relations with UAE is financial. No, it's not only a financial story. UAE didn't sit around and wait for Israel all its life, wait for the Israelis to come by to build their economy. They're not blue ocean. Everyone's there. Also economy. Also economy. Also people to people. But there's a broader vision. It's a vision of building a new Middle East. And we all should pitch in. Saudis are important, and the Egyptians, the Jordanians, the Bahrainis, and I hope we see others. Tali, I want to ask you, I don't know if you saw this week, there were two, I think, very moving things said by us, religious clerics from Saudi Arabia and another country, talking about the Bibas family. The others were UAE. I was moved by this because if religious clerics are expressing this, see the demonstration of change. Saudis talking like this about Hamas outwardly. Is there a serious switch in public opinion in Saudi Arabia in relating to what happened and what's going to happen?
גם אני חשבתי שזה מאוד מאוד מרגש, אותן הערות שאתה מציין, שהרחיקו בין מה שקרה בשבוע שעבר, הפרידו בין זה לבין האסלאם, הם אמרו זה לא אסלאם. אני יודעת שהרבה מהציבור בישראל היה רוצה לראות הרבה יותר מזה מאז 7 באוקטובר, הרבה יותר מנהיגים מהעולם הערבי שיוצאים ואומרים זה לא אנחנו, ודוחים את זה ואומרים זה לא אסלאם, וכמובן שנסיך הכתר בסעודיה, כן. אבל אני חושבת שהעניין הוא לא שינוי במיינדסט, אלא יותר שינוי בבחירה ובאסטרטגיה של התקשורת. אני יכולה רק לקוות שברגע שהמנהיגים הדתיים מבטאים את זה בצורה ברורה, שהם היה גועל רב שהוא בא ברחבי העולם, גם אם לא שמענו על זה כאן בישראל, היה הרבה גועל שהוא בא ממה שקרה פה ב7 באוקטובר, ובעיקר מהאכזריות שבאה שם לידי ביטוי, ואני חושב שאלה הצהרות שהיו מאוד חשובות, והן לא נאמרו במקרה, זה לא שהיה כאן איזה שינוי במיינדסט, אני חושבת שהעולם הערבי וה-GCC, כמו שאר העולם הערבי, ובכנות, כל שאר העולם גם מביט בשנה וחצי האחרונות בתמונות שיוצאות מעזה, אז זה עדיין מוטמע מאוד במיינדסט שלהם, וזה נמצא צד לצד, זה לא נמחק על ידי מה שהם ראו בשבוע שעבר. אני יודע שזמננו תם, אבל יש לי שאלה אחת נוספת בנוגע למספרים. השגריר חייק אמר לפני כן שמיליארדי דולרים עברו בין ישראל לבין האיחוד האמירויות. מה המספרים בין ישראל וערב הסעודית? באופן ציבורי כעת. האם מדובר במיליארדים? אנחנו לא יודעים, כפי שאנחנו לא ממש יודעים מה המספרים בנוגע למה שקרה לפני הסכמי אברהם. זה היו הסכמים שעברו דרך מדינות צד שלישי. אנחנו לא יודעים, כי יש הרבה מאוד חברות שבודקות הזדמנויות. יש הרבה ישראלים שנוסעים לבקר בריאד. אני לא יודעת אם זה אכן הרבה. הטיסות לדובאי הן מלאות, את זה אני כן יכולה לומר. אוקיי. אני אגנוב עוד שנייה אחת ממך, דן שפירו.
אני רוצה לדבר על מישהו שוודאי שמעת עליו, דונלד טראמפ. האם אנחנו צריכים להיות מודאגים כשאנחנו רואים מה שהוא עושה עם אוקראינה? כי אנשים אומרים, הוא יכול להתהפך בלילה אחד. האם עלינו לדאוג מהמחויבות שלו כלפי ישראל? אני חושב, ואני גם מבין, כמו שאני מבין אותו, הוא מחויב לישראל. למרות זאת, ההפרה שראינו כעת, לא רק, או המשבר, לא רק בין ארצות הברית ואוקראינה, אלא כל השותפות האירופאיות, זה דרמטי. אתמול ראינו משהו שלא חשבתי שאראה, וזה ארצות הברית מצביעה ביחד עם רוסיה, ביחד עם צפון קוריאה, בלרוס, באומות המאוחדות, והימנעות מיציאה כנגד רוסיה. לגבי המתקפה שלה באוקראינה. הייתה פה אפשרות כנראה להימנע, אבל הם לא עשו בחירה זו. כל שותף אמריקאי של ארצות הברית צריך לשאול את עצמו, האם ארצות הברית עומדת במילותיה, האם מחויבויותיה קיימות, האם קווי המתאר המשותפים יהיו שם בעתיד. צודק כל מי שישאל שאלה זו. הזכרתי מוקדם יותר שהנשיא טראמפ אמר שהוא רוצה לפגוש את ולדימיר פוטין ושי ג'ינפינג ולדון קיצוץ של 50% בהוצאות הביטחון של כל מדינות אלו. אם ארצות הברית חותכת את תקציב הביטחון ב-50%, והוא כבר הנחה את הפנטגון לצמצם 8% לשנה במשך 5 שנים, שזה כבר שליש מ-50%. יש מעט מאוד דרכים שישראל יכול להקרין כוח מחוץ לאזור שלנו, לארצות הברית, בכל העולם, מזרח תיכון ואירופה וכולי. זה עולם אחר. כשארצות הברית מחליטה לעסוק בחלק שלה של העולם ולהשאיר בעיות לאחרים, זה עניין אחר. אני חושב שהסיוע לישראל ימשיך ויזרום, אבל אם אתה ערב הסעודית ושואל את עצמך אם אתה יכול לסמוך על הסכם חתום על ידי ארצות הברית ושזה יגובה, מה שקורה כרגע באוקראינה צריך לשאול את העניין. One sentence. We're talking about peace, 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 peace. And this week, the Muslim world will celebrate Ramadan. We should wish Ramadan Kareem to the Muslim community. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And it is now my honor to invite to the floor Mrs. Tzipi Livni, former Vice Prime Minister and Foreign Minister and Justice Minister, and a member of the Directorate of INSS. Hello, everyone. These are very moving days when we have hostages coming back home. These are horrible days when we bury our dead. And today, Oded Lifshitz, tomorrow, Shiri Ariel, and Kfir Bivas. These are days of pain and rage for the cruelty of Hamas, but also days that are full of security opportunities. Exceptional, and we mustn't let the anger, the rage blind us so much as that we miss the historic opportunities that we now have on the table, because we are the ones who can determine how the future of Israel will look like. So it's easy to agree about the immediate goals. They are written in the list of goals of the war and have not been fulfilled. Bringing back all of the hostages home, and we should not let Hamas remain instated in Gaza. These 2 goals of war are justified and were not completed after over a year, almost a year and a half of intense war. And we can get both these goals, get all of the hostages out of Gaza as well as Hamas. But those who say that it is possible to get these goals only if we now go back to fighting the war are those who will make it happen, both that Hamas will remain instated in Gaza and that we will not see all the hostages come back home. Continuing the war will not topple Hamas regime, because regimes must be changed, which cannot be performed only by military actions. Continuing the war will not bring the hostages back. We've tried that already. And after all these very long months of intense war, Hamas is still governing Gaza, and we don't have all of the hostages home, which did not happen because we didn't allow IDF fight and win. We did let IDF do it, and the IDF did it with high prices. This all happened because of the failure that started on October 8th and has continued until this very day, which is the day after the war is over, which is also why we're going through this horrible reality show, so to speak, of releasing the hostages in pulses instead of right now, in one time. So I would like to remind everyone who feels like a punch in the stomach when you, like I feel, when we see the horrible Hamas murderers of babies rejoicing in Gaza, you all need to know that we had another option. We have dramatic opportunities because IDF was able to recover and to show amazing abilities during the war to weaken the Shiite axis and Hamas. Additionally, Trump's threats and him demanding other states around here to absorb the Gazans, this idea being pushed that is pushing our neighboring countries to find a different solution, but without Hamas. For so many years, we didn't have a consensus such as this, that everybody is agreeing that Hamas cannot remain in regime. The alternative, instead of continuing the war, is releasing all of the hostages right away, no waiting anymore. And simultaneously, and I'm saying simultaneously because it was supposed to already be behind us. For this summary, this agreement should have been taken care of during the entire past year. So coming to an agreement with our neighboring country and the USA to have a great alliance against Hamas, the basis of which Hamas regime does not remain in Gaza as an armed militia, but it is replaced by a Palestinian regime that is not terroristic and will be enforced by and strengthened by Arabic countries and will enter in phases because it takes time. The rehabilitation of Gaza will not happen through Hamas. Demilitarization of Gaza, Egypt border will have an underground block, and Israel will maintain its military actions against terrorism, including the tunnels in Gaza. I would have used this opportunity already. This I would have already, summed up a long time ago, but I would also use this opportunity that is sponsored by the new American administration to change the UNRWA status of being a refugee so that many generations to the future will not be dreaming about coming back, to say that terrorists are not allowed to take part in the elections. And I proposed to the American administration in 2005, before the elections there, what is right for Hamas and for Hezbollah. And it's much clearer today, 20 years after that. It's all over. The story should be behind us of a military branch and a political branch. All of these terror organizations should choose, in the ballots, and not be shooting around to get elected. And of course, we mentioned here about the regional balance and security in a way that will not allow the Iranian Shiite axis to recover, or the Turkish go into the void in Syria and lead a local agenda against Israel. All of this could happen. It is something that will happen in stages. A return of the hostages immediately, and all the rest of it should happen in stages. But Israel's government doesn't want to do it, which is not for the first time. It doesn't have a strong political footing, despite the fact that the security of Israel is always standing on two pillars, political and military. At the end of one of the previous wars, I already made a decision such as this that was supposed to be accepted by everyone in the Security Council, with very similar principles of demilitarization, of rehabilitation not by Hamas, of having the Palestinian Authority entering there in phases, etc. And today, the opportunity is much bigger. But even then, when all of the Security Council waited for a yes from Israel, Israel stammered and stumbled and then said no. And it is happening today as well. And it is happening because the conception is coming back. It's the same conception we've had before October 7th. Instead of completely dismantling Hamas infrastructure and finding mitigating regimes to replace them, because governments are being replaced. And Bibi Netanyahu was the first person to know that. So remaining Hamas in the government and instead of promoting the mitigating entities is what has happened until this very day. So it's not only that Israel allows them to get the money from Qatar, but this will continue to happen, because when Israel's government demands all these groups, all of the Arabic states, all of the states around that are willing to strengthen the Palestinian Authority and go to Gaza, when Israel is saying the Palestinian Authority will not be involved, what will happen is a zero-sum game. Hamas will stay put. So the choice always in the Middle East is between a religion conflict that is unsolvable and behave like monsters are exactly the same as the people who coordinate with us actions against Hamas. That person decides for us that we will remain with the monsters and will take this conflict that is national and I hope solvable and turn it into a religious conflict that is not solvable and has nothing to do with security. There are legitimate claims against the Palestinian Authority. I also have them, and of course that we need to learn lessons from the past and not give them the key and just expect for good things to happen. And of course that we need to strengthen, significantly get significant support from region states. But all of these states will come that were mentioned right here in this last panel. They will only come if they get an invitation or say if the PA is involved. And so when they are left out, then the PA is also left out. Why is it happening to us? In fact, it's not a security story. We can have a security discussion, and we've seen many of those throughout the day. But the panel that just took place here was in fact not taking place where decisions should be made. Because those who prefer war rather than replacing Hamas with mitigating entities are the ones who would not allow normalization with Saudi Arabia, because we're not allowed to have a political horizon, not for the Palestinians, neither for us. Those are the people who hope Israel will remain in Gaza, settlements will be built, which does not represent any security strategy. Settlements do not give us security. The IDF is the one who should give us security. And we didn't have enough. We didn't have enough seeing what happened in those kibbutzes, in those communities, in order to send civilians in there to live next to those 2 million Gazans. People will tell me, we have only 2 million. They're going to disappear. We have the Trump plan, the willing transfer, the relocation, the volunteer relocation, the new hope that has replaced the total victory that Netanyahu has already, declared from the Knesset podium. This is his plan for the next day. By the way, in the meantime, Washington has already changed what they're saying and the contents they said before, and what has been is not what is. But this is the new hope. But the role of the leadership is to give true solutions. And it is now time for us to be able to unite around the right thing, which is not only we have enemies and we must be united. And we know to be united during a war, but truly, what do we do next? And we need to let go of these prophets of lie and let go of metaphors and imageries. I've heard for years about blames against the people who support separation for Palestinians, saying they're naive. You guys don't understand the Arabs. You don't speak their language. You are the ones who want to live with Palestinians and give them treats. So let's talk about the new naives. Because now they seem that now the Gazans will be so happy, so content, just leaving Gaza according to Trump's plan and completely disappear from our lives. Does this sound realistic to you? Suddenly they think that we shall go on with the settlements, with the blockades, and they will just wake up in the morning and say, no, you know what, you guys are fine for us. I mean, I want to divorce from the Palestinians with an agreement. But these people are the ones that will enforce it upon us to live with them in the same tiny territory between the Mediterranean and the Jordan River, and the same violent country with those monsters. They call them monsters. There was an attempt now for a bus terrorist attack, and somebody tweeted, and I can't give credit, but somebody gave me tweeted a picture of the terrorist with a title saying this is the terrorist that the left wing wants to give a state to. And my answer to that is, this is the terrorist that the right wing wants to live with in one state. So let's let go for a second of imageries and talk truly about what can be done, what should be done, what's the opportunity, and put aside the conception, and in this opportunity saying goodbye to imageries. Right men don't give more security than others. So look, what I just presented is our true choice. It always has been. It has been since 1990 1947, when Zionism did take the decision to take the separation agreement by the Brits, and when we decide what is our national destination, is it a Jewish state, is it a democratic state, is it separating from the Palestinians, this is where we're headed. We'll deal with the problems on the way, with obstacles on the way, and the people who want to take us to a Jewish state in the religious meaning, with no democracy, with no equality, they should understand that we don't have any intention of going towards that direction with them no more. We need to say exactly what we are facing. I've been hearing ministers threatening to topple the government if they don't start the war again. And I just mentioned the reasons for that. It's for different reasons that are not of security. It's Jewish religious reasons. But because this crossroad is so significant and because the opportunity is so great, we should not allow the war, this just war, that was there for the security of Israel. We shouldn't let it become a war for unity of the government and let it end like all of the previous wars, with Hamas still in government and some of the hostages remaining in Gaza, especially not after all of the effort by the IDF, all of the sacrifice and high prices paid by the state of Israel. So, in order to finish, more optimistically, let's think of the opportunity and let's fight together in order for this opportunity to be realized and not remain like many other missed opportunities in the garbage of the history. Thank you very much. It is my honor to invite Colonel in Reserve, Advocate Pnina Shavit Baruch, Director of Israel and Global Powers Research Program for INSS, to talk to us about the eroding international status of Israel and steps to its recovery. Good afternoon, and bravo to everyone who's still here. So your child goes for a gap year after the IDF service, and you pack warm clothes and a first aid kit and a satellite phone, and also phone numbers for advocates and attorneys and a route for escaping certain countries if somebody attempts to arrest that person. How did we come to a point where released soldiers are afraid to go abroad, where our prime minister even can't go abroad, when Israelis feel unwelcome around the world? 30 years that I've been dealing with the claims against Israel as head of international law for IDF, and as a researcher, we were always looked at very closely, but this blitz of accusations against Israel, such as we've experienced during the past 18 months, is something that I do not recall from the past. So let's try and understand this battle. In the IDF, like in the IDF, it will have three parts. First part, we'll talk about the threat and the accusations against Israel. Second part, it's the role of the courts in this battle. And third part, after we understood the problems, we'll talk about solutions, what can and should be done. So let's start. What is the battle? What is the goal? How does it work? The idea is to make everyone, or as many people in the world, think that Israel is a state that is a criminal, that is committing severe crimes, and even that its mere existence is illegal. But what is the goal? The goal is not to turn Israel to an unpopular state. This battle, it's important to understand, is part of and simultaneous to the military battle. In the same way that the military battle is there to hurt Israel physically, this battle is there to hurt us on the justification of our existence and isolate us. What is the method? Accusations, severe accusations against Israel that are being communicated through the media, through the social media, through campuses, through the academy around the world, and also through public campaigns, strikes, signs, influences, etc. What are the means in this battle? So this battle has two main weapons. factual accusations and judicial accusations. The factual accusations are based or appear in reports of NGOs for human rights and reporters and investigators, but the main player behind them is the UN. The UN always publishes accusations against Israel. A couple of months ago, a researcher from INSS, Dr. Tammy Kanner, checked the data published by the UN, that everybody is based on, about the numbers of trucks that enter with humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. And she saw that these data is always lower than the number of actual trucks going into Gaza. What was interesting to see is that in a separate sheet that was undiscoverable, they mentioned that they do not count all of the trucks. So in fact, they presented false data, and they did it on purpose. With their intention was to make people, to mislead people. And on this basis, we see the unfair judicial accusations that appear in papers by jurists and in conferences, and you can hear them everywhere, also in juristic decisions, which brings me to the second. And we have two main players here. The two international courts, both are in Hague. The first one is the ICJ. It's the older one. It was founded in 1945, and it's supposed to discuss conflicts between states with the agreement of those states, and also give reports to advise the different branches of the UN. On December 2023, shortly after the October massacre, South Africa went to the ICJ and asked it to determine that Israel is performing genocide in Gaza at the Palestinians, and also to instruct Israel to stop fighting. What does South Africa have to do with Gaza? Why would the ICJ even have any power over Israel? It's a whole different discussion. I will not start to talk to you about what exactly is the definition of genocide, but I can promise you one thing, which is Israel is not performing genocide in Gaza. Israel showed up for the discussion. We can see Israel representatives giving very good arguments, and despite that, the ICJ did not just overturn it on the threshold. They did not give the order. They said it's too early at this point to determine that Israel is performing genocide. It's a preliminary point, but they did give orders to Israel not to perform genocide and also to bring more humanitarian aid into Gaza. But what's important for us is that they fixated the idea that Israel performing genocide, and from now on, in every strike and every sign, it's always stop the genocide in Gaza, stop the Israeli genocide. In other words, Israel is being accused in crimes performed by the Nazis. The court has not yet given its final decision, and they also can't execute it. For its decisions to be applicable, we need the Security Council to make that decision final, which is not about to happen soon, but it does have significance. Their statements have an important stance in the international arena. The other court, also in Hague, also has strength. This is the ICC. They don't deal with conflicts between states, but rather in prosecuting individuals. The ICC was only founded in 2002, and on March they started investigation following Palestinian demands about any crimes committed in Palestine. Starting June 2014, a protective edge. And the investigation was taking its course very slowly until this war started. And on May 2024, the prosecutor asked for arrest warrants against the leaders of Hamas, as well as against the PM Netanyahu and then Minister of Defense Gallant. And they issued arrest against Mohammed Def that was not pronounced dead at the time. The other Hamas leaders were already pronounced dead, but Gallant and Netanyahu are not. And they said that there is a basis to assume that they starved people as a way of genocide, assaulted civilians deliberately, and murdered and prosecuted the Gazans, which is a great ammunition for this battle against Israel. And this court does have strength because all of the member states, 125 member states, are supposed to arrest and deliver to Hague anyone that there is an arrest warrant against. So Prime Minister Netanyahu has already cancelled some travels abroad. And these arrest warrants can also be issued in a hushed manner. So maybe there are other arrest warrants that we don't even know about. So there are two courthouses, both are international and both are conducting, us making statements that are accusing Israel of very severe crimes. And on that, we have the battle in the courts around the world, the one I started talking about. We heard of the soldier who had to leave Brazil and those soldiers who had to leave Holland and the high-ranking officers in Italy. And this is an attempt to work through the international courts in order to issue warrants against individuals who go and visit those countries. Up till this day, there wasn't any warrant issued, but even just the stress that it causes for those soldiers and their families and for all of us is already quite an achievement for the people leading this battle against us. So we have this juristic front internally and internationally that creates this very difficult battle. And we have a question arising here. What does it matter what Israel does? Or is it lost to begin with? Which brings me to the third and last part, what could and should be done? So my answer is the field is not leveled. It's not fair, but it's not the game is not lost before it started, and we do have something we could do. So we have political or geopolitical steps that could be taken. We have President Trump that issued sanctions against the prosecutor from the ICC, and the world may be headed towards directions of less interest in these things. But I want to focus on what we can control, what we can do in the immediate future. So there's great importance to what is said and done by us, by our high-ranking officials. And we need to take it into account. When we do something, when we say something, there are implications on the international arena. Something else, a very important step, is conducting inquiries. Apart from the internal moral, ethical aspect that is important on its own, inquiries can really help us in this battle. And why? Let me be an attorney because of the complementary principle. And according to this principle, the ICC and other international courts are not to deal with anything when the relevant state already inquires and investigates itself honestly and genuinely. So that means that if we investigate ourselves, we can block these warrants and we can block those claims for genocide. No, and I'm not talking about a national inquiry committee. We need to focus on this, in investigating those accusations against Israel. And another thing that should be remembered is that we hear the minority that is very loud. And we need to act vis-a-vis them. But we must remember that the silent majority that is more mitigated doesn't have an opinion yet about Israel. And this majority needs to be influenced. At the end of the day, we need to make a decision whether in this very difficult battle we need to surrender, or do we expect ourselves here and our leaders as well to fight the same way they fight the military battle. It's true that this battle is not fair. And we are being David facing Goliath, but it is not lost. To begin with, we must demand our leaders to be responsible, to speak responsibly, to demand investigations instead of fighting against those investigations taking place. And if we do all of that, then our soldiers would be able to travel abroad without always peeking behind their shoulders, concerned that someone is about them. And also, we will start the recovery of Israel international status. One thing is already clear by the return of President Trump to the White House. A new world order is coming. But how? To discuss this question, it is my honor to invite Mr. Xiao, senior researcher
מנכ"ל מכון לאווי למדיניות בינלאומית.
Ladies and gentlemen, shalom, good afternoon. Welcome to this panel discussion on the old new the world in the age of Trump 2.0. As you know, I'm Michael Fulilove, Executive Director of the Lowy Institute in Sydney. I'm pleased to be at this important conference at the invitation of Tamir Hyman. Let me make just a couple of comments. I've been lucky enough to work with my chairman, Frank Lowy, chairman of the Lowy Institute, also chairman of INSS, and his family for 23 years. And Frank is a giant figure in Australia. For me, he's my boss, my friend, my mentor, and a mensch. And with Stephen Lowy and Mark Ryan, another colleague, in the last couple of days, I have travelled from the north to the south of this beautiful country, from the Golan and the Upper Galilee to the site of the Nova Festival and kibbutz near Oz. And I have to tell you that in all these places, when I've spoken with soldiers and kibbutznik and ordinary people, I have been very impressed to witness their gvura. And I've also seen how Israelis, when presented with a choice between life and death, between blessing and curse, choose life. Ubachata b'chaim. It's very generous of you to applaud my terrible Hebrew. Thank you very much. So enough about that. This panel is about Trump 2.0. It's about Donald Trump's world in which we are all now living. Let me make a couple of comments myself, and then I'm going to go to the panel. Like everything in life, Trump has good aspects and bad aspects. I know that many Israelis I've spoken to will feel that Trump supports you. He's with you. I know that last time his administration negotiated the Abraham Accords. And this time, I know that he is saying things that are disrupting the old politics of the Middle East and forcing other actors in the look at old problems through new lenses. But I have to be honest with you and say, as an Australian, for me, the warning lights are flashing red. I was in the conference with Tzipi and Tamir when J.D. Vance walked away from the European democracies and then met with the leader of the far right-wing party in Germany. As an Americophile, this does not sit well with me. As an historian, this doesn't sit well with me. I met President Zelensky. It doesn't sit well with me that Trump called Zelensky a dictator who started the war. Today is the first day of the 4th year of that war that was initiated by Putin, the 4th year. I don't like to see the United States vote in the Security Council to protect Russia. I don't want to see President Trump in Red Square on May Day. And I guess the question that I ask myself, and maybe we all need to ask ourselves, is who will Trump throw overboard next? And I think the answer is anyone he cares to, because I don't think that Mr. Trump believes in anything larger than himself. He's not guided by principle. The center of the order doesn't care about principle, then I fear that everything falls away. So, I know Australians are usually sunny and optimistic, but I'm feeling a bit pessimistic. But we have a panel here who maybe they're going to set me straight. Maybe they will tell me that I'm wrong. We have 21 minutes to go, and I've warned the panel that I'm going to be an activist chair. I know that in Israel everybody is a prime minister, but in this panel I'm the only chair. I said to the ambassador, this panel is a democracy, but it's a guided democracy. So I've asked the panelists to be as brief as possible so we can get through as many topics as possible. I want to begin with the ambassador. Ambassador, thank you for joining us. It's an honor to have you here with us. At the start of Trump's first term, he was a China hawk. But for most of his time, he said nice things about China, actually, and about Xi Jinping. And we know that he likes doing deals. So let me ask you about the most important bilateral relationship in the world, in my opinion, between the United States and China. Is there a chance of Donald Trump doing a grand bargain with Beijing? And what would that look like? Ambassador.
Chinese President Xi Jinping held phone talks with President Trump before his inauguration. So this is what I know for his second terms. So it's clear about this, but I think Trump administration's negotiation or with the other major powers maybe could showcase or give us some lessons. What should we do? Trump's team uses diplomacy of deal to deal with international issues. So China actually is on his list. So taking the Russia and the Ukraine conflict as an example, they believe that between Russia's sovereignty concern and the priority of US over Ukrainians' mineral resources, they can make a deal between these two things. So their political design to put an end to the war or conflict is of transaction nature, of which the relevant stakeholders are excluded. So addressing hotspot issues from the perspective of pursuing US interests might seem to work for a while to de-escalate the tensions, but will also breed the higher danger for a new round of conflict down the road.
Okay.
So we just look.
Okay, and let me ask you a very quick question. Yesterday, President Xi Jinping had a video conference with President Putin of Russia. Now, some scholars in America think that the reason President Trump is being so nice to President Putin is to create a breach between Russia and China. Do you think that could ever happen?
Some experts believe in this, but from my personal view, I don't believe this. I don't think this will happen. Because China and Russia are neighbors. We are neighbors. We have more than 43,000 kilometers border lines, and the accumulate the total trade volume between us reached it's more than 200 billion US dollars. And the most important factors I want to mention is that China pursues the principles of non-alignment in diplomacy. So even when the Russians are in difficulties, so we refused to establish the alliance with them.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
I think this will make all of those efforts or conspiracy to separate these two countries fail.
Okay, sorry, Donald, you're not going to be able to separate Russia and China. Mohammed, the ambassador said that Mr. Trump believes in the diplomacy of the deal, and he believes in real estate. And he has said in relation to Gaza, for example, that America would like to take an ownership position in Gaza. Talk to us about the importance of land in diplomacy and how you think this will translate into this region.
Well, thank you for this question and thank you for having me here. I mean, he might be true that everything is about business and about deals, but if he's so successful businessman, then he would know that even in deals, you have to know, first of all, who are your partners in that deal, who are the parties to talk to about the deal, and then even in business, you have to be very sophisticated about some cultural sentiments. And speaking of cultural sentiments, I dare to say that in many places in the world, I don't want to say in all of them, but I dare to say in many of them, when you speak about land, you're not necessarily speaking about real estate in the business terms, but you speak about culture, you speak about dignity, you speak about honor, you speak about history, you speak about your self-fulfillment. That's one important thing. And this is true in general, but it is true in the context of the Middle East, and we all know about that in both contexts, for the Arab side and for the Jewish side. Now, if I want water and I start speaking about businesses, then in businesses you do business with somebody, usually with the one who has the good quote-to-quote of the real estate that you would like to speak about or to trade. And that other side is the Palestinian people. Right now, of course, they are represented by the PLO, and to the best of my knowledge, President Trump has not been in touch with President Mahmoud Abbas, be as legitimate or illegitimate as he might be. He is the president of the Palestinian people, and he hasn't been in touch with him about speaking to King Abdullah, President Sisi in Egypt, and others in the Arab world, but he's not been speaking to the Palestinian people. And the Palestinian people cannot be the means. They are the ends by the end of the day. And speak clearly, you know, I parliament, we have a government, and I don't expect that a president be as dignified as he might be, like President of the United States, big brother for us, to tell us what to do. He has to talk to us about things, and we have to discuss things within our inner institutes, and that includes not the government only, but the parliament as well.
All right, thank you. Avishai, let me bring you in, and let me ask you to address maybe the question or some of the statements at the beginning. To bring this back for an Israeli audience, Israelis care if Mr. Trump plays a bit fast and loose. They might say, well, one thing for the Ukrainians, it's one thing for the Europeans, but Mr. Trump is in our corner. So why do Israelis have something at stake? Question himself in the world.
It's an incredibly fair question, seeing as so far how we feel like we've been the beneficiaries of so much of this upheaval that Trump has brought into the region. The first thing I say is entirely clear to any of us whether Trump is in Israel's corner or Trump is in Trump's corner, and currently it aligns with Israeli interests. And I'm concerned, I'm not going to say I'm terribly afraid, but I am concerned that there might come a point where things will come apart, and this sort of erratic way of conducting policy will not play out in our favor. There's something to be said in the world of business as well as in the world of diplomacy for set expectations within bounds. The other thing I would note, or a couple of other things to point out, is one, Trump is an ocean away from here. And some of the instability caused by ideas floated in Washington, if they destabilize Egypt, if they destabilize Jordan, are going to play out in our. That's something that we should be weary of. On top of that, I would note two other things. One, and not to cover everything, is that Israel depends more than many Israelis realize on international organizations, institutions, and the international order that the U.S. has maintained after the Second World War. And that is a world order that is coming apart now. Just consider for a fact what happens when Israel's main transit is on one side of the conversation and the U.S. conversation happens. The other question I would put to ourselves is, many Israelis spent the last 2.5 years, especially prior to October 7th, protesting some changes to the structure of Israeli government. Similar changes, albeit on a much grander, much faster pace, are happening in the U.S. right now. And when those changes to the meaning of democracy world's oldest stable democracy play out and become entrenched, it might come back to visit us here. And that's something that we have to be ready for and ask ourselves, what is the price in terms of we're willing to pay in order to, or in terms of that we're willing to pay for the benefits that we gain in terms of leeway in our geopolitics.
All right, thank you. Ambassador, let me come back to you on tariffs. We know that Mr. Trump likes tariffs. In fact, he said that tariff is the most beautiful word in the English dictionary. I thought love was the most beautiful word in the English dictionary. Well, fully love, indeed, but it's tariff. Ambassador, Mr. Trump has imposed a general tariff on Chinese goods. We're hearing about levies in the future on other exports. China has responded. How concerned are you about a tit-for-tat trade war taking place?
Trump's team trade and economic cooperation partners of the U.S. I mean, when his team, negotiated with the trade and the economic cooperation partners of the U.S., so they always talks about how it is a bad deal, emphasizing only by emphasizing only the trade deficit and the loss of the job opportunities. So without any mentioning of the economic benefits, political influence, and the geopolitical dividends the U.S. has gained in the process. So the U.S. always says that the trade deficit with China has harmed the U.S. interests. However, the export of Chinese goods with good quality and reasonable price to the U.S. has contributed a lot to controlling the inflation and benefiting people's lives in the U.S. It's really a very intent to turn back the clock. You know, as you mentioned, all agencies in the United States is proposing to expel China out of the WTO, and then if they cannot reach their, intention, maybe they will propose to suspend the most favored nation agreement with China. And then if that failed, they will continue to stop the mutual investment agreement with China, signed in the 1980s. So that's the reason why I said it's a really dangerous intent. Turn back the clock.
All right, thank you. Mohammed, I'd like to ask you about the point that Avishai finished on, which goes to the quality of democracy in the United States. United States, Australia, all members of the family of democracy. Well, some people are worried about democracy in the United States. I know you lived in the United States for many years. Are you worried, and what lessons should we take from the last US election for our own democracies?
I take a breath because I do comparative law, comparative constitution law, and comparative law, but I'd like to focus on constitution law in this perspective. In Israel, our democracy has been primarily through the Supreme Court cases, to a great extent based on comparative studies, lending some good ideas from the constitution law, from the biggest democracy in the globe, as we used to say, America. But it was not for us an open buffet of pick and choose. We studied American constitution law very well, and we knew in 1995, for instance, separate but equal cannot be equal, citing Plessy versus Ferguson, but not citing Brown versus Board of Education and not Plessy versus Ferguson. The trouble is that why there has been a golden age in the American Constitution democratic regime, I am very afraid that there is a U-turn there. And that U-turn has democracy in very nationalistic way on the one hand, and another formalistic way on the other hand. And that's a tragedy, because it is the source for many democracies, and I just mentioned Israel, but I could also refer to Australia, refer to Canada, I could refer to Italy, to France. Usually continental, legal system conservative, but here they open their minds to borrow some good concepts from the American law, and things are changing. We see that as well by attacking the self-independence of the Supreme Court and by trying to affect the appointments to the Supreme Court to make it a very conservative one, a very formalistic one.
All right, very, very good. We're almost out of time, and I want to squeeze in a couple more questions. Why don't you come in on that, Avishai? You also lived in the United States. You spent 10 years, I think, mainly living in Cambridge. When you look back at the last election, how do you feel? Was it a great expression of democracy? Do you worry about domestic institutions in the United States? And what does this mean for people in this room?
So, since we can't cover all of this in, the span of however minutes we have, was a democracy in the Trump was a popular majority, not an unusually large one, but an unusually large one for a Republican candidate in the last 20 or 30 years. Institutions, because to go back to what Muhammad said about the formalistic view of democracy, the view that says I want a majority, therefore I can do whatever I want, sidesteps about 250 years of gained wisdom, if we want to be conservative about our thinking about institutions, what it means to be a democracy and how you balance the various democracy. And right now there is a move within American politics or within American institutions to concentrate power in an extreme way in the hands of the presidency in a way that didn't exist in American politics before and was even predicted and worried by American founders. And the concern that I have about it from an Israeli perspective, setting aside the quality of democracy and how that gets interpreted in our own domestic politics, but from an interest point of view, is that in doing so, a lot of the elements of American power, as it has formed after the Second World War, education, research, science, being at the center of an international network, lead back to Washington and give Washington an influence that Israel benefits off of, all taken apart in light of a coherent view, but one that leaves us at the periphery of this world with an America that is less central to the places in which we find challenges. And that's something I worry about.
All right, thank you very much, Avishai. Ambassador, you're going to get the last question. I'm going to ask you a cheeky question, if you don't mind, about Australia. Because while I've been here in Israel, some Chinese friends have been visiting Australia, and what I mean is the Chinese Navy has some warships off the east coast of Australia, just a couple of 100 kilometres off Sydney, doing some exercises. Now, what does this have to do with President Trump? Well, Australia, like many countries, balances our security relationship with the United States on the one hand and our economic relationship with China on the other hand. And a lot of Australians are worried about President Trump. But this kind of behaviour from China also worries Australians. So what's that all about, Ambassador? Why are those ships there?
Yeah, I saw this report. The drill is going on off the east coastline of Australia. But I have to say that this drill is carried out in a safe, standard, and professional manner. in accordance with the international laws and the international practices. Actually, I also noted several reports about Australian Navy ships, navigated off Chinese coast. So I think very between us. Don't worry about this. Don't worry about this.
Okay.
And
All
to be honest, I just want to.
I'm sorry, we're out of time. Thank you for answering my cheeky question. I hope that China and other countries in the region are not too worried about the superpower Australia and our naval exercises off their coasts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a great discussion. The final piece of wisdom I will give you, I don't think it comes from the Torah, but it does come from somebody very wise, and that is that regardless of what situation you're in, regardless of how bad it appears, this too shall pass. And so when President Trump tweets something that I disagree with, or he does something I disagree with, I think to myself, the Trump administration, this too shall pass. So ladies and gentlemen, Toda Rabah, thank you for listening.
It is now my honor to invite MK Yuli Edelstein, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee. He will sit for a conversation with Dr. Idit Shafran Gittelman, who is a senior researcher here at the INSS. Hello to the Chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, members of the Knesset, Yuli Edelstein. Thank you for coming. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you to the organizers. I didn't actually plan to start with the law of recruitment, mobilizing, because we have quite a record. But yesterday we finished the discussion at the committee, and I recommend you to go to after the discussions at the committees, because there everything else that you don't hear in the discussion. And people started saying, will there not be a law? And people told me, you're just a dreamer. And some people came later and said what he said. And I will tell you what we all heard at the mobile push. My optimism true opportunity to pass a true legislation of recruitment. So if you are optimistic, I would love you to share that with us, because the question we all asked is, why are you feeling more optimistic about it? Optimism is not confidence, complete confidence. I mean, there were ups and downs about this. And I must tell you that, take as an example, the optimism comes, amongst other things, because I heard at the beginning, when I saw the law for the first time, the cafeteria statements. Yuli, we believe in your great good intentions, and that what you're saying is correct, and that you will not allow this to pass. But there won't be a law at the end. And now the discourse has changed. At the beginning, the IDF spoke at the higher court about 3,000 recruits. The members of the Knesset took that like it was a great treasure and grasped on that. And now the discourse, not to say that it's excellent, but 4,800 during the first year, 5,760 the next year after that, sanctions, institutional sanctions, individual sanctions. This is the discourse now. So therefore, I'm saying that it's all now centralizing, and there are still so many gaps, even between myself and the Ministry of Defense, not to Orthodox parties. But I think that with the right work being done, and if we know to disconnect little politics like budget first, or the recruitment law first, or if we really work on the recruitment law, then we will manage to also pass a real legislation. If you could please maintain the silence in the hall. Thank you. I will try to continue to pick up from exactly what you just said. And I'll give you another citation, this time from the Prime Minister, who said very, very clearly and precisely these words as a response to a question he was asked: how can we be crumbling with the reserves being it's burdened and there is no legislation? Speaking from the audience, they are not speaking to microphones, I'm sorry. I cannot hear what they said. Thank you. He said this when truly the IDF said the magic number 3,000, and I think all of us we cannot understand that they meant to hold on to that. And he said we need to have a legislation, we need to do it according to the IDF needs, as many that the IDF can recruit. It's not determined by politicians, but rather by the IDF, and this should be the guideline. And after that, IDF said very clearly, starting 2026, I can recruit all of them. Why for so many hours? Why is it not finished? The IDF said by 2026 I can recruit everyone. Why don't we have a law legislated saying everybody's recruited starting 2026? When you said that there are disagreements, this is one of them, because I also said more than once that my guideline, what I see in front of me, is not political needs. And even during the first meeting I said I'm not here to strengthen the coalition or to dismantle this coalition. I want a law that would provide fighters for the IDF, because the reservists and their families are really burdened and they're asking us to prolong the regular service to the IDF, and we do need to broaden the amount of recruited. But the devil is in the details. It's so easy to say tomorrow we'll finish everything, and then only on the third year we start the disagreement. No, this is not so. If we don't have, as the head of the manpower department of the IDF said, if we don't have sanctions on the individual level, even those numbers that I'm now bringing, the IDF is saying 4,600, 5,600, they would probably not exist. We need to be accurate. Not with every clause, with every word of the law. I want to say one more thing and then we need to move on, because I want to also talk about other things with IDF. It's not ever since the IDF pronounced those numbers, I think that in a very inappropriate way, representatives of the ministry, the IDF said is not the right thing, and because it doesn't go in line with the political causes, then they are saying, no, IDF can't do it. IDF doesn't really mean it. And I just want to cite the last data that we picked up, that about 64% the Jewish public is saying without a law, without the law of exemption, or law that would exempt most of the ultra-Orthodox from service, it will weaken the motivation to serve for the IDF. And I think that the legislation that is about to happen will indeed exempt most of the ultra-Orthodox from the IDF service. And it will happen under your term of office in the committee. And so I'm probably one of those 68% that you mentioned. I don't call it the law of disobedience. And when during past 6 months, I think, I knew when by politician colleagues, but also with the MOD, also with the IDF, difficult conversations, because I had at some point the feeling that the IDF is going back to what was familiar to them, which is just sending those invitations to recruitment to the people who anyway would show up. And this hot potato of recruiting the ultra-Orthodox, they just push it away. They didn't send any letters of recruitment to the ultra-Orthodox. Well, they did, but not enough, I think, because I know the statistics, how many people actually show up from every 100 letters of recruitment. I mean, we have the fighters, we have the supporting soldiers, but let's do this. The law that will come committee will only be a law that is accorded by IDF, not something that goes around, not pretend. This is the problem. Again, you take the IDF to hold them responsible for it. Fully agreed law. It's the decision of the state to divide the burden. Let me tell you this in two phrases. I had a group, a very distinguished group of people. Some of them were used to be hiring and recruitment, and them with a smile on my face, but I did tell them it's not a good outline. Why? They said, why it's not good? What's wrong? And I said, because I agree with every word. If I agree with every word in the outline, it's probably not practical, because for me, everyone on the 120 members of the Knesset, I need to pass it. And those reservists you see in the committee, they say openly, we support a good law, but people already at me and don't. How long can we keep discussing and discussing and discussing? We need to bring a result. We need to bring people who are candidates for recruitment that will recruit and lower at least some of the burden from the reservists. I see the clock, so we should continue this argument in the committee, but I feel uncomfortable about the intention to let the IDF be responsible, because this is dragging the IDF. No. I have to correct this times too, and as the former chairman of the Knesset as well, it's clearly that it's the political echelon will determine, but the by the manpower department of the IDF, by the chief of the general staff and his vice, by people who know exactly what they need and where they need it. So a societal change of such volume is not something that I ask the IDF to perform. So I'm not a journalist, and I can't get any titles from you if I ask elegantly, so I will ask two very direct questions. I have said the discussions held here in the morning, different angles, different worlds. So we have two things now online that are really bothering and concerning the public. One is firing the Attorney General, and the other is firing the Shin Bet. Where do you stand? I will start with a second question. As one who, according to the law, once again, supervise the activity of the Shin Bet, I am in the head of the Shin Bet and with the organization. Generally, I think that they do wonderful work. I have not heard of any plans to fire him, and I think it would be very healthy. It will be very healthy that in such situation where we are now at, the head of Shin Bet, Ronen, will finish his role when he decides to finish his role. And I think that this is something that is there. Regarding I'll tell you this. I have many question marks regarding many things, including the law of recruitment, as you also heard in the committee, and I would prefer things to be dealt with a bit differently when it comes to that topic, but how do people... I have enough challenges of my own. I am not a minister in the government. I know exactly why I'm not a minister in the government, which is why it's the government to decide what they're going to do with the Attorney General. It's not my business. I want to take you back to discussions from the committee. We had a sideline discussion about the National Inquiry Committee, and you lost your calm, and you honestly said, and I'm sure that nobody doubts your honesty, you can't really fake this, you can't fake the look in your eyes. And when people said, inquiry committee, and I want to tell you that 64% of the public said that they do support a national inquiry committee that will be appointed by the president of the High Court, because we use those words, and only 10% said that they support an inquiry committee that will be appointed by the... Ask yourself, and maybe you didn't mean for everyone to hear it, how did we come to this point where we don't have public trust for any entity to be head Inquiry Committee? And I want to ask you, maybe this is the time, thinking backwards on all the moves before October 7th regarding the judicial reform. Maybe we exaggerated, maybe we took it too far, maybe we went wrong. And now, because this week, in fact, the legislation still goes on. While we are speaking here, the legislation that tore the public apart and brought people out to the streets, maybe in what do you think about it in retrospect, and also about the legislation process is still taking place in the Knesset as we speak? Look, first of all, the gaps are quite small between what I say to the mic and what I say off record. I don't mean intimate personal things, but public things that I have to say. So therefore, when I said during that committee meeting that we should ask ourselves how did we come to this point. I knew very well that it was broadcast, and here as well I have no problem repeating that with much pain, because I remember one, until this very day, of the Knesset, Yuli Edelstein, and that person that I am talking about, myself, sat with at least 3 different presidents, including male and female. I said, we are running very fast in the wrong direction. We should start a formal committee, maybe formal, maybe less formal, with the representatives of the court and of the public and of the government and professional clerks. If you want elected members, just tell me what you do want. Otherwise, we will find ourselves in very bad places. And well, apparently prophecy belongs to the fools, and I'm probably a very big fool because we did end up here. I understood where we were headed, but we came to this point where we got to because of what? Because there was no discussion, no dialogue, no agreement. But wasn't it a mistake to push the trust so far that to bring us to this point? And isn't it a mistake now to continue? But I want to tell you this: I was invited as the chairman of the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committee, and I'm not trying to avoid what you're asking, but it's a different conversation. And I just want to tell you that everyone at any relevant role in politics, in courthouse, in the media, in the different professions should go home, take a good look at themselves, and ask themselves. Also do search after that. Google search you can take, or YouTube search. And I spoke in the attorneys' conference exactly about, amongst other things, I also talked about the fact that every proposed change in the legal system, and correct tiniest little thing that is not right, immediately these people are called fascist or bandit or whatever, criminal. So each one should take a good look at themselves and ask themselves, how did we come to what we came during 2023? So I can see that we are asked to finish, but regarding that self-reflection, the IDF is about to present the inquiries that it held. And I want to ask you, what is your committee's place in this, regarding this? Should you also inquire your committee's dealings until October 7th? So many months of war. Your committee, is it really doing its job? Who's going to check that? So first of all, I think that the funniest thing that will happen is if I start, giving grades to myself. Did I do my job well? Did I do it right? For which I support a national inquiry. One of them mentioned, because it is said percentage of support from the public trust. Amongst all the different options that we have on the table, a national inquiry committee does get the most points, let's say the most percentage in any survey anywhere. In order to lower the applause, thank you very much. In order to lower the applause, I will also add immediately that I learned about several people who are formerly from the high court who to views, and thinking about them as people who will investigate in this committee, it scares me, surprises me. But and the second reason I think that such a committee should be founded is that I think as long as I'm chairing the Foreign Affairs and Defense Committees, that the protocols of the subcommittees will only be seen by the National Inquiry Committee, and no other entity, respectable as it may be, will not go and look into these agents and state secrets. This is where I stand. We must finish. I want to thank you for coming here, and also to thank you for the way you have been listening to the bereaved families, to the families of the hostages in the different committees. Unfortunately, this is not something that we just take as something that goes without saying. So thank you very much. Thank you. for the awards ceremony for INSS 2025, I would like to invite Sir Frank Lowy, the chair of the BOD of INSS, and the Major General Reserve Tamir Heyman, Executive Director of INSS.
Thank you very much. This has become a tradition where once a year we elect a body, a person that acted in an extraordinary way to promote the national security of the State of Israel. It was that this year we would give this prize to the Mossad, and especially to the technological department in the Mossad, for what has been known publicly as the beeper or the pager mission. This shows and demonstrates superb technological advancements or leadership, but this is not the main issue. Beyond the tactical success of this operation, that was certainly extraordinary, it created a continuity of arms that involved technology, intelligence, bravery, in an unimaginable move. This almost decisive, it's hard to say decisive, but dismantling Hezbollah's wish to continue the war. This includes targeted killings and other issues that has been discussed until today. This operation also significantly improved or restored the status and image of the intelligence in the State of Israel and the abilities. And as many abroad told me, you back the twinkle in the eye that we thought that you have lost. And this is important even geostrategically as far as perception and deterrence. So, Sir Frank Lowy, we are honored to invite Dadi Barnea, the director of Mossad, to receive the award for this year. Dadi. Hello, everyone. Tamir Heyman that invited me to come here, Sir Lowy that gave me this prize, of course, on behalf of the entire Mossad. On the emblem of the Mossad, there is the phrase that you wage war by using trickstery. And this is an important component of the Mossad's agenda. The pager operation is a great demonstration of realizing our objective. It was planned by Mossad operatives using trickery, using thoughtfulness. It demonstrates deep understanding and penetration of the enemy, technological advancements and superiority, and extreme technological capabilities. This operation marks the turning point in the north and the opening point for the 10 days during which we changed or turned the tables in the north with our enemies. A clear line can be drawn from the pages to the elimination of Nasrallah and the agreement. Hezbollah sustained a severe blow that broke the spirit. Victory in war is not measured in the amount of casualties or rockets, but victory on the spirit, morale, and motivation of the enemy. For many years, we fought the other arms of Iran on our northern border. In the Third Lebanon War, the Mossad prepared from 2006. We collected intimate and unique intelligence for many years. We broadened our cooperation with IDI and conducted many operations intelligence-based. We planned and initiated operations and offered unique capabilities and promoted technologies in the enemy's territory. And we understood that the next war will be different than the wars we knew in the past. The Mossad does not have tanks or APCs. We do not have fighter jets or rockets. We have the men and women of the Mossad are the driving engine for its operations and successes. They are the creative mind that turns the impossible to possible. They, the warriors, the technology officers, the intelligence and cyber operators, all create the supremacy on the battlefield. They're the ones that come up with the ideas. Thanks to them, the Mossad confronts challenges daily and is successful in coping with them. This is a maybe younger operation. The pager operation is younger than the walkie-talkie operation. This was developed a decade ago at the time of Tamir Pardo as head of Mossad and continued under the leadership of Yossi Cohen as director. The idea for the pager operation was surfaced when we understood that it's not enough to use the radio, the handheld radios in all scenarios, so we thought of a different way to hit in a targeted way by exploding a device that's always on the person of Hezbollah operatives, and we found the opportunity. The first infrastructure were established in 2020, and the first shipment to Lebanon with 500 pagers only reached Lebanon several weeks before the horrible massacre of October 7th. At the time, the 1,000 radios from the previous operation were mostly held in warehouses of Hezbollah. Operating both operations in the beginning of war would not have brought the achievement that we reached when it was implemented. When the operation was launched, ultimately, 10 times more beepers were exploded than we had in the beginning of the war, and twice the amount of radios. The dilemma in launching the operation on 17 September 2024 was great, very difficult. I'm not going to get into details. I'll only say that in the meeting where the decision was made, two schools of thought were presented, and both were true at the time. The Prime Minister ultimately made the decision contrary, in total contradiction to most opinions expressed in the meeting. And here we are getting this prize to the entire people, not only to the Mossad, a prize for changing the campaign facing Hezbollah, bringing back the residents to the north, weakening Iran in the region. The day where thousands of pagers blew up in the hands of Hezbollah will be remembered as a day of a turning point in the war. It's a day where the war of trickery in war grew or overpowered kinetic power. The amount of explosives that was in the thousands of beepers and the radios together was not more than the amount of explosives that you can find in one standard landmine. But breaking spirit was immense. In our holiday on October 7th, the enemy rose to destroy us, but thanks to the spirit, the IDF and security members, for the sacrifice of the fallen and the wounded, and the daring and the belief in our abilities, the State of Israel rose from breakage to great hope. Our mission has not been complete. We must continue to turn victory battlefields to operational and political in all fronts. Above all, there is the commitment that we have to return home all the hostages, live and together. This is the moral calling above all, to bring them back from the hell of the underground tunnels. Last week, 6 live hostages returned to Israel who finally were able to reunite with Avram Mengistu and Isha, decade in prison, imprisoned by Hezbollah. Our heart is broken and we bow our head with the return of a dead Lifshitz in Kfir, Ariel, and Shiri Bibas, may they rest in peace, that will be brought to final burial in the outskirts of the Gaza Strip. This is our value-led feeling of, or call to bring back hostages from captivity. There's no better feeling, not even in fulfilling an operation. Like I described before, nothing is like bringing back hostages from Gaza. This holy mission stands before my eyes since October 7th. We will continue to act until the return of all home. I wish to thank you, Major General Reserve Tamir Hyman, and to the INSS for this distinguished prize. Thank you to our partners in the IDF, in the security industry, defense industries, for the close collaboration throughout the years in operations against Hezbollah. I will say, as it says in the vision of our mission, you turned imaginary into reality. I'm very proud of you. 2,800 years ago, in ancient Persia, all the Jewish people in one day. Also today, Iran sees this as its destiny, its mission. In the upcoming holiday of Purim, I say, that commemorates this time, we will not let this happen. This plan will not be materialized. On the contrary, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dedi. The second prize we will give now, grant now, is not directly linked to security in its hard sense, but more to the ramifications on the resilience of the country, the state, or the people to cope with challenge. And it seems that we are in a time where there will be many people that experience and will continue to experience time. We grant the second award to the Israeli Coalition for Trauma, the Israel Trauma Coalition. The Israel Trauma Coalition is an organization that combines under it dozens of bodies that deal with the resilience of the individual and the community, known for many people in this audience under what we know as the resilience centers that have been the backbone of the that were worst on October 7th, and even took this concept all the way to Ukraine to help them there. Unfortunately, we are unique in the world in the way and the concept of how a society copes with such a challenge. So I invite the chairman of the forum to receive the award.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. The chairman of the coalition, Major General in Reserve Hagi Topolinsky, is here. I'm only the CEO. I would like to thank Major General in Reserve Tamir Heyman and Sir Lowy, and thank all of you. This is I'm very excited. A great thank you to all of you. This award is especially important because it was granted by the INSS that has a vision that wants to and does indeed is an influencing factor on national security. This award is important because the INSS acknowledges the fact that by giving our coalition this award, that the security of Israel and the continuance of its existence is not only physical security, but rather it also includes the resilience on the level of the individual, the community, and the organization. And that resilience is not only therapy, but also broad organizational work that includes the community and leadership. It's important to mention that our coalition and its principles of work existed before October 7th, and that is why it was able, through the terrible pain and great chaos, immediately operate with what it has. To be mobilized and continue with the practice of mapping needs and creating responses, creating new partnerships and new responses. We didn't do that all by ourselves, but rather in partnership with 58 other organizations, ministries, local authorities, and philanthropies. This is also the broad image. This is also resilience, and we are so grateful for all these partnerships. This work has given us a certain feeling of whole things, and it was a feeling that grew as long as we were able to act, we were able to respond and broadened our ability to do so, create new things. All of these gave us a sensation of having a direction and having meaning and some hope, even within the great pain. This award today is one moment in time. It's an important moment that gives a lot of strength, but it's only one moment, and we still have a lot of work ahead of us, and we are resilient to do the best that we can and become part of the reconstruction of hope, recovery, and resilience. Thank you very much. We come to the end of after what have we learned? Before concluding, we want to talk about what we have learned and where do we go from here. I would like to now invite Major General Reserve Tamir Heyman, Executive Director of INSS, and Ben Yerushalmi, the Conference Director of INSS. It's good to sit down. Don't pity that they are great walkers. Give them your hardest. Hello, Tamir. Hello. We've just passed a very long and full day. We will have to take time to process everything that was talked about here. It's the end of the conference. The process. We are just at a middle point where we stop, we discuss, we present things to our audience and to our partners along the way. Everything we've done up to this point, and then we pick up and continue on forward. We touched many things, and I want to ask you about different things that caught my attention throughout the day and hear what you think about them. We started the conference with a panel about the internal situation, feeling quite that were pessimistic, feeling of erosion, of attrition. So in the reserves, in the disciplines are also expressed in the surveys that we hold. So it wasn't something just of the blue by our speakers here today. What do you think we can do about that at the moment? I mean, it's not something we can continue with. I mean, we are in a war and we need the IDF to be disciplined and to have reservists recruit. What's your solution? Of ceasefire, and I do hope that people are using this pause to deal with problems that arise in every unit after long, intense fighting. Everyone here in this audience who was here during the time of the security ban, after a time of holding the line and attrition. The soldiers need to be reined in. You got shot at and you fought. Thank you very much. Now start cleaning up your tanks, organizing your equipment, etc. It's part of being an army. And this is the thing that is first to just start aligning things, putting things back to their place, the discipline, the values, the norms, and it's not simple with people who experienced death, experienced fighting and the war. They this feeling that just let me go. I've seen the worst I could see. Now don't ask me to deal with this bullshit, but an army is based on this so-called bullshit, and it starts with the way the equipment ends with the values of the IDF, and the most beautiful thing about the military is that it's so easy to change it. It's a chain of command. Do you think that now with the new Chief of General Staff entering his position, are we foreseeing any change? We've seen in the survey that the way people perceive the trust for the new Chief of General Staff is not so high. Look, the main thing here is that he comes clean the trial. I'm not thinking about it personally because he's also my friend and I know him. We've served side by side for many years. So I'm going to put this to the side, though I could testify that he's a good man. He's appropriate man for this job. He's professional. I'm happy he was chosen. But I am happy for something else he has. He's not stained. He's not burdened by October 7th. He comes liberated to act and make the IDF prepared again for the next challenges. He now needs to take care of all the different aspects, operational aspects, what are the achievements, what are the strategies about force built-up. Now we are pouring so much money on the army that it comes to a dangerous point. We should channel this money understanding the real lessons learned here, and only after learning what the lessons were, apply it. And I'm afraid that many of the researches and analyses performed now and presented now will have to be re-performed, reconducted to make sure that no one was personally involved in a way that made those reports biased. And I think we need an external critical eye to allow take it forward. And I want to use the example of Gabi Ashkenazi. Gabi Ashkenazi came similarly after the Second Lebanon War, 2006. I don't know if everybody here remembers the sentiment, but the public in Israel, the sentiment was very negative. People felt it was a bad war. But Gabi Ashkenazi had a set of analyses performed by champions of the army that were very clean from corruption and gave him a whole day of lessons, practical what should be done. And then when we had the Brodet committee at the time who put the money in, the money used according, and all of this does not exist now. He needs to do it almost from scratch. I think it's the first thing that he should do because it's quite an opportunity that will not repeat itself, and we have a challenging of us. Maybe we are going towards the end of the war, but maybe we are going towards reopening the war in Gaza and a battle with Iran, and we don't know. We have no time. So let's talk about both these things, Gaza. Ambassador Shapiro said here a couple of hours ago that maybe this year it will be a year of offense against Iran, as in someone that I know who really loves dealing with Iran. What do you think about that? Unfortunately, I'm going to repeat a term that I already mentioned in the past in other contexts. This is a year to make decisions. We can't help it. Everything comes together in this year. And during this year, the old nuclear agreement will be expired, and all the European countries will still have the right to apply sanctions in the council, in the Security Council. They would lose their jurisdiction. And I heard the ambassador here, and I understood that they will not let the expiration pass just like that. And this is a great opportunity. If they do snap back, it means that immediately sanctions are applied without veto ability from China and Russia, which has a great significance for the regime in Iran. And these decisions need to be made before that date. Secondly, Trump, with all his effect He's here for 2 years. In the midterm elections that will be held in the States, he will lose his majority in the Congress, and then he will be very much limited. This rampage that could be mobilized to our needs can only serve us for the upcoming 2 years, with the assumption that an attack against Iran requires that we will have an American backing. So also this comes together to this coming year. And third thing is rehabilitating the proxies. This opportunity will not remain with us forever. Hezbollah will recover itself. Iran will find a way to recover Hezbollah. There are many people there. They're not going to just let go. They're not going to say, okay, we tried, it didn't work, we're going to concede. No, these airplanes that are now trying to send are full of money. You don't pay someone you're about to abandon. They're still paying people their fees. They're still trying to pay Hezbollah their fees. And the time of that is limited in time. And if you put all of these things together, it seems that we are going into a year that we really will require that we make some decisions. But I'm not being deterministic about an offense. The fact that we want to offend, to have an offense, it's a good thing, because now in Tehran there are to do it, and it's a good thing that we want to do it, and it's a good thing we feel like doing it, because this is a good military threat. It's reliable, and it could push towards better nuclear agreement, better than the previous one. And I think Trump is headed, and it also comes under this year.
You mentioned Trump. How do you think that his term in the next 2 years, as you said, we think that he will lose the majority? How can this help us to the Israeli policy, to positioning of Israel? Because ultimately he's creating many changes. It's not clear. Looking to the east, aligning with Russia, buying just are an unclear place. We want to be aligned with the United States, but also aligned to the West. China and Russia are not waiting for us. How do you see us emerge from all this in a good way? From a value perspective, we have to be who we are, not because we want to be nice to the Americans. It's because of who we are. We're proud of being a democratic, liberal, free country in the Middle East. As something that's unique in this region, not because we like it more or less in Washington. It's because of who we are. The founding fathers created Israel for us. These are our values. We have to be proud, even if someone doesn't like it. But I'll say, we just voted now in the UN with the United States against Ukraine, with Russia. What do you want me to say? I'm just telling the audience, not... I don't know. I don't want to explain it. You will wear this as a Israeli, maybe the opposite. What? Yes, there is huge energy. It's like it's breaking loose. It looks like a commander that comes into office, and in the first 100 days he wants all the changes. I suffered from some commanders like this. Not how things are done. It looks like he's determined every day to achieve things as if it's his last day in office. And he's shooting in all directions. If, on the other side, in Israel, there's a vision, and you know what you want, if we know what it is, we know we want to achieve regional integration, we want to bring back all the and create is no longer the ruler of Gaza, even if it's a committee of technocrats. We know what we want with Syria, to preserve it close, but that it doesn't turn into a jihadistic entity, prevent its change in Lebanon that will benefit us too, as Ona said here before. If we one of these challenges without talking too much, without writing it in too many lines, know what the vision is, we know what we want. This energy for our benefit is energy. It will gets out of control and hurt closer to us in these but we said what yes. I don't know if we had an answer. There was maybe more disagreement in the panel. How do you see it? Are we going to find a point of connection between the various voices of what should be done with the Palestinian issue? The situation right now is not good. Hamas is strengthening. It didn't translate operational, tactical successes to political field. What now? I also thought about it when the people. Okay, so what are they talking about? What can dividing? What can we agree on? And that is that we all separate between two entities. It's true, Gershon Cohen calls it the Palestinian Authority is entity, whatever. He relates to it, how does he say? We don't control them since 94. Lack of Israeli sovereignty on them is something that he recognizes. Others said separation, two states, and Udi said maybe separate control mechanisms along the way. But ultimately, I didn't find one person that said the most beneficial thing is to do one state, augment or everything, give everyone rights, and we'll be one country like all the countries. This is something that nobody. And the differences between the rest are the various of nations between the systems, between the Palestinian system and the Jewish-Israeli system. Some call it states, some say separation geographic, etc. But this is what I think maybe. And this also reflects deep surveys that we do, that something happened also with researchers and influencers in the right, recognizing the fact that governmental separation, even if they're not willing to say state, it's something that's good to preserve Israel as a Jewish and democratic state. I hear this from many people. I don't want to quote them because they asked me not to. I would never believe in the past that they would say this. By Ariel Sobelman that spoke about the fact that we deteriorated in AI, and we were number 3 in the world. Now we're number 5 or 5, between 5 to 10. I'm sorry, Sobelman, I don't remember. But our situation isn't that great. And then I said, okay, how do we go back to be the tip of the spear? It sounds like we're not the sharpest, not in technology, and not in security, and not in economy. What are we supposed to do? Ultimately, here in the INSS, we want to promote policy. Let's put it this way. In cyber, we're still in the top 3 in the world. Security-wise and civilian applications too. As far as AI, number 3, and or that deal with innovation, how to realize, materialize AI. Software, we're number 3. Reaching superiority in the field of AI, this meets that maybe the Israeli high-tech community was not built this way. This needs governmental intervention, needs national infrastructure, this relation with academic institutions. It's maybe a muscle of national infrastructure and long-term actions, and not just, okay, let's step up cyber. 3 people with a great idea, startup, sold. Now we have an exit. No, here we need to build roads, infrastructure, cities. This is of strategic planning that's weak in Israel because it wasn't beneficial in Israel so far. We're jumping into AI now. If we don't realize it, no national program for AI infrastructure, we will fly off the wheel. This is what we're trying to do. This is not only true to AI. We're not good at future planning, are we? True. This long-term, difficult, hard work where you don't reap the fruits in this term, and it's something systemic. The speak to the industry, talks to the real estate, and everything fits together. This, again, muscle before is a weak muscle. Last question I would like to ask you. All the bodies that deal somehow with security and policy after the 7th of October, especially after this long war, rethought, reconvened. This is needed, especially in organizations that have authority. At least I think that we need not only to look internally, but should have but also organizations like ours. We assess things internally in the INSS, and this led me to what is our place as an organization that doesn't have real authority. It's a research institute. What is our We are in contact with the security establishment, political establishment. Where are we in this system? I think what we learned in the internal review that we did that made us mark several objectives. One, understanding the identity of the INSS. We want to influence policy in order to materialize under the issue of influence governmental issues. We want diversity of opinion. We want people that are, it's sometimes hard for us to hear them because we want the argument. It's a long journey. It sounds easy, but it's difficult. It's easier said than done. It's difficult to really implement this, to have a real diversity of opinion, to create a real dialogue. And the right distance from the government, from a place where we, for many years, relied too on the intelligence and the abilities of the military, that led us maybe to a mistake that we were mixed in with it. We didn't know how to say something that was totally independent, there knows everything, to a place that's more independent and distant, to depend on our own research, our own surveys, the fact that we establish a separate information center that collects information, accumulates data, deals with OSINT, with open source intelligence, without relying on others. This and serving on the other side, that this is our duty and destiny, and this is important for the state. It's important because you receive plans of that are whole, free in a way, that are based on information that is not based necessarily on the groupthink of the establishment of the organization. If you don't. It's a reference. It's something to argue with. But that thing that we will supply in the overall system, and I hope that this fundamental lesson we will in the future. We'll say that we just now published a paper that you're all invited to read. I'll just read so I don't miss. Thank you to all the speakers that came and spoke, all our partners, to Kan 11, to I-24 that broadcasted this event, Benny Moran and the team, to the researchers, to the guests, to the people here and people at home in Israel and abroad. We will wish on behalf of ourselves and the INSS to quiet saviors. Thank you, Tamir. Thank you to all who organized. Thank you very much, everyone with us. Thank you very much.